Hey there, welcome back. So in the last video, you saw the glimpse of the application that we're going to build. So in this video onwards, we'll start building it from scratch. So first thing, let's set up the boilerplate code. That is, we'll be using the Next.js, Prisma and the Next.js stuff, right? So we will first get done with this setup. So for that I'm going to refer to this repo which is having the boilerplate code setup that we need along with the Next.auth and Prisma. So I'm just going to take this to get started with, because we do have all the boilerplate code that we need. So I'm just going to use this. Okay, so I'm just going to name this as simple forms. So yeah, so next let's go into that application. Fine, so I'm just going to open the terminal. Fine, so here this is the boilerplate code. So the thing that we wanted with the login API profile and all is set up. So now what I'll do is let's first okay, let's first just try to run whether it's running it or not. Okay, I think I should install this, then we'll run. Okay, yeah. So once we install the dependencies, okay, let me add your legacy pair dependencies. Yeah. So once this dependencies are installed, I will just run the application to check whether the whatever we have took the reference is working fine. Then we'll start making on the changes according to whatever we need. Okay, fine. So let me run now. Okay, so let me go to our application. Yeah, so yeah, fine. So the way we wanted is the thing which we have cloned is working fine. So first thing, let's make start making the modifications here. The first thing I wanted to make here is I wanted to move all the code out of the source folder. So I don't want the source folder. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to let's say here I'm just going to move this app folder, components folder, library folder and middleware file to this root location, and then I'm just going to delete this source folder. Okay, and now let's go to the pages, and I'm just going to I'm just going to change the imports here because we did delete the source folder. And now we'll have to make changes inside our this the tailwind config files. We were referring to the things present inside source folder, so I'm just going to change this to pages and components and then the app part. Okay, and also in the ts config we have this source folder, so I'm just going to remove this. Fine. And yeah, now hopefully we should not see any issues. So going back to our application, so let me okay, there is a issue. There is an issue still. Let me first try to run it again. Let's check. Yeah, so fine. Fine, we just moved the code, discarded the source folder and moved up the apps, components and library to our root folder, and just made some modifications in this ts config, and also the tailwind config, to apply to the all this files in this respective folders, that is pages, components and app folder. Fine. So now what I will do is let's add the shadcn setup, that is the components. Okay, and try to write a little part of our home page code. Okay, so for that I'm just going to install the shadcn components. Okay, so I'm just going to install this. So I'm just going to set up this shadcn. So I'm just going to take the components that we need to complete this application. So yes, and style I'm just going to stick to default, and the base color, let's go with the slate, and this global css we have. Yeah, so I'm just going to and then tailwind is the same or whatever the and alias for components and alias for library utils. Are you using React Server components? So I'm just going to say yes. Okay, and configuration, so yep, let's write that to components.json file. So let's wait here. Now the components and the shadcn configuration will be set up. And also I'm just going to update the version of our the Next.js. Okay, so here in the boilerplate we do have this version, so I'm just going to change it here to the version that works good for us. So I'm just going to change this to this, and now we have the shadcn component setup. So if we just go here So now so if you see components.json, so it's referring to this, and now whatever the components that we want, we'll go on adding here, and fine. And now let's quickly, so I did change this Next.js, so I'm just going to install that dependency. Okay, so now I'm just going to make the quickly some changes in our home page. So I'm just going to remove all of this part, and let's create some div with some text saying that, building beautiful forms and your own data, something like that. I'm just going to add the div for that. So here, let me wrap this inside the section. Okay, and I'm just going to so here first div, I'm just going to have here this div for highlighting our the title. So for now I'm just going to keep some text. Okay, let's have this margin left 24, and here h1. So let's give the styling for this. So text size, let's make this to 3 times XL, and the font type, let's make bold, and leading, I'm going to make it as a tight, and tracking also tighter, and if it's a medium screen, I'm just going to increase the font size by 2 times, and if it's a large screen, I'm just going to add the leading to the custom value. So okay, fine. And here the text, then for now I'm just going to say here it has build beautiful forms, something like this. So later we'll change here, but just to see the reflection of the changes that we are making. Okay, and this text to say one more, like smaller thing of, like and your own data or something like that. Okay, so this also, it's going to have 3 times XL size, and the font type, I'm just going to make this also to be bold, and so I'm just going to keep the rest as it is, and so this also I'm just going to keep it as it is. So same, so I'm just going to add the leading for the large screen as well. Fine. So this text, I'm just going to say something like own your data. Okay, fine. And just after this div, let's have the one more div, which is going to give us the tagline for us, something like publish your own forms in very quick span of time, or like, let's say, some other text. Okay, so I'm just going to add here margin top, and also the margin left, let's keep 24, and here div, I'm just going to wrap the text inside this div. So max width, I'm just going to restrict it to let's say 750 pixel. Okay, fine. And then the text, I want it to be large, and text muted foreground, and if it's a smaller screen, let's reduce the size, increase the size to XL, and I'm just going to say here, like publish your form in very quick span of time. Okay, so fine. So now let's check the home page. Now hopefully we should see this. Yep. So fine, so we are seeing this text, build your beauty forms and your own your data, and also publish your form in very quick span of time. Fine. So the changes that we are making is looking working fine. And now what we will do is, let's try to add the simple form. Okay, so I'm just going to create here the new folder inside this app folder called form. So I'm just going to create a simple form inside that and try to get started with this. So here let's have here page.tsx, and I'm just going to add the input component. So I'm just going to add this input. Okay, so now if we so one thing, let's clear this. Okay, and going to our components in the UI section, we do have the input component. So now let's go here, because I'll be using that inside this section. So quickly I'm just going to export default function. I'm just going to name this as a forms, and let's focus on the UI part. So here let's wrap everything inside the div. I'm just going to add margin in the y direction and also in the x direction. Okay, so fine. And here the text, I'm just going to say it as something like, create form. Fine. And here we'll have the div with the inputs component. Okay, so here also let's add margin in the y direction, and I'm just going to use the input component from the shadcn with which we are going to take the inputs from the user. So let's add the styling for this. Border 0 and shadow I don't want any, so I'm just going to use the none. And focus visible, I'm just going to add the ring. And the focus I'm just going to add no focus, I'm just going to add the border. Same thing applies for the active, so I'm just going to add the styling. And let's make the text size to large. And font type, I'm just going to make it as semi bold. And the padding, let's add 4 in all direction. And the type, I'm just going to for now set it to email. Okay, and the placeholder, I'm just going to say something like, type the question. So we'll change this, but we are just adding this to check. Okay, fine. And so same, I'm just going to have one more input. So just beneath this div, I'm just going to add the same. And the I'm just going to add the additional styling for this div. So let's make this as not large, but 3 times XL. And also I'm just going to add the leading tight, and also the tracking tighter. And I'm just going to remove this active and focus visible part. And I'm just going to add the leading thing for a larger screen, so the 1.1. and let's add the padding as 12 in all direction. Okay, so and okay, fine. And let's just have the simple input also. I'm just going to see how this appears on the screen. Okay, fine. So now we have these forms page. So I'm just going to use this inside our home section. So just after this div, I'm just going to add one more div with the let's make this as a flex, and the width I want it to be full, and pretty standard. So items, let's make it a center. And space, let's have the in x direction, let's say 4. Okay, and padding bottom I'm just going to add 8, and at the top let's off to 4, and if it's a medium I'm just going to set the padding bottom to 10. Fine. So here I'm just going to use the link from the next link. Okay, and I'm just going to here redirect this to our forms page which we have just created, and here I'm just going to use the button component from shadcn. So I'm just going to add here quickly that component. So here we are installing the button, so this is installed, so I'm just going to import from there. Fine. So the text that for this I'm just going to give it as something like create form. Okay, fine. And yeah, let's check it out now. So going to the thing. Okay, so here I'm just going to click on, so it should take us to the forms page. Yep, so it did take us, and now this is the input and this is also the input. So we have the border and also the normal input. Fine. So we did create a simple form. Now what we will do, so next I'm just going to try to add the inputs dynamically, so we'll focus on that now. So we will create the adding questions dynamically. So for that, first I'm just going to add the form component. Okay, so let's quickly add a form component from shadcn. So yep, so it's installing. So once this is installed, I'm just going to create here the new folder inside the app folder called form, and I'm just going to create here the new page.tsx, and then we will try to add the questions dynamically in this page. So let's quickly create this component. So I'm just going to name this component as input form, and so here let's have one variable called form. So I'm just going to use the use form from react hook form. Okay, and this is going to be a type of, we will define one schema initially. So I'm just going to create here one schema, so I'm naming it as a form schema. So form schema, and so this is going to be object with the properties, let's name this as username for now. Okay, and this is going to be of type string, and it should be of minimum of 2 characters, and if not, I'm just going to display the error message saying that username must be at least 2 characters. Fine, and then I'm just going to have one more property called quotients, and this is going to be array. Okay, and so here each array is going each value in array is going to be object with the properties label which is going to be of type string, and here I'm going to set minimum length to be of 1 character. If not, we are going to display the error message, can't leave it has empty question, something like this. And the one more property, it's going to be the input, so which is going to be of type string. Okay, and here we are just going to make this as optional. Fine, so this is the schema. So now here I'm just going to make this is of type, so I'm just going to this is going to be of type form schema, and here the resolver is going to be our job resolver. So I have to install so let's go here. Okay, we do have, so I just have to import that resolver. So here I'm just going to import from Jod. Okay, fine, so I'm just going to set here Jod resolver and pass in our schema. Okay, so now fine, and here let's focus on the div part now. So I'm just going to give some styling for this. Let's have margin x direction something like 48, and margin y I'm just going to give 24, and we are going to attach here the form. So form I'm just going to import from our components, and I'm just going to pass in the properties whatever we have in this form variable. Okay, and the first thing is I'm just going to use the form, and here let's have the function on submit. So here I'm going to create one function called on submit, so which will be triggered on submit callback function of the form. So here I'm just going to for now I'm just going to name this as on submit, and data, this is going to receive data of type form schema. So here I'm just going to define its type form schema. Fine, so here I'm just going to say like form submitted, and here we'll first let's leave it like this. Later we'll try to add some tools showcasing the data that we have inputted and all. Okay, so here on the on submit I'm just going to call handle submit by passing in this on submit function. Okay, and let's give the styling for this. I'm just going to give width to be 1/3, and space in y direction I'm just going to give 8. Fine, and let's quickly add the form field. So I'm just going to use the components, and the control, it's going to be form dot control, and the name I'm just going to mention this to be username, and the render part, so render part I'm going to use the form item, and let's give the styling, space in the y direction I'm just going to give this, and let's use the form control, and inside I'm just going to use the input component, and a placeholder I'm just going to here say it as a type form title, and let's have the styling for this. Let's have no border, and a shadow I'm just going to none, and focus visible, have the ring, and let's have padding left 0, margin top 0, and top and let's add the scrolling 20, and let's add the padding bottom 2, and the text size I'm just going to make it as a 3 times XL, and the font type let's make it as semi bold, and tracking I'm just going to make straight, and I'm just going to add the transition colors, and first I'm just going to have margin top 0. Okay, and the rest I'm just going to pass in this field properties and close this. So yep, and after this I'm just going to use the form message to showcase any other things. Fine, so this is the so we are okay, so I'm just going to close this form field. Okay, fine. So after this we'll add the button, which is going to say something like adding a question. So I'm just going to type, I'm just going to mention this button, and variant let's make it as outline, and the size I'm just going to make this as a small. Class name I'm just going to add margin top, and on click I'm just going to append these to our fields. So for that, what I'm going to do is, right after this I'm just going to destructure the fields and the append function from the use field array from the React hook forms, and here I'm just going to give the name for this, which is the questions, and the control I'm just going to pass in the form dot control. Okay, so I'm just going to on click I'm just going to call this append function. So here append, and I'm just going to for now set label and the input to empty values, and the text of this so okay, so fine, and here now the text I'm just going to of this button I'm just going to set it to something like add a question. Okay, so this is the button. Fine, so now once we have this thing, so I'm just going to iterate through the fields list and display the fields. Okay, so here I'm just going to map through this, and I'm going to get the field and then the index. So here div field dot, I'm just going to give unique ID for this div, and here I'm just going to use the form field and pass in the control form dot control, and the key would be the field dot ID, and the name I'm just going to set it to unique value. So I'm just going to give here a question and use the index value along with the label. Okay, fine. And okay, there is an issue with this, but let's change this later. So on the render part, I'm just going to destructure the field, and then use the form item, and I'm just going to give the same styling in a space y direction. And here inside the form control, I'm just going to use this input component, and a placeholder, it's just going to be type a question. So okay, fine, yeah. And here the styling for this, it's going to be same. So I'm just going to take from here. So I'm just going to add this. So we'll have border and shadow and focus visible, padding left 0, and scroll 20. And I'm just going to remove this text and the padding bottom. And also we no longer need the font to be semi bold for this. And I'm just going to take off this too. And rest of the properties, I'm just going to pass it as is. Okay, fine. This is the input thing. Right after this, and I'm just going to form control, I'm just going to use this form message component in case any errors that we'll have to show. And after this, I'm just going to close this form field. So that was that. And after this, we'll have one more form field. So form field, I'm just going to pass in the form.control key. It's going to be field.id. And now the name for this is going to be the input. Okay, so here questions index dot input. Okay, and the render part, so let's wrap everything inside the form item and form control. And I'm just going to use the input and a placeholder, it's going to be type placeholder text for now. And the styling, I'm just going to add the leading 7. And here let's make this muted foreground. And if it's not first style, I'm just going to add the margin top. So this is how we're going to add here. So I'm just going to add it in this way. So first child, I'm just going to add here margin top. Okay, fine. And rest of the properties, I'm just going to pass to this input. And after this form control, I'm just going to use the form message component. and I'm just going to close this form field. So this is the form page. So just right after this, I'm just going to add a button, so though it doesn't do anything, so let's simply add this button, submit, and I'm just going to name this as submit. Okay, so this is the form page. So now going to our output, so let's go to the form page. Okay, I'll just have to use client at the top. So yeah, so this is the form page. Now me on clicking this, it should add us the new question. So here you see, so I'm just going to thing and clicking on this, it's going to add additional. So this is how we are going to add dynamically the fields required in our form. And now if I click on this submit, you see this is required, and if I just enter 1, we're going to see at least 2 characters and all. Fine. So yep, and I'm just going to try to add the toast as well here in the on submit function here. So for that, I'm just going to add the toast component. Okay, so now let's try to use this once we submit. So basically if I just open the console, okay, so if I click here, I'm just calling in form submitted. So that's so after this, I'm just going to use the toast from our component, and here I'm just going to pass in the title something like you submitted the following value, something like this. Okay, and description, I'm just going to wrap inside the pre-tags, and let's give the styling for this, margin top 2, and have width to be 340 pixels, something like this, and have the rounded to be medium, and background I'm just going to have slate, say let's say 950. Fine. And have the padding in all direction 4. So here I'm just going to wrap everything inside the code tag. So text, I'm just going to make this white, and here we are just going to stringify whatever the data that we receive as input for this. Okay, and so fine, so let's check. Hopefully we should see some toast. So going back to our thing, so I'm just going to I am not seeing any toast because we are seeing the multiple issues. Okay, the toast one I'll take care of it later. So going back to the code base, now that's how we add adding the fields dynamically. Okay, and also I'm just going to quickly make some change in our forms page. So not much, but just I'm just going to add the a minor tweak here. So here I'm just going to define a type. So I'll define one type to be of type, let's say question, and this is going to have the type which is the text, and I'm just going to have one function. I'm just going to name this as a generate question, and this is not going to receive any input for now, and this is going to return of type question. So for now I'm just going to return the default values, and so here I'm going to have here one function called something like render question. So here the props, it's going to be of type question, and here if props dot type is equals to text, I'm just going to return something like, for now I'm just going to return this something like text hello something, and if not I'm just going to return null from this function. So that I'm just going to for now let's define one questions array, and here I'm just going to call this generate question, and so just to check if you're able to see this text or not, I'm just going to add one div here. I'm not going to give any styling for this. Okay, so I'm just going to wrap one button inside this div, so which is going to say something like add question, and then iterate through the questions list. So here we'll get the element, and I'm just going to return the call this function by passing in the input. So for now let's remove this. Okay, so going back to the output, so there's not much change inside the forms page, just we are going to see so yeah, we do have this type. If it's type text, we are able to display the div. Fine. So going back to code, so hopefully we were able to create the fields dynamically. Now next the thing that we'll be trying to do is creating forms from the user, like first allowing the user to register, and then creating forms from the user. So we will focus on that now. So first for that I'll have to create the schema for user. So let's quickly create that inside our Prisma folder. So coming to the schema here, we already have the models to take care of registering and logging the user. Only thing is, like, we'll have to create the schema inside our database thing. So for that I have this docker compose file, which is going to spin up the Postgres container for us, and so that we can create tables and try inserting and doing other operations in this database. So first thing is this container. So I'm just going to, so yeah, so it has created a container named Postgres for us. So now the database that we want is up. So now going to so what we'll do is first thing I'm going to the register page, sorry, the main page. Okay, so here for creating a form, rather than redirecting it to the forms page, I'm going to redirect it to register. Okay, register, and in register page, okay, so going here, here I'm just going to add the condition check here. So that is first thing, I'm going to get the session using the get session from this live auth. Okay, so we have here so if I go here, so I'm just going to create that function here. I don't have that, so I'm just going to create here one function called get session. So this is going to ensure us if the user is logged in or not. Okay, so here I'm just going to return server session and pass in the auth options as promise, which is of type user object, and this is going to have the id of type string and name of type string and username of type string, email of type string, and image of type string. Okay, or it can be or null. So this is what the function that we'll be using. So now going to this register page, I'm just going to use this, so I'm just going to import this now from the function which you have just created. And here the thing I'm just going to I'll make this function as async, and here the check I'm going to make is here if session dot user, then we know that user is logged in already, so I'm just going to redirect the user to the forms page. Okay, so yes, and now going to this we did change here, and additionally I wanted to now first let's check this thing. So I think it's already, yep. So let's go to the here, so I'm just going to the home page. Let's remove this. Okay, so this styling will take care later. Okay, so clicking on this it should take us to the okay, let me I think I'll restart this. So clicking on that button, it should take us to the register page, because we did change here to take us to register page. So now let's check again. So I'm just going to refresh this. Okay, yeah, so now okay, it looks like there is some issue. Let me check that. So now checking, so clicking on this should redirect us to the register page. So yep, you see now it has taken us to the register page. So I'm going to quickly uh, create the new user. So let's name this as test user @gmail.com, and same password I'm just going to keep the same as the username. So clicking on this, now it has registered. Now using that email id and password, we should be able to log into our application. So let's use this test user @gmail.com, and then test user. Okay, yep, now you see we have successfully logged into this application. So logging part is done. So now let's go back to our code base. So here So first let's make the changes that needed to create form from user. So we have this general page. Now what I'll do, I will move up to the separate dynamic ID based page. Okay, so I'm just going to create here a new folder. So I'm just going to name this as slug, and I'm just going to move this inside this folder. Okay, so let's undo this first. So I'm just going to undo. So it's not inside the form, it is inside forms, right? So let's create that, and then I'm just going to move this inside forms. Okay, slug. Okay, so let's move this inside this slug folder. So now the changes, so mostly here we'll have to push whatever the change this file into this. So I'm just going to undo this again. So here I'm just going to move this into this slug, and we no longer need this form. I'm just going to delete this. So now here most of the things, so it's just going to we just move this, so it's going to remain the same. So now we'll create here one more file inside this folder called, I'm just going to name this as form.tsx. okay, so let's quickly write this, and then you'll know why we are writing this component. So I'm just going to name this as, so we will name this as input form itself. Okay, so let's go here. So I'm just going to name this as input form, and here I'm going to get the router using our use router from next navigation, and here I'll have the form using the use form hook from React hook form, and this is going to be of type so let's import z from sort. So I'm just going to give the type of, it's going to be a form schema. So this so for now I'm just going to keep this as empty one, so later we'll add on here. So this is going to be, and here form schema, and I'm just going to pass in the job resolver this form. I'm just going to pass in the form schema. Okay, fine. So and quickly in the return part, I'm just going to use the form component and pass in the properties of the form object, and here the form on submit, I'm just going to create here one function. So let's make this as asynchronous, and function name I'm just going to keep it as on submit, and here we will we will have to create a models to create a form. So for that first I'm just going to quickly go to the our schema, database schema. So here let's quickly create two more tables. So I'm going to name this as form, model form, and this would have the id string, and this is going to be id, and default I'm just going to give the unique id, and the user id which is of type string, and then the user. So this is going to be of type user, and the relation will have to specify here. So here the fields user id, and it references id in the users id of users table, and this is going to have one more property field of type string. Okay, and I just have to in the users table I'm just going to create this. So now will the error is gone. Okay, fine. So now one more model for creating a question. So this is going to have the id again, unique id, which is of type string. So let's make this again a default unique id generator, and then this would have the text which is of type string, and then the placeholder which is again of type a string. So these are the two models. Now we have added extra two tables, so for this to reflect we just have to migrate the schema. Okay, so I'm just going to migrate this. Okay, so we have this here, the schema migrated to the, ideally it will ask us to create the the migration name. So once you enter that, you will be able to see these two tables in the database as well. So fine. So now I'm just going to create the action for creating a form inside this library folder. I'm going to name this as an actions.ts. So here quickly let's name this as create a form, and let's make this as asynchronous. So first is let's check the session of the user, that is whether is authenticated or not. So I'm going to get the session, and here I'm just going to check if the session.user.id is not found. I'm just going to return with the not authenticated message. Okay, if not, okay, we are going to create the form in our database. So here I'm just going to call this prisma dot form dot create. I'm just going to pass in the user id using this session object, and then the title. So title will keep for now as empty, and I'm just going to return this response. So this will make use in our forms page. Okay, so here in this submit thing, I'm going to make a call to this form data. So I'm just going to call that create form function, and if the id in the form data, then we are going to navigate to that page. So that is, I'm just going to call the push method on the router object form slash form data dot id. Okay, so now here let's quickly complete. So I'm just going to here let's have the form, and on submit I'm just going to call the handle submit function by passing in on submit function, and the styling, let's give the width 2/3 and space in the y direction, let's make 6. Fine. And the button which says create a new form. Okay, so the type, it's going to be submit, and here the text I'm just going to say it as create new form. Okay, so now let's go to this page. Here I'm just going to remove this button, and then we'll make use of the component which we have just created. So I'm just going to add here margin y direction, and then I'm just going to I'm just going to import this. So I'm going to import this as form. So let's so I'm just going to use this here. Okay, so now let's go and check. Hopefully we should be able to create and redirect to that page. Okay, so okay, fine, let's check it out. So going to this, clicking on this. Okay, I should mention here the use client, and that's the header. So I'm just going to now let's go and check it out. Yeah, okay. Maybe let's restart this. The error should be ideally gone, but let's check. Okay, idea is still existing, so let me check. So the issue is we are using the server actions, so we'll have to first enable the server actions to true, and also in the actions file I'll just have to mention that use server at the top. So hopefully now we should not see that issue. So let's go to the thing. So I'm just going to refresh. So now we are not seeing that issue. So here clicking on this should take us to the ID page. Okay, I think we did not push this, so I'm just going to but there is a foreign key constraint issue. Let's go to our schema. It's related to foreign key constraint failed on form user ID key. Okay, what did we miss here? I'm just referring here, and it has the forms, and we are just trying to create this, and okay, I don't see an issue. So now clicking on this create new form, it should take us to the ID, respective ID page. So clicking on this, you see now it has taken us to the ID page. So before we were not able to, we received foreign key constraint issue because when we did push the additional tables, the existing data got erased. So that's the reason there was no user ID. So now I did create the one more user, and we're able to do as usual, add questions. Okay, and clicking on this, we are able to find. So this is the thing. We are able to create a form into database. Okay, and generate unique ID for each form for respective user. So next what we will do is, let's try to add the forms table, kind of data table, and also see how we can populate the data into the table, and also write a query to get the list of forms for a particular user. And also let's go to the code base and focus on that part now. So firstly, let's quickly make some change in our schema in the form. So not much of change, just we're going to add additional createdAt and updatedAt time stamp variables. Okay, so I'm just going to name this as createdAt. So this is going to be time date time, and default we are just going to set it to now, and updatedAt. So this is going to be of type date time, and here I'm just going to assign updatedAt. Okay, so rest it's going to remain the same. So I'm just going to migrate dev and okay, so here we are facing an issue with this, but fine. Let's do one thing. I'm just going to so here I'm just going to stop this container, and let's up this again, and let's try to migrate now. Okay, there is an issue, but let's me just push this. Let's make sure. Oh, no problem. I've just erased the odd data, and I'm just going to run this application, and fine. I think now the updated schema is present. So firstly, let's go to the actions, and here I'm going to write a one more function to get the forms created by the particular user. Okay, so let's create here get forms from user, and make this asynchronous, and here session. So have it get session. So if session user ID is not present, so I'm just going to return not authenticated message. Okay, so then I'm just going to collect the response, so by calling prisma dot on form, and I'm just going to call find many, and the condition for where we are going to pass in the user ID. So user ID is nothing but session dot user dot ID. So this is going to give us the a list of the forms based on the user ID. Okay, and I'm just going to return this. So we have this query. So and also I'm just going to add the table component. Okay, so table. So yeah, so table is created, and So first thing is I'm going to create here the new folder inside this components, one for the forms related table. Okay, so I'm just going to name this as forms table. So here I'm just going to create one more folder to have the schema for this table. So for that so I'm just going to define new file inside this. So let's define here it as schema.ts. So first thing is I'm just going to create two schemas, one for the task schema and also the form schema. So first let's have this form schema. Okay, so I'm just going to import z from zord object. So this is going to have the id z dot, it's going to be of type string, and then the title, which is of type string. Okay, so I'm just going to export this type form. Here I'm just going to pass in this form schema. So similarly, if you want other schemas, for now let's leave it like this. So the if needed, I'm just going to add the other things here. So let's add one dependencies which is nothing but tanstack react table dependency. So I'm just going to install that. So tanstack react table. So now in this first let's focus on the columns that are needed for our table. So for now I'm just going to keep one column, the id column, that is nothing but the id that we are in we are getting while we are creating a form, so that we will populate in the table for now. Later additional columns will be adding. Okay, so here let's create here the file called columns.tsx. so I'm just going to export this columns. So here this is going to be of type column def, and this is going to be of type form, and here this is going to be a list of objects. So one first is accessor key. So accessor key is nothing but the column name id. Okay, and then the header, I'm just going to column. Okay, so here I'm just going to import the data table column header. So for that also we are going to create a separate components. So let's create that. So right away here in this, I'll come back to this file. So let's name this as something like data table column header dot tsx. Okay, so quickly I'm just going to export this data table column header, and here so let's have the dynamic generic data on value. So column, so I'm just going to define interface for this. So interface, I'm just going to name this as data table column header props. Okay, so we are going to extend this HTML attributes of div element. So column, and this is going to be okay, and then the title, which is of type string. So this is the interface. So I'm just going to destructure here. So column title, and then the class name from this data table column header props, and I'm just going to okay, fine. So now here, if this column I'm just going to call this can sort function. I am going to return here the div by passing in the title. Okay, fine. Or else let's focus on this main div. So here we are going to have the drop down menu. So to just sort in descending or ascending thing, and then the actions to trigger them. So for this styling, let's make this flex items center and space horizontally 2, and by unpass and the additional whatever the class. So okay, I think that is extra. Yep. So first thing, so here I'm just going to add additional the drop down menu component from shadcn. So drop down menu. So now I'm just going to make use of those components here. Drop down menu, and in this drop down menu trigger, and I'm just going to mention it as a child, and make use of the button, and variant I'm just going to make this as ghost, and size let's make this as a small, and the styling let's have negative margin left 3, and have height of 8, and the data I'm just going to mention as state is open, and give the BG as accent, and inside this span I'm just going to wrap the text. So this is for the title, and here based on a column dot get is sorted, I'm just going to check if it is descending. I'm going to show one icon, arrow down icon. So arrow down icon, and let's give styling for this, margin left 2, and height let's make it 4, and also width as 4. Okay, if it's a ascending, we are going to show one more icon. So here arrow up icon, and the styling it's going to remain the same. So margin left and height and width going to give it as a 4. Okay, fine. If not, I'm just going to add the general this caret sort icon. So I'm just going to import this so I'm going to import this from Radix UI React icon. So let's add that, so quickly let's import that. So which is sort icon from so I mean this also I'm just going to import from this part only. So I'm just going to remove this. Yep, fine. And let's give the styling for this margin left and so same styling. So it's standard for the icons. Fine, that's the button. Okay, and after this drop down menu trigger, we are going to add the drop down menu content. So here let's align this to start, and here let's have here drop down menu item, and on click I'm just going to this is to toggle sorting to false. I'm just going to set this, and the icon will have icon the same arrow up icon, and the styling I'm going to give is margin right 2, and height let's make it as a 3.5, and width also I'm just going to make it as a 3.5, and text let's mute the foreground by something like 70. Fine, so this is for this, and the text I'm just going to mention this as ascending. So same way we do for the descending thing. So let's take the same thing. So I'm just going to change the to descending, and this is going to be arrow down icon, and here it's going to be true. So that's the change here, and now one more icon to just hide it. Okay, so let's here I'm just going to call here toggle visibility. So we're just going to, and this is going to be hide none icon. So okay, and this is going to be the text is going to be hide. Fine, so this is the column headers table. So what's the issue? Okay, cn. So from utils, let's I have to import this. Yep, so these are the headers for column thing. Same way we will have the row actions and view options, other things. But for now, let's go back to our columns thing. So we will just import that, so which is the column header, and I'm just going to pass in this column for this, and then the title id. Okay, fine. And here after this, the cell row. So here we will render the div. So let's give the styling for this, width as 80 pixel. This is going to be a row dot get value of id. Okay, fine. And then the enable sorting, I'm just going to set it to false, and here enable iding also, I'm going to set it to false. So this is just the one column that we are going to focus on, and we have the header thing, and also for filtering, same, we'll have one more components set like that. So and also for pagination, so those things will add them. So for now, let's go to our the forms page. So going here, this forms page, I'm just going to add in here I'm just going to get the forms from the particular user. So forms from user, await get forms from user. Okay, and if there is error in the forms from user, I'm just going to return null. Okay, if not, okay, just after this, I'm just going to add this, I'm just going to iterate through this forms from users list and take the each form, and here take the each form, and I'm just going to return this div. This is going to be a form.id, and the form.title, I'm just going to close this div. And after this, I'm just going to use the data table. So this data table, we will create that as component here, the same inside this forms table. So I'm just going to create here the new table. So data table dot tsx. So quickly let's write this component data table. So same, let's make a generic t data on t value. Okay, and let's have the props defined for this as well. So I'm just going to have one interface, so which is data table props. So column, so this is going to be array, and then the data, so this is going to be t data array. Okay, fine. So here let's destructure them, one which is the columns, and then the data from this above props which we have defined just now, so which is data table props, and I'm just going to pass in the t data and t value. Fine. So I just have to close this. Fine. So here we'll need state variables, one for the row selection and also the column visibility, and if there are any filters for the columns, and also if the sorting is ascending or descending, that state will have to maintain. So let's define the variables for that. So one is row selection, set row selection, and I'm just going to use the use state, and initially I'm just going to set it to empty object, and another variable for column visibility, set column visibility, and this also I'm just going to set it to empty object, and this is going to be of type visibility state, and the same for the column filters, set column filters, and this is going to be of type column filter state, and initially this is going to be empty array, and the one more variable to keep track of sorting state. So sorting and set sorting, use state, this is going to be of type sorting state, and let's keep default as the empty array. Okay, so let's get the table using the react table from react table, and here the data columns and the state. So sorting, column visibility, and then the row selection, and then the column filters, then the enable row selection, I'm just going to set it to true, and on row selection change, I'm just going to update this call this set row selection. On sorting change, set sorting. On column filter change, set column filters. On column visibility change, set column visibility. Okay, and then get core row model. We are just going to pass in the get the function get core row model, and here get a filtered row model. We're just going to pass the functions from react table, get pagination row model, get sorted row model. I'm just going to use the function from that react table. Same for the faceted row model. So finally unique values. Okay, so Fine. So this is the table. So now let's focus on the UI thing. So let's wrap everything inside the div, and I'm just going to add the space in the y direction 4, and here let's use the data table toolbar. So let's create the separate component for that. So quickly I'm just going to create a new component called data table toolbar.tsx. So let's write the function. I'm just going to name this as data table toolbar, and this is going to have the generic data that it's going to receive. And let's define props for this component as well. So just on top of this component, I'm just going to define one interface. Let's name this as a data table toolbar props, and this would have the table as one property, and this is going to be of type table of t data. Okay, so and let's destructure the same here, table data table are toolbar props, and I'm just going to first keep track of whether it's filtered or not. So that is by querying the table.get state, and check if the column filters length is greater than 0. So with this I'll be knowing if the columns are filtered or not. Okay, then the UI part. So let's wrap everything inside this div. Let's make this as flex, and the items I'm just going to center them, and justify, let's make it between. And here the one more div, let's make this as a flex, and let this occupy as much of space it needs. And in the item center and in the space and x direction, I'm just going to use 2. So first is I'm just going to add the input to filter forms for now. Later we'll change the things according to our needs. Okay, so I'm just going to add the placeholder as filter forms, and the value it's going to be table dot get column the if the title is present. So I'm just going to get the filtered value as string. Okay, if not the empty value. Okay, fine. And here on change, I'm just going to call the get column the title set filter value to whatever the value that we are entering in this input field. So fine, and then the styling for this, let's make this height 8, and the width I'm just going to give it as something like 150 pixel. And if it's a larger screen, let's increase the width. So let's increase the width to 250 pixel. Fine. So this is the input thing. So fine, and here I'm just going to, if it's filtered, I'm just going to have one button, and variant I'm just going to set it to ghost. On click, I'm just going to reset the column filters to empty thing, and the styling, let's have the height as 8, and the pixel in x direction let's 2, and if it's a larger screen, pixel padding x direction I'm just going to change to 3, and the text of this, it's going to be reset. Fine, then after this we'll have the table view options. So for that also we are going to have a separate component for that. So I'm just going to create here inside this data table view options. Fine, and so here export function data table view option. So fine, so let's define the interface for this too. Interface data table view option props. T data, and this is going to be of type table of the data, and let's destructure here, get the table from the above props. Okay, so okay, I just have to pass this. So the UI part, so everything, I'm just going to wrap everything inside this drop down menu, and the drop down trigger, drop down menu trigger as child, and in this I'm just going to have this button variant, let's make this as outline, and the size, let's make this small. Class name, let's have margin left as auto, and let's make this as hidden, and height have height 8, and if it's a large screen I'm just going to make display as flex, and the icon that we'll be using is this mixer horizontal icon, and the styling I'm just going to give margin right 2, and height and width let's make it as a 4. Fine, and the text, it's going to be the view text for this button. So just after this trigger we'll have the drop down menu content. Menu content, and let's have this align to be end, and the styling I'm just going to give width as 150 pixel. So let's add the menu label. So label, I'm just going to say it as toggle columns, and then we'll have this separator, so which is a drop down menu separator, and then I'm just going to get the all columns, and then apply filter on this based on on the column thing here. If the type of column dot accessor function is undefined, and then the column dot get can hide. Okay, so and then we are going to map through this each column. So basically this is to hide some of the columns if you wanted to. Okay, so that's for this in the whole table, and I'm just going to wrap everything inside this drop down menu check box item, and pass in the key as the column ID, and then the let's capitalize this, and checked depends upon the column dot get is visible, and then on check the change. I'm just going to toggle the visibility, and so here, yep, and the value it's here, it's going to be column dot ID. Fine, so this is the data table view option. So now going back to our data table, so now let's make use of the toolbar which we have created. So data table toolbar, and I'm just going to pass in the table for this component, and now we'll have one more div which is for the table headers and table rows and other things. So let's have the rounded medium and have the border. So first is let's wrap everything inside the table let's wrap everything inside this table component. Okay, and first we'll have the header table dot get header groups, and we are just going to go through this header list. So header group, and use the table row, and key it's going to be header group dot ID, and then so header group dot headers dot map, let's get the each header, and then I'm just going to pass this to table head thing. So key is going to be header dot ID, and here header dot, if there is a placeholder I'm just going to keep null, if not use the flex render, and pass in the header dot column dot column definition dot header, comma header dot get context. Okay, fine, that is the thing. So right after this header we'll have the body, so which is a table body, and here I'm just going to get the row model. So dot length, I'm just going to, so if it's non-empty only we are going to iterate through this. So let's get row model function dot rows, so here let's wrap everything inside the table row. So ID key is going to be nothing but the row ID, and the data state it's going to be row dot get is selected, and I'm just going to pass in the selected. Okay, and inside this let's call the get visible cells function, and then map through each cell. So table cell and key, it's going to be cell.id. And here I'm just going to use the flex render, so it's going to be cell.column column or definition dot cell dot get context. Okay, fine, and that is the table row. And here, if not, I'm just going to showcase no results. Okay, so table row, and here we'll have one table cell called span. I'm just going to get the columns length, and the styling for this, let's have the height 24, and then the text as center, and the text of this cell, it's going to be no results. So fine, so if there is a data, we will render this. If there is no data, we'll render it as a no results. Okay, fine, and then right after this div, I'm just going to use this pagination. So even to showcase the number of results per particular page, we will define separate component for that. So let's create inside this forms table itself. So data table pagination.tsx. Fine, so let's quickly have this interface. So it's going to be data table pagination prop. So this is going to have the table, so it's going to be the same. So table of type t data. Okay, so export function data table pagination. So let's destructure this table value from the above props. Fine, and here let's focus on the UI part now. So for pagination, let's wrap everything inside the div. So styling for this, let's make this as a flex, and items I'm going to make it centered and justify, let's between and padding next direction 2. And let's have the one more div. Let's make this flex 1, and text I'm just going to make it a small, and let's mute the foreground. So this is for the so let's call the table dot get filtered selected row model function, and if it's rows dot length. Okay, so here again table dot get filtered row model dot rows dot length, and we are just going to showcase the number of rows present in that particular page. Okay, so after for this div, so now the another div. Okay, so let's make this as so flex, then item center, let's have the space and x direction let's say 6, and if it's a larger screen, let's have the space in the x direction 8. Fine, and here first thing I'm just going to showcase the rows per page and provide the option to select that user wanted to see for a particular page. So for that, let's wrap that also in one more div. So I'm just going to make it as a flex item center, and space in the x direction, let's make it 2, and then this paragraph tag, which is going to say the rows per page. Okay, so rows per page, and I'm just going to use the select. So I wanted to use the so select component, so I'm just going to use the select from shadcn. So I'm just going to add that. So once that is added, we'll use that here. So okay, so let me import this select and value. I'm just going to this is going to be let's get the state dot pagination dot page size. Okay, fine. And here on value change, I'm just going to set page size to the whatever value is selecting. Okay, fine. And so here we'll have the select trigger and the content. So let's select a trigger, and let's have the styling for this. Let's have the height as 8, and width I'm just going to set it to 70 pixel. And here let's use the select value, and placeholder, it's going to be this table dot get state dot pagination dot page size. And I'm just going to close this, and here the content. So select content, and the side I'm just going to set it to top, and the list for now I'm just going to set 10, 20, 30, 40 and 50. And the page size, okay, select item, okay, key, it's going to be the page size, and the value is also going to be a page size. So I'm just going to pass the page size value. Okay, fine. And yep, so this is the selecting the item value. So that is it. So next, after this div, we'll have the page counts. Okay, so div for that. So let's make this as a flex, and the width I'm just for now going to set to 100 pixel. And let's make these items to be centered, and justify also, let's center it. And text, let's make it a small. Font type, I'm going to make it as a medium, and I'm just going to the text of this, it's going to be page, and then I'm just going to get the state on the table, and pagination page index plus 1, and I'm just going to table dot get page count. So it's going to, like, let's say we have 10 pages, so it's going to showcase the page we are on out of the total pages. Okay, fine. And so right after this we'll have the button to go to a first page and now going to the previous page. Okay, so let's add that. So this is going to be inside one more div. Let's make this again a flex and items to be centered, and in the space in the x direction I'm just going to mix two, and here the button variant I'm just going to outline, and class name let's hide it if it's a small thing, and the height and width I'm just going to set to 8, and padding 0 in all direction, and large I'm just going to set flex, and on click I'm just going to call the page index to 0, and disabled this based on this condition, that is table dot get can previous page. Okay, fine. So the text this it's going to be go to first page, so I'm just going to add the text here. So here it's going to be go to first page. Okay, and then we'll add the icon here, so it's going to be a double arrow or left icon. So styling, let's have the height and width set it to 4. Fine, that is the button to go to first page, and then we'll have one more button to go to a previous page. Variant it's going to be outline, and the styling let's add height and width as height, and padding let's have the 0, and on click table dot previous page, and disabled. Okay, this again depends on this table dot get can previous page value. Okay, so here inside the span the text it's going to be the go to previous page. Okay, and go to previous page, and let's add the icon here. I'm just going to add here this left icon, and let's give the styling to be width and height to be 4. That's for going to the previous page. Similarly we'll have for the next page and the going to the last page. So after this let's add this button variant, let's make it as outline, and the styling same, it's going to be the same, and on click I'm just going to call the next page function, and this will be disabled if there is no next page. So okay, and the same the span, and let's the text of this button is going to be go to next page, and the icon I'm just going to have this chevron right icon, and the styling it's going to be same height and width. I'm just going to set it to 4. So then we'll have one more button to go to last page. So button variant, let's make this outline, and class name I'm just going to set height and width as 8, and padding let's have 0 in all directions, and if it's a large screen I'm just going to change it to flex display, and the on click part table dot set page index table dot get page count -1. Okay, and disabled if get can next page. Fine, and now we'll add the text and the icon. So fine, so it's go to last page, and the icon it's going to be double arrow right icon, and the height and width I'm just going to give it's a 4. Okay, so this is the pagination component. So now we will just add this, import this and use this here. So data table and then pass in the table. Okay, so that is this. So now let's now going to this forms page, we will just make use of this component now. So data table, and the data I'm going to pass here the forms from user, and the columns I'm just going to use these columns, and yep. So now what's the issue? Okay, I'll have to make this asynchronous, and also whatever the components we did define, we'll have to make this as add use client. So let's add to all the components we have created. So I'm just adding this use client. So once this is done, we'll go to the output and see if we are able to populate the list of the forms created by user into that thing. Okay, fine. So let's go to the output. Okay, and I'm just going to go to this forms page. So as of now we do not have any form. So let's first try to create one new form here. Okay, we do not have the I'm just going to okay, I'm seeing one issue. Let's check that. Okay, let me clear this cookie. Okay, so let's register the new user, because I think we did delete the existing so let's have the test, and test@gmail, and password also I'm just going to create the test. Okay, so test@gmail, and password is test. Let's sign in, and let's click on this create form. Okay, as of now we do not have any form, so let's create this okay, so let's add here question one something, let's, and this is going to, I'm just going to say it's form 1. So now going back to this, so see, we see the data is populating into the table. So I have just created the two forms, so we see that reflection in this data table. So now fine, so whatever we thought of, populating data into the data table, we were able to achieve. So now let's focus on adding the additional columns and also proper formatting and displaying in this data table. So let's focus on this part now. So let's go back to the code base. So we will add the additional columns here. The for now I'm just going to add the createdAt and updatedAt, and also we are going to rename this id to title. So I'm just going to rename this to title, and also this we're going to change it to title. Fine, then after this, we'll have the column for createdAt. So the accessor key, it's going to be createdAt. Header, I'm just going to use this data table column header component, and then pass in the column, and then the title. So title, it's going to be createdAt. Okay, then after this the cell. So cell, here I'm just going to destructure the row, and give styling for this. I'm just going to give here the 80 pixel, and I'm just going to get the value from the createdAt. So this is the cell value, and then the enable sorting, I'm just going to set it to false. Then enable hiding, I'm going to set this also to false. So this is the second column, the createdAt, and we'll have same one more column for updatedAt. So the accessor key, it's going to be updatedAt, and header, so here I'm just going to pass in the column, and then the title. So title, we are going to name this as last update, something like this. Okay, fine. And then the cell, so here we are going to render one div. So the styling, let's have the width to be 80 pixel, and this is going to be row dot get value updatedAt. Fine, and then this let's add these two properties as well for this. So these are the two more additional columns for now we're adding. Later on we'll add the things needed, and also I will add one more component, like to perform some action on particular row. Okay, so for that I'm just going to create here the new component. So I'm just going to name this as data table row actions dot tsx. Okay, so and also I'm just going to create a dummy schema to be used as one of the property in this row action. So that I'm just going to create inside our the schema. So going to our data here schema file, I'm just going to create one simple task schema. Later we will change this, but for now I'm just going to add to see some options in that row actions list. So id, let's make this as of type string, and then the title, so again this is also of type string. Status, this is also of type string. Label, again this is a string. Priority, this is also a string. Okay, so I'm just going to create a type out of that schema. So I'm just going to name this as a task. So this is going to be a type of task schema. Okay, fine. So now let's go back to our row actions. So here let's quickly create the component. So first thing, we'll have one interface as a props for this component. So I'm just going to name this as data table row actions, and so this will have the one row property, so which is going to be of row of t data. So here the function, so I'm just going to export this. So function name, we are going to set it to data table row actions. So I'm just going to destructure that row from the props data. So let's change this to props. Okay, so data table actions props. So first I'm just going to get the task from the task schema dot I'm just going to parse this and pass in the row dot original value into this. Okay, and then let's focus on the UI part. So I'm just going to wrap everything inside the drop down menu. So here, and then the drop down menu trigger as child. So we'll have here the button. So here let's variant, let's make this as a ghost, and let's make the styling display flex, and height and width I'm just going to set it to 8, and let's have padding in all directions, and that the data if the state is open, then we are going to mute the background. Okay, and then the here we'll have the 3 dots icon, and then the span text I'm just going to give some text like open menu. So here let's import dots horizontal icon, and the styling the will give height and width as 4, and then the span. Okay, I'm just going to give the text as open menu. Fine. So then after this trigger, we will wrap the content inside this drop down menu content, and align I'm just going to set it to end, and then the styling I'm just going to restrict the width to 160 pixel, and then we'll have options. For now we'll have some dummy options. So I'm just going to drop down menu item. So first I'm just going to have the text edit. Okay, and here let's say something like make a copy. Just these are now tentative options, later we will change all of them. So here favorite, and then now we will have the drop down menu sub, and for this I'm just going to define a sample data. So let's create here one new file in this data folder. So I'm just going to name this as a data.tsx. So for snub I'll have some list of sample values, and that we will iterate through that list and display in the drop down menu snub. Okay, for now. Okay, so I'll have here something like statuses, priorities, and labels. So this is just the dummy data to see the options in the drop down menu snub. Okay, so export const, I'm just going to name this as a labels. Value, I'm just going to for now let's be generic. So label, I'm just going to label this as bug. Okay, and here the feature label, it's going to be a feature, and here the value, it's going to be something like documentation. We can add whatever we want, I'm just adding these values for now. And then the documentation. Okay, fine. So now let's go back to our row action. So here I'm just going to use the snub thing, drop down menu snub. So drop down sub. Okay, and here the trigger for this sub. Okay, so I'm just going to drop down menu trigger. The text of this is going to say labels, and then the content of this, so content, and here the value, it's going to be task.label, and then I'm just going to this has to be for the radio group. Okay, so I'm just going to so here I'm just going to menu radio group, and here value, it's going to be the task.label. Okay, and now I'm just going to import that labels, and then I'm just going to iterate through each label, and then I'm just going to showcase that label inside this drop down menu radio item component. Okay, so key is going to be a label dot value, and value, it's going to be label dot value. Okay, so here label dot label. Fine, so this is for the showcasing the labels. Okay, then after this sub, I'm just going to add the separator here. So drop down menu separator, and then I'm just going to have one more delete option. Okay, so which is drop down menu item, and the text, it's going to say the delete. Okay, and we can add the icon as well if you want. So for now, let's keep it this way. So now this will make use of this inside our column section. So I'm just going to add here the id as actions, and the cell for this, let's destructure the row, and here I'm just going to use this data table row actions, and I'm just going to pass in the row value for this. Okay, so fine, so we did add the row actions into our column. So now going to our the page. So first is I'm just going to create here one function, so which is going to format the date and createdAt and updatedAt. So quickly let's complete this. So I'm just going to name this as forms from user formatted. Well, this would be like forms from user dot I'm just going to map through each element, and I'm just going to append the createdAt. It's going to be format. I'm just going to import this from date fns. Okay, so here, so I'm just going to install this. So I'm just going to install this dependency. Yep. So now this, I'm just going to format this the element dot createdAt, and I'm just going to format into this format, that is date, then the month, and then the year. Okay, same for the updatedAt. So let's format this. So here element dot updatedAt, and this is same format. Okay, fine. So just the function which is going to format the createdAt and updatedAt values, and now I'm just going to you pass this formatted rather than this thing, and also I'm just going to add here margin top, change the so just I'm just going to change the margin top to off of it, so 12, and let's have the bottom 8. Fine. So yep, so this is the change, this is the change. So now let's check it out. So I'm just going to the end result. So let's go to home page. Okay, there is an issue, let me have a look at it. So here in the form schema, we forgot to add the createdAt and updatedAt properties. So first let's add this, and also we'll have to change the schema here in the row action. So I was referring to this task schema, so we'll have to change to this form schema. So first let's add this properties here. So createdAt, and then the updatedAt, which is of type again the string. Okay, and now going to the row action. So I'm just going to change here to the form schema. So let me change this form schema, and also I'm just going to get the router here. So that is on clicking on the edit, we are going to navigate to that particular form page. Okay, so I'm just going to import this use router from next navigation, and this in the in the edit part, I'm just going to change here for the edit. I'm just going to add the on click here. So let's add the on click event here. So here I'm just going to help us navigate to that particular form page. So that is here on clicking this, I'm just going to call the router.push, and here it's going to be row dot get value id. Okay, so this is going to take us to that particular page, yeah. So that's the change, and we see your issue with the label. So for now, yeah, because we did change the schema, so for now let's check the output, and you see now we have this createdAt and the last update column populated into a table, and also we have this row actions. So this edit labels, you see the labels and the delete button, and then edit. So clicking on this, it should take us to the, for now it will be undefined. So yeah, because we don't have an id for that. So if I create a new form, let's say I'm just going to type here something, and so now let's go to our page, forms page. So here I should populate this title, and now if I just click on this edit, so here we have an issue with the id, but I'll take care of that. So if you see the columns createdAt last update is populating along with the row actions. So yep, so now let's see this title issue, and then I'm going to try to add creating questions, focus on creating a questions from the UI part. Okay, so let's go back. So for title, we did not change here the id, so I'm just going to change here to title, and also like for now, if there is a title, we are going to display that title. If not, I'm just going to display the something like untitled. Okay, for now so now let's go and check it out. So hopefully we should see untitled. Okay, fine. Now we are seeing this. So, and also here on clicking on this edit, we are not able to populate the id in this router and direct to that respective form page. So we will bring back the id column and see how we can make use of this id router param. Okay, so going back here, first thing, I'm going to create here in this thing. I'm just going to move this inside this slug folder, the form.tsx, and in this page I'm just going to so basically so no, let's not move here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to move this to separate component. The thing you're seeing here, no, this I'm just going to create here the new file, form.tsx. okay, and everything whatever we have here, I'm just going to take this and move to this component, and I'm just going to rename this to something like question form. And also this is going to receive the form ID as the input param for this, so which is going to be of type string. Okay, so now going to this page thing, I'm just going to import that question form. So and here I'm just going to render this component. So let's quickly export default function. I'm just going to name this as a page, and here I'm going to get the params. So this is going to have slug, which is of type string. Okay, so here in the fragment I'm just going to render this question form component. So here, and I'm just going to pass in this params dot slug. Okay, and then let me close this component. And so this is the page now, question form, which is going to receive the form ID as input param using our params, and we are going to pass this to our question form component. So that's to handle passing on the form ID. Fine. And also we are going to update our the columns, we'll bring back the ID thing. So I'm just going to add in here ID back. So I'm just going to bring back the ID and then the header. So let's get the column, and we are just going to call in the data table column header and pass in the column along with the title. So title is going to be the ID, and then the cell, let's get the row, and I'm just going to render this div. Width we are going to set it to 80 pixel, and I'm just going to get the ID value. So here row dot get value ID. Okay, fine. So this is for the row, and this enable sorting and the hiding, I'm just going to set it to false. Fine. So we added the ID back, and now I'm just going to change the models, the schema, our thing. So here I'm going to add the additional relationship between this users form and question. So first thing is I'm just going to create here the form ID, so which is going to be of type string, and then I'm just going to have relationship to this form table. So fields, here I'm just going to map this form ID to the ID of that form table. Okay, and then for this text and the placeholder default, I'm just going to set the empty string. So even this I'm just going to set it to empty string, and let's connect it to the user table as well. So user ID and user, let's establish relation. So this fields its user ID, and it references the ID of that user table. So now here in the forms, first I'm just going to add the question. So this can have the many questions, so each form, so this is going, sorry, this is the question array. Okay, and now in the user string. Also we are going to add these questions, so which is of type questions. Okay, so this is our schema. Okay, fine, and that's the change here. So let's now write a query, to create a question inside our actions. So I'm just going to create here, function for that, create question. So let's make this as asynchronous, and this is going to receive form id as the input, which is of type string. First let's get the session, so using our get session function. And if we are not finding the id of the user, we are just going to return the error object with the message, not authenticated. So not authenticated, fine, and then this is fine. So if not, I'm just going to get the form from user. So this is, I'm just going to query the form dot, find first based on the form id. So here id is nothing but the form id, so we are going to get the form. And if we have not found any, I'm just going to return the error object with the message, form does not exist. Okay, fine, and now if form from user dot user id is not equals to the session dot user dot id, then I'm just going to return the error object saying that, form is not from user. Okay, fine, if everything is as expected, so we are just going to create the question inside the questions table. So await, prisma dot, question dot create, and the data, the user id, it's going to be the session dot, user dot id, and then the form id, it's going to be from the form from user dot id. Okay, so okay, and I'm just going to return the response. Fine, first is let's I'm just going to migrate this in npx prisma, migrate dev, and the name I'm just going to give it questions. And okay, fine, let's erase all the data, fine, and have the updated thing, and I'm just going to run this. Okay, and now we should be able to we should be able to create a question, and also the type, id should be populating in the table along with the redirect. On editing, it should direct to the respective id page. Okay, so let's go and check it out. So here I'm just going to will not have any user, so clicking on this, it's going to take us to register quickly. So first thing, I'm just going to clear the cookie. So let's clear this and go back to our home page, close this, and here I'm just going to create a new user, and here let's sign in. Fine, and now clicking on this create form, let's create here quickly. I'm just going to give here form 1 and the question, question 1, and here let's type this. Okay, fine. So now going back to our forms page, Yeah, you see now id is populating, then title, untitled, and now clicking on this edit, it should take us to this id. Yep. So now everything is working. So the title issue is fixed, and the router id parent populating is also fixed. So now what I'm just going to focus on is, so now what we will do is, now on clicking on this edit, let's say like if I have added here multiple questions, and going back, so let's say like I'm just going to add some random question. Okay, so now going back, we are saving this, but we are not able to, we are not populating it. Now let's go to again edit. So you see we are not showcasing the list of questions that we had for this form. So let's go back to the code and focus on this part. So first is I'm just going to rename this to make sense. So username, I'm just going to change it here to title. Okay, and here let's change here to title must be at least I'm going to change to 1 characters. Okay, fine. And then the here instead of label and input, I'm just going to change it to text and the placeholder. So here let's change this to the placeholder. Okay, fine. And now and also this question form, now we are going to have the questions along with the title. Okay, so questions and then the title. So I'm just going to add those two as well here, questions. So for now I'm just going to set it to any, and one more the title, which is of type string. Okay, so and once, and I'm just going to have the default values for that. So let's have the default values, and this is going to be partially the form schema. So I'm just going to define here the type here. Let's form schema, and this is going to be type of and let's change this to small form schema, and I'm just going to refer this here. Okay, and now here let's pass in this schema for this default values, and default I'm just going to set the questions, and then the title, whatever we receive as the input params for this component. Okay, and now this form I'm just going to remove this, and here pass in the form schema, and this is going to be small form schema, and I'm just going to pass in the default values, and here as well. So we have this form schema. Okay, fine. So and now here to the form fields, we changed the names. Okay, so I'm just going to change this to a title, and here as well we'll have to change to this to text and placeholder. Fine. And also here this is going to be text now, so it is going to be text instead of label. And also key, I'm just going to add 0 for this key. Same way for this too, and this is going to be a placeholder. and key I'm just going to add here. Fine, so that's the change here. So and now going to this page, we'll have to change this. So first thing, let's I'm just going to write a queries in the actions to first thing to get questions from user, and also getting forms from user, which we already have. So let's go to the actions part. So I'm just going to here write one function. So I'm just going to so this was to create a question, and this was to get forms from user, this was to create a form. So here we are going to create one function called get questions from user. Okay, let's make this as asynchronous, and this is going to receive form id as an input param. And so let's get the session using the get session, and if there is no user id, we are just going to return with the error object saying not authenticated. So I'm just going to say it as not authenticated. Okay, and here let's get a form from user by querying on prisma dot form dot find first, where id is form id. So this is going to give us the form from that user, and if we have not found the form, we are just going to return with the message saying that uh, form not found. So here form does not exist, something like this. After this I'm just going to check if the form is belonging to this user or not. So that is if form from user dot user id is not equals to session dot user dot id, I'm just going to return with the error object, and the message is like form is not from user. Okay, fine. Then after this I'm just going to get the questions associated to this form. Okay, so here await prisma dot question dot find many, where form id is form from user dot id, and then the user id is session dot user dot id, and I'm just going to return this response. Okay, fine. So we have this and also here get forms from user. I'm just going to add here the id. So id, it's going to be this form id, so as the input param, and I'm just going to fine. So that's the change in this get forms. So let's do one thing. So let's I'm just going to undo this. I'm just going to have the same one more function. I'm just going to create one more function with that the thing we wanted. So get form from user, and here I'm just going to pass in the form id, which is of type string, and here I'm just going to pass in this form id. Okay, so fine, and now we have the function to get the questions for particular form. So now let's go to our the page. Okay, so here I'm just going to get the questions here. So questions, which is await, get questions from user, and I'm just going to pass in the slug id. Okay, and here I'm just going to get the form, so which is get form from user, and I'm just going to pass on this slug id. Okay, once I get that, I'm just going to pass in the title, and then the title, it's going to be form dot title. So let's this, and then the question, so questions is going to be questions. So here okay, let's make this asynchronous. Okay, okay, there is get from user. Am I missing something in the actions part? Form from user. Okay, sorry, I'm just trying to change this to thing, and now going to this. Okay, let's check. Fine, so that is the thing now, and let's check this now. Hopefully we should not see issues. Let me go back. So I'm just going to create a new form, let's say like form from me, and I'm just going to click on question 1, let's blah blah, and here question 2, let's add something. Okay, so now going back to the forms. Okay, now I'm just going to edit this. Okay, here, okay, I see still some issue. Let me check this. So here we are getting the questions, the empty list, because here I did not add the function call to create a question when we are clicking on adding the question. So let's first make this as asynchronous, and here I'm just going to call this function, which is the create question. Okay, and we are going to pass in the form id. So now let's check it out. Now I'm just going to create a new form, and let's check this thing. Okay, so I'm just going to create here a new form. Okay, clicking on this something, let's say, and I'm just going to add here. Yep. So now let's go back to the forms page. So this was the form which we just created. So now going to the editing page of this form, we should be able to see those two questions already populating. Okay, yep. Now we see the questions, and now we are able to see. Fine. Now we were not saving the text and placeholder text on the form title and all those things. So now we will focus on that part. So let's go back. So we'll change the schema of the question table. That is, we're just going to add the createdAt and updatedAt for this too. So I'm just going to set the default value to now, and the same for updatedAt. and this is of date time, and I'm just going to set it to updated. Okay, so we changed this thing, and I'm just going to let's migrate this and name question added timestamp, something like this. Okay, okay, so let's do one thing. So I'm just going to so basically we are facing an issue. We have already 2 rows with no default value for this
Okay, I found
updated
this
at
on the web for facing issue. We have already 2 rows.
So that's the reason it's throwing an issue. So let's just push this, and let's not worry about the existing data getting lost. Okay, so we changed this, and now I'm going to create one function in the actions part, which is going to update the text and placeholder as we keep on typing in the respective form questions page. Okay, so let me create that. So I'm just going to name this as update question from user. Make this as asynchronous, and here we are going to receive the form id, which is of type string, and then the question id, then the placeholder, which is of type string or null, and then the text, which is of type string or null. Fine, so here let's first get the session. Here if session dot user id is not present, then as usual we are just going to return with the error object saying not authenticated. And if the text is not equals to null, and the placeholder is not equals to null, I'm just going to update the text and placeholder for respective question id. Okay, so that is let's get the response, call prisma dot question dot update, where form id and then id is the question id, and then user id is going to be session dot user dot id, and the data that we are going to update is text and the placeholder. Okay, fine, and then after updating I'm just going to revalidate our path. Okay, so that is form slash the form id. Fine, and we are just going to return response. Okay, else if only text is not null, then we just have to update this. So here let's update that response await prisma dot question dot update. So where it's going to remain the same, that is form id, and id is question id, and then the user id it's going to be session dot user dot id, and now the data it's going to be just the text. Okay, fine, and same applies to the placeholder as well, and here I'm just going to revalidate the, so let's do one thing. So I'm just going to take this and use the same here. Okay, and the same applies to I'm just going to copy this whole part and use this here. Now instead of text it's going to be placeholder, and here it's going to be placeholder, and fine. Then this is the how we are going to update the text and placeholder for particular question of a particular form. And also this, while we are trying to get the questions from user, I'm just going to apply here the order by thing. So we did add this createdAt, so I'm just going to order by descending order of the createdAt thing. And also just after this I'm just going to revalidate the path forms. Okay, and I'm just going to pass in this form ID. Okay, so that's the change here. And also here as well, I mean so while not here, I mean so order by so it's so just so it's here, I mean sorry, why did I remove this? Okay, fine. And so that's the mostly the change. And also while we are creating the question thing, also I'm just going to revalidate the path. Okay, so it's going to be the same form ID. Okay, fine. So this is the change and the actions part. Fine. Now we have things ready to update the text and placeholder for a particular question. So now what we'll do, I'm just going to make some changes in the page component here. I'm going to add additional parameter for this on the function create question. I'm just going to pass in this create question from our actions. Okay, and so we'll have to make changes in this form page. So I'm just going to quickly make the change here. So here now the input param, we are going to have the create question. So for now I'm just going to mention its type as the any, and after this let's I will install the use debounce dependency, because I wanted to update the text and placeholder based on the keystroke that user is typing. So I'm just going to use this to have little gap of time for updating our database. Okay, so for that I'm just going to create one function here. Let's create I'm just going to create the function called debounced, and I'm just going to use debounced callback. And here the function, so question ID, and then the placeholder, and then the text. So I'm just going to call here the update question from user by passing in the form id, the question id, and then the place holder, and then the text. Okay, and here the delay in milliseconds, I'm just going to give 1000. Fine, so that's the change here. And now we are going to make changes here. I'm just going to remove this form field and just replace with the input tag here. So just after uh, I'm just going to let's here just here I'm just going to create one simple input component and placeholder. I'm just going to keep it as type form title, and the styling for this, I'm just going to take the same styling. So let's take this. So I'm just trying to remove this form completely. Okay, so class name, I'm just okay, so this input is for taking the form title, and then after this I'm just going to have one div. So you'll understand, I'm just going to completely factor this and remove unwanted things. And in this I'm just going to have this button. We have this button. Okay, so let's copy this. I'm just going to use this button. Okay, and also I'm just going to remove this appending text and placeholder empty strings. Fine, and then after this button we'll have the questions due for so right after this I'm just going to this one more div which I'm going to iterate through this questions that I'll be receiving. So here questions, I'm just going to map through this each question and then return the UI part here. Okay, so here key it's going to be element dot id, and let's have the margin bottom 5. Fine, and so here let's fine, and here after this inside this div I'll have one input to take the text, and one input to take the placeholder. Okay, so here input and default value, I'm just going to set this to the element dot text, and the key it's going to be element dot id, and I'm just going to add this, and placeholder it's going to be type a question. Fine, and the styling, I'm just going to have this styling. So let's take this. I'm just going to use this styling whatever we had for this input. Along with this along with this styling too, whatever we had for this. Here I'm just going to append here. So and so I'm just going to remove this, and also here I'm just going to have the margin top, let's 0. Fine. And here on change, I'm just going to use the debounced function which we have written to update the text in our db questions table. Okay, so I'm just going to pass in the element id, and here I'm just going to pass the null, and then the value is e dot target dot value. So this is going to take care of updating the text in our db. Okay, so this was to update the text, and the same way we'll have the one more input for the placeholder. So here, so default value, I'm just going to set it to a placeholder, and placeholder, I'm just going to set here the type a placeholder for the response, and key it's going to be element.id, and I'm just going to add this. Okay, and the styling for this, let's add this, the same let's add the leading, and I'm just going to add here text muted foreground. Fine. And on change, the same thing, but here we are going to update this the placeholder rather than the text. Okay, so here I'm just going to pass in the dot target dot value and pass in the null for this. Fine, so this is the change. So now the whatever things we have, I'm just going to remove this completely this form. So this is the simple thing I wanted to have in this page. So there is yeah, we don't see any issue, right? Okay, fine, so that's the change here. So now I'm going to check this. So let's see what is the issue. Fine, so these are the change. So now hopefully we should be able to update the text and the placeholder as well. So let's check this. So I'm just going to the output now. So let's run this first. I'm just running this application now, and we don't have any user, and let's first create one user and start creating the form. So let's first, I'm just going to clear the cookie if there are any. So I'm just going to clear this, and let's go to home page. So here clicking on this should take us to the register page. Okay, quickly let's create here test user. I'm just going to set the and let's log in, sign into this. Okay, fine, so we have created the user. So now let's try to create a new form here. So I'll showcase you in the inspect as well. We should be making the network calls while adding questions. So this is going to add the question. So now let's say, like, I'm just going to type in here the question 1. So see, now you see we did make an API call to update the text. Similarly, if I entered something like placeholder, placeholder, so now we should, we have one more which is going to update the place holder. So we are able to successfully update this. So now going back to the forms and refresh, we and going to the edit page, we should be able to see, so now we are able to see the question along with the same a placeholder text. So now we were able to save the text placeholder as well, and let's now focus on adding the questions in order. Let's say, like, if I wanted to add multiple questions, like plus and delete icon here, so which is going to keep on adding the questions for us. Okay, so I'm going to focus on creating the ordered question, that part. So let's go to the code base and start making changes to add the icons for each question, which is going to give us the option to add the new question and also delete the particular question. Okay, so going back, so first we will add the one more property into our questions table. So that is, I'm just going to add the order, which is of type int. And also every time we change the schema, we are erasing the data and trying to create the user from UI. So what I'll do here, we have already this user with this admin and the this, which is going to seed this, so we'll make use of this. Okay, fine. So now going back, first let's I'm just going to so yep, I'm just going to so fine, and I'm just going to run this. And first thing is, we'll have to take care of the title saving also into our database. So for that, in the actions, I'm just going to create one there is some issue. Okay, I will take care of that. So first is, I'm just going to create one function to take care of the title updation as well. So here I'm just going to name this as an update form from user, and let's make this as asynchronous. And here this is going to receive form ID, which is of type string, and then the title that we are going to update. So first let's get the session. I'm just going to get the session, and here if the user ID is not found, I'm just going to return error with the not authenticated message. Fine. If everything is good, so I'm just going to update the form with the where I'm just going to first find this form ID along with the user ID. User ID is session.user.id, and then the data that we wanted to update is the title. Fine, so this is how we'll be updating it, and then I'm just going to revalidate the path. Okay, so this is going to be form ID, and then I'm just going to return the response. Fine. This is the function which is going to help us update the title. And then now let's make some changes in other functions, because we did changes. So first is get questions from user. I'm just going to now change this order by to order, and I'm just going to order by ascending order. And then in the get, let's first and no, first let's now here in the create question, the main thing, I'm just going to add here the additional input parameter, which is going to be a question order. So this is going to be of type number, and this now I'm just going to Now here I'm just going to let's first get the questions, so which is questions, that is await prisma dot question dot find many, and here the condition, let's pass in the form id, and then the order, which is I'm just sorry greater than this question order. Okay, so greater than or equal to this question order, and then we are going to order by this ascending. Okay, fine. Then once I get those, I'm just going to update the operations. Let's create one function here. I'm just going to name this as an update operations. So this I'm just going to map through each question, and let's get the each question here, and then I'm just going to get the new order. So new order, it's going to be a question dot order plus 1, and I'm just going to call prisma dot question dot update the order of the question. So here where id is question dot id, and then the form id, and data, it's going to be order, which is nothing but the new order. So this is going to update the order of the particular question, and then I'm just going to change this to, let's say, like create a function, so which makes more sense. And here I'm just going to form id, I'm just going to pass this, and the order is going to be question order. Fine, then right after this I'm just going to call this update operations and push this create function, and then here I'm just going to call the prisma and call this transaction, and then pass in this update operations. Okay, and yeah, and no need to this, I'm just going to return the empty thing. Fine, and there is some issue, let's leave it as it is, we'll take care of it. So this is the main change in the how to update the order of the particular question. So now so going back to the actual page where these changes are need to be done. So let me go back to this form page, so which is this. Okay, so here I'm going to make changes here. First thing is let's have the debounce for the title change as well. So I'm just going to create one function for that as well. So I'm naming this as form title debounced. So debounced, and here I'm just going to call use debounced callback, and this is going to have the form id, which is of type string, and then the title, which is of type string. And here I'm just going to call this update form from user, and I'm just going to pass in the form id and then the title. Okay, and here delay, I'm just going to set here the 500 milliseconds, and this also I'm just going to change here to 500 milliseconds. Fine, and now this the input, now the default value, it's going to be the title. So title, and also here now we'll have on change callback function. So here I'm just going to get that value, and then I'm just going to call this form title debounce, and then pass in the form id and then the title, so which is nothing but t.target.value. Fine, so this is how we are going to update the title and save it to our database. And now here we'll have to pass in this questions dot length. So for the create function, create question, and also we are going to add some changes to this. I'm just going to make this as group and make this as relative. Okay, and also here I'm just going to make this width to occupy half of the width. So here even the same to this as well. Just after this I'm just going to have a div with the two icons that I was talking about, plus and delete icon. So first let's make this as absolute, and I'm just going to give the top as 2 and the left let's make it 0, and let's have the transform, and here I'm just going to translate in the x direction. I'm just going to apply full, and then it's going to be hidden, and then group over only this will be visible. So I'm just going to display, make it as inline flex. Okay, fine. So here first let me close this div. Okay, so inside this div we'll have two icons, so I'm just going to wrap everything inside this div. So first thing for the plus icon, so here I'm just going to add the padding x direction 2, and hover I'm just going to change it to cursor pointer. And inside this now let's add the plus icon. So I'm just going to add the plus icon. I'm just going to add this plus icon from Lucid React. Okay, so let's add this, and let's give some styling for this, that is let's give text a gray color. So let's make it as something like 700, and here on click I am just going to call this create question function by passing in the form id, and then the element dot order plus 1. Fine, so this is how we are going to update pass the order for a particular question, and I'm just going to close this plus, and after this let's add the div for delete icon. So here margin top let's add 1. However, I'm just going to make cursor to be pointer. Fine, then after this let's add this icon. I'm just going to add this trash icon, and let's have the styling for this. Let's have margin top 1, and text color I'm just going to make it to be gray. So for now we'll not add the functionality later. Let's add just the icon now. So now the title updation and also adding the order for a question and also icons, it's pretty much done. So now let's go and check it out. So hopefully now we should be able to see that, and here we have this I'm just going to log in using this thing. Okay, so let's go back to the output. I'm just going to first I'm just going to clear this cookies. Okay, so let me clear this, and let's me go back to the home page. So I'm just going to click on this login, and here I'm just going to pass in admin@admin.com, and password it's going to be let me 1 2 3. Okay, fine. Let's I think it's not working with that user, so I'm just going to quickly create the test user. We'll check that why it's not working, but that's not of a big concern for us now. So here so we did login, and we have session token for that. We have session token for that, and I'm just going to create a form. Fine, and let's here I'm just going to add here the title as form title, and let's add the question. Okay, we are seeing an issue. Let's see what is the issue. So okay, there is some issue with the transaction function on the Prisma thing, so let me check that. So the issue is we should not await here the Prisma call here, so I just have to remove this await, and then now we will be good to go. So let's go to the output, and now let me check. Okay, so I'm just going to create a new form. So I'm just going to name this as form2, and let me add a question here. Okay, so now on hovering we should be able to see those two icons. So yes, you see we have the plus and the thing. So I'm just going to have this question one, and then I'm just going to click on this, and now we are adding the question 2 and the placeholder. So now the ordering and then addition of the questions is working good. So fine, now going back and coming back to this form, we should be seeing those questions again. Yep. So yeah, now the delete is we have not added, but we have added, and also clicking on this also it's going to add as the new question. So this is how we are going to maintain the order of a particular question based on the length of the questions that we are storing. Okay, fine. So now we will add the functionality to delete the question. Okay, and also we will try to add a link to preview. Okay, so first for the deleting, I'm just going to create one function. So let's go to the actions, and I'm just going to create let's first I'm just going to add at the end. So let's add this function. I'm just going to name this as delete question. So let's make this as asynchronous, and this is going to receive the form ID along with the question ID to delete the particular question. So this is going to be a string, and first let's get the session. So I'm just going to call this get session, and here if session.user.id is sent to present, I'm just going to return the error object with the message not authenticated. Fine, then after this I'm just going to get the form from user. So let's call here prisma.form.find first, and here I'm just going to pass in the ID form ID, so which is form ID. So here we'll get that form, and again here if we have not found that form, so we are just going to return with the error message that form does not exist. Form does not exist. Okay, so then I'm just going to get the question to delete. So here question to delete, so this is going to be question dot find first, here we're just going to pass in the ID, which is nothing but the question ID. So fine, so this is going to give us the question that we wanted to delete. So if there is no question that we wanted to delete is not found, I'm just going to return the error message that question does not exist. Okay, fine. And so after this, if question to delete dot form id is not equals to the form id that we got, I'm just going to say that the error message that given question id is not from the given form id. Okay, so yep, then I'm just going to update, get the questions first. So let's query this, await prisma dot question dot find many, here the form id, and then order is going to be greater than or equals to question to delete dot order. Okay, and I'm just going to order by ascending. Fine, so after this I'm just going to have the update operations function, so same like we did for creating the question. Okay, so here questions dot map question const new order, question dot order -1, and then I'm just going to update this questions order, so where id is the question dot id, and then pass in the form id, and then we are going to update the new order. So here, that is, we are going to decrement the each questions order, so order is going to be now the new order. Fine, this is the update operations, and then we'll have the function to delete, so delete function, and this is going to be prisma dot question dot delete, where id is question id. Fine, so this is, we're going to delete the function, and then here I'm just going to push this delete function, and then I'm just going to call this prisma transaction dot pass in this update operations. Okay, and then I'm just going to revalidate the path, so that is forms, and just pass in the form id, so then just return from this. Okay, so this is how we are going to delete the particular question. Okay, so now we have this updation delete operation ready, so I'm just going to use this function inside the form page. Okay, so going here, first thing I'm just going to pass in here one more parameter, so let's name this as delete question. So this is going to be delete question. Okay, so now going to the form, we are going to add this parameter for this component. So here I'm just going to add in here the delete question, and I'm just going to mention this delete question, and this is going to be of type any. Okay, and so now I'm just going to go to this delete icon. So here I'm just going to add this on click function. So on click let's make this as asynchronous. And I'm just going to call this delete question by passing in the form ID and then the element ID. Okay, so now we should be able to delete the particular question. So now let's go back and check it out. So here we are. So now let me go back and so let me go to this form. So now I don't want this, so clicking on this, delete, we should be able to delete this. Yes, so we are able to delete, and now clicking this, I'm able to delete and add the question. So you see now order is also fine. So based on that, I'm just going to able to delete as well. So addition and delete, we have successfully added the functionality. So now let's focus on previewing this. Okay, for that I'm just going to create the new file for that. So let's go back. So here I'm just going to create so here inside this forms I'm just going to create here a new uh, folder. I'm just going to name this as preview, and inside this I'm going to have the dynamic slug value. Sorry, this has to be folder, so I'm just going to delete this, and let's add this folder which is slug. Okay, and here let's add the page. Okay, so I'm just going to add this page.tsx. so quickly let's create this component. So here let's make this as asynchronous. Okay, and this function I'm just going to name this as page, and this is going to receive the params, which is nothing but this slug. Okay, so here params, and this is going to have, which is of type string. So first thing, I'm just going to get the question. So and I'm just going to get questions from user. I'm just going to pass in this slug, and also I'm just going to get the form from get form from user, and I'm just going to pass in the slug. Okay, fine. First let's get the title. So this is going to be form dot title, possibly null. Okay, fine. Now so title, and then let's focus on the rendering part. So I'm just going to wrap everything inside a div. So let's give margin x direction 8, and in y direction let's give it 6, and if it's a small, I'm just going to give a bigger margin x in x direction, and here in the y let's make it 8. Okay, so first is for the I'm just going to have the text which is going to move back to our the editor page. Okay, so this let's add the margin in y direction 10. Okay, so this is, I'm going to use the link from next link, and here href, I'm just going to clicking on this, I'm just going to redirect this back to that particular form id page. Okay, so this is going to be a form.id. Okay, and so the text that this is going to be is let's add some back arrow, and I'm just going to give the text as back to editor. Okay, so here let's add the fine, and after this we are going to below this div, I'm just going to display the div title. Okay, so let's give something like big 3 times XL and make this as semi bold, And tracking, I'm just going to make it as tight. Okay, so and the transition, I'm just going to apply the colors, and here I'm just going to have the title. Okay, fine. Just then after this div, we'll have the div to display list of the questions that are associated with this particular form. So let's iterate through that questions. Okay, and get the element. So here first thing, I'm just going to have the div for each element. So key is going to be element.id, and styling, let's have the margin bottom for each question 5, and let's make this as a group, and a relative, make this as relative. So let me close this. Okay, here I'm just going to mention this as type any. Fine. And now for the text and also the input. Okay, so I'm just going to let's have this div for showcasing the text of the element. Okay, so if it's a small screen, I'm just going to give width to off, and let's have the tracking tight, and this is going to, we are going to give a lot of styling for this text. Okay, let's make a height as 9, and the width I'm just going to make full, and rounded, let's have the corners medium. Okay, and let's have no border. Fine. And the bg, I'm just going to give the transparent color, and padding y direction, let's have 1, and the text size, let's make it small, and I'm going to apply the transition colors, and leading, I'm just going to apply 7, and if it's a file, I'm just going to add here 0, and same for if it's a file, make a background transparent. So basically, yeah. And also now, okay, let's make the placeholder text muted foreground. Okay, and focus visible, I'm just going to set the outline to none, and focus visible, no, let's have the ring, let's say 1, and for same focus visible, I'm just going to add this ring, and for disabled, okay, so if it's a disabled, we are going to cursor not allowed, and let's have the opacity to be let's say some 50 for this. Okay, so this is going to be the div for our element text. So I'm just going to use this element dot text. Okay, fine. And then after this div, I'm just going to have the input component, input, and here placeholder, it's going to be the element dot placeholder text. If it is, I'm just going to show that placeholder. If not, I'm just going to show the empty string. Okay, and the key, it's going to be the element dot id, and I'm just going to add 1 to this, and the styling, let's have, with a smaller screen, I'm just going to have half width. Okay, so, and the leading, I'm just going to have 7, and here so basically, if it's not first child, I will have the margin top 0. Okay, so first child. Okay, so I'm just going to have this margin top 0, and text muted foreground. Okay, so this is the styling for for our input. Fine. And then after this div, I'm just going to have a button which is going to say submit. So let's have margin top 8, and here I'm just going to have this button component, and the text it's going to say it as submit. Fine. And this is the preview page. Same way, I'm just going to have here the publish page as well. So it's going to be pretty much the same. So let's create that as well. So inside this forms, I'm just going to create your view form, and this also it's going to have this slug, and here we'll have the page.tsx. so basically I'm just going to copy all of this here, and I'm just going to yeah, it's pretty much the same. Okay, so yep, so now let's use this inside our form.tsx in this file. Okay, so for that I'm just going to add here I'm just going to add the two buttons. So here in this I'm just going to add two buttons right after adding the question here. Let's here I'm just going to add the button, so which is going to be type button, and variant I'm just going to make this as outline, and size let's make this a small, and the class name I'm just going to give margin top 2, and then the left I'm just going to add 8, and on click. So and also I'm just going to get the router, so let's create the router here. So just after this I'm just going to create router from next navigation. So here on click I'm just going to go to this preview page, so that is forms preview, and here I'm just going to pass in the form ID. Okay, and the text of this button it's going to say the preview. Okay, same way we'll have the button for publishing as well. So this is going to be of type button, and size I'm just going to make this small. Class styling, let's have the top margin top 2, and then left let's have the 2. Okay, and here on click let's make I'm just going to here I'm just going to make this as asynchronous first. Okay, and then use this router and go to this view form page. Okay, so here view form, and I'm just going to pass in this form ID. Next of this button is going to be publish. Okay, so this is it. So now let's go to the output and have a look at this preview page and also the publish page. So going back to the output, so now you see we have these two buttons, preview and publish. So now clicking on this preview, it should take us to the preview page. So we have this preview page. Okay, and now same way we'll have this view form page, which is a publish page. So we were able to create the preview page and also the publish page, and also the delete functionality. So if I just click on this, we're able to delete this as well. So now let's let's focus on the publish page now. So going back again to the code. So first I'm going to add one more property into our the form table. So here I'm just going to add a published boolean variable. So this is going to be boolean, and default I'm just going to set it to false. Okay, and now I'm just going to create migration. So I'm just going to give this name announce added published, something like this. Okay. Okay, fine. So yep, now the migration we have added this added published. Okay, so if you just see here published is added. Okay, fine. So let's go to, I'm just going to create the query call, which is going to first toggle the publish form from user. Okay, so let me create here the function for that. I'm going to name this as toggle publish form from user. Okay, and let's make this as asynchronous, and this is going to receive the form ID, which is of type string. And here I'm just going to get the session here. So session, and then if session.user.id it doesn't exist, I'm just going to return the error object, so which is going to say not authenticated. Fine, and now let's get the form. So I'm just going to call prisma.form, find first throw here, where I'm just going to apply, pass in the form ID along with the user ID. So user ID is going to be session.user.id. Fine, then we are going to get the form, and with this let's collect the response. Wait, prisma dot form dot update, where ID is the form ID, and user ID it's going to be session.user.id, and the data, we are going to toggle the published thing. So this is going to be form dot published, whatever present, we are just going to toggle that. Then after this I'm just going to revalidate the path. Okay, that is forms, and here I'm going to pass in the form ID. Fine, and then I'm just going to return this response. So this is the function which is going to toggle publish thing. Okay, and also here I'm going to write one more function to just get the form. So here let's name this as get form, make this as asynchronous, and this is going to receive form ID as an input param, and here let's get the response. So I'm just going to query the form table. Okay, so find first where ID is form ID. If no response, I'm just going to redirect to this error page, so which we'll create now. Okay, I'm just going to create one error page. Okay, and also if the response dot it's not published, then even then we are going to redirect it to the error page. Okay, so we're going to create a simple one for now, kind of like, you know, the form does not exist, so that kind of message will showcase in that page. Okay, so here I'm just going to return the response. So this is the function to get the form. So now let me create that page first. So here inside this forms, I'm just going to create here the new folder E, and in that I'm just going to create a simple page. Okay, so here let's export this function and default, you know, function. I'm just going to name this page, and let's return this simple div with the text, you know, saying that, you know, the form does not exist, something like this. Later we will improve this. Okay, for now let's keep it this way. And now I'm going to, you know, add the additional properties to the form component. So here, you know, I'm going to add in here the toggle publish form from user, and this is going to be of type any. For now let's keep it any. And then the form also we are going to send it as input param. And okay, so let's, so form, and this I'm just going to and also let's use the so here here I'm just going to add this div to go back to forms. Okay, so let's give here margin y direction 10, and here let's use the link from next link, and we are going to redirect it to the forms page. Okay, so I'm just going to have here the text which is going to say, like, you know, back to my forms. Okay, fine. And then here now in this publish button, so if you see here, I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to call this toggle publish from user and pass in this form ID. And even the text of this I'm going to change this, you know, basically if form dot is published is true, we are going to show the text as unpublish, if not the publish. Okay, fine. And then here, you know, after this button I'm just going to, based on the published value, you know, sorry, it's going to be published, not published. Fine, yep. And here form dot published, you know, if it's true, I'm going to showcase, you know, two buttons which is going to allow us to copy the link of the that form, and also the button which is going to help us navigate to that, you know, view page of that form. So basically this is what I'm talking about. So let's add this div. So inside this div I'm going to have the two buttons. So let's make the type of this to be a button, and the size I'm just going to make this to be small, and the class name, let's apply margin top 8, and on click let's make this as asynchronous call. Okay, so here I'm just going to use the navigator API, so that is in a clipboard dot write text. So here I'm just going to for now, you know, hard code this localhost URL, that is forms view form, and this is going to be a form ID. Okay, fine. And then I'm going to show the toast. So here let's have the toast from use toast hook. So I'm just going to destructure the toast from the use toast thing. Okay, so let's come down here. I'm just going to use the toast, and the text, the title, I'm just going to for now pass it here as link successfully copied. Okay, so this is the toast message that will be showcasing. Fine. And I'm just going to close this, and the text of this button, it's going to say it as copy link. Okay, so that's this button for copying the link, and one more button which is going to take us to the view form page. Okay, so it's also going to be type button, and the size, let's make this small. Variant, I'm just going to make this to be outline, and the styling, let's have margin top 8 and margin left 2, and on click, I'm just going to navigate to this. I'm just going to navigate to this view form page. So view form, and pass in this form ID. Okay, and the text of this, it's going to say go to form. Okay, so that is the thing, and if not, just a null thing. Fine. So this is the change here in this and I'm just going to remove this now. Okay, fine. And that's the change in this form page. So now also we'll have to change here, pass in this params. So here I'm just going to toggle import that toggle publish form from user, and even the form. So form, I'm just going to I'm going to get this from here. So I'm just going to pass this form. Okay, fine. That's the change here. And also in this forms page, I'm just going to this I'm just going to remove this forms from user thing. Okay, and also in this slug view form page, here I'm just going to use this get form rather than get form from user. Okay, so let's get form. Okay, and here I'm just going to pass in this slug ID. Fine. And also I'm just going to remove this back to forms thing. Fine. And then in the main layout page, we are just going to add the toaster. So let me close all of this. Here I'm just going to add this toaster. So here I'm just going to add this toaster here. Fine. So yeah, that's pretty much. Let's go and have a look at it. So now let me start this. So now let's go and check this output. Hopefully we should not see any issues. So quickly I'm just going to clear this cookie, and okay, and let's go to the home page. Okay, and let's go to register page, and I'm just going to quickly create the test and sign up, and then let's sign in. I'm just going to sign in. Okay, and let's create a form. So let's close this. So now we don't have any form, so now let's okay, there is some issue in the forms page, so let's have a look at it. I'm just going to remove this as we are no longer using this. So let's save this, and let's check it out now. Okay, fine. Now let's add this title to be form 1, and I'm just going to add here the question, and also let's add some multiple questions. Okay, so quickly I'm just going to add in here. Fine, so we have these 3 questions. So now clicking on this publish, we should be able to see we are going to update our form published to true, and additionally we'll be seeing the 2 buttons here. Let's click on this. Yep, so you see we're able to see the buttons, and the forms published value is set to true, and we will be able to copy link. So clicking on this, we should be able to see the toast here. So let's click here. Link is successfully copied. So if I just go here and paste it here, yeah, so the link is copied, and now we are redirected to this view form page. And also clicking on this, it's going to take us to the view form page. Okay, fine. So this is the how we are going to toggle. Now clicking on this, we'll be not able to see this, and here if I again refresh, we should see the error page. So yep, you see the form does not exist. So that's cool. So we are able to publish and unpublish the form and save into DB, and accordingly direct it to preview or view form page. Okay, fine. Now next we'll focus on saving the answers, saving answers into a database. We'll focus on that part. Okay, so let's go back. First we will create 2 models for answer and storing the responses. So I'm going to name this table as something like answer, and this is going to have the unique ID, which is default. I'm just going to set the unique ID, and we'll have this createdAt date time, and default I'm just going to set it to now, and then the updatedAt, this is also going to be date time, so I'm just going to use the updatedAt, and the answer text, which is going to be of type string, and then the mapping to our question table. So question ID, which is I'm just going to have the relation here referencing the ID of that table. So here question, I'm just going to have the relation. So fields question ID, I'm just going to reference the ID. Fine, and here same we are going to add relation to form as well. So here form, and this is going to relation form ID to the references the ID of that table, and also the I'm just going to have the response table also. So let's create here the response is nothing but this is related to complete form, this is related to a particular question. Okay, so here let's have the ID, so the standard. So let's have the default unique ID generator, and create ID, and updatedAt I'm just going to take from here, and after this submitted@. So we'll have here submitted@, the date time, and then the mapping to our answer. So this can have many answers, so I'm just going to okay, so now let's add the relation to that. So the response ID, which is of type string, and here response. Okay, so this is going to be of type response, and the relations of fields that we'll be referring is the response id, and references id from that table. And now we are going to add the answers in the question and the answer. Okay, and even in the form thing here. So I'm just going to add here the answer. Okay, there is still, what is this issue? Okay, there is additional brackets. Okay, fine. So this is the schema. So let's quickly, I'm just going to npx prisma migrate dev, and I'm just going to added answer and response models. Okay, so let's fine, and yep, now we have this updated schema. So let's go to our the actions part. So here first is I'm going to write function which is going to help us to submit the form. Okay, so first let's create that. Even before that, I'm just going to create one function which is going to transform the way I want it. So I'm just going to name this as transform. This is going to receive the object. For now, let's make it of type any, and let's create one list to store this. So for let key in the object, I'm just going to push into our result array. So here the answer text, this is going to be object of key, and then the question id, which is going to be the key. So I'm just going to return the result from this function. So now let's write a function which is going to help us submit the form. So const submit form, let's make this as asynchronous, and here we'll receive answers hash. Okay, so I'm just going to which is going to be a string, and then the form id. Fine, and here first let's get the answers. So I'm just going to get the use the transform function, and here let's get the form dot find first throw. Here I'm just going to get that form by using the form id, and then I'm just going to iterate through this answers thing. Okay, and let's here I'm just going to get the question. Okay, so wait prisma dot question find first throw. Okay, and here I'm just going to id, it's going to be nothing but answer dot question id, and then if question dot form id is not equals to form dot id, we are just going to throw some error here. Okay, else I'm just going to return the answer. Fine, then so after this, let's get the response from the response table. So response dot create data, and I'm just going to submit it at, we are going to new date to ISO string. Fine, and then I'm just going to create a function for all the answers. So I'm just going to name this as create answer operations. Here let's do it the same way that we did using the transaction. Okay, so here the answer, I'm just going to return the prisma dot answer dot create data. It's going to be answer text, it's going to be answer dot it's going to be answer dot answer text, and then question ID, which is going to be answer dot question ID, and then the form ID, which is the form dot ID, and then the response ID, which is response dot ID. Fine, and then after this I'm just going to call here prisma dot transaction and create answer operations. Okay, and then I'm just going to return from this. Okay, this is the function which is going to help us submit the answers for particular questions of a particular form. So now going to our the view form page. So here I'm just going to I'm just going to create here the new page here. So inside this I'm just going to create form dot tsx. Okay, so here let's name this as form function, and this is going to have the questions, the submit form function, and then the form as the input params for this. So let's give the types for this questions, which is going to, for now I'm just going to mention all of them to be any, and then the form. Okay, fine, and here let's have the variable to keep track of the answers and also to update the answers. So I'm just going to use the use state. Okay, so here I'm just going to use these questions and set initially the answer for each question ID empty string. So like this, I'm just going to question dot ID, I'm just going to set the empty string, and then I'm just going to return this accumulator. Okay, fine, and yes, so this is the thing, and now let's focus on the UI. So here I'm just going to take here this this whole part. So let's take this let's take this first. Okay, going here, let's use this, let's import the input. Okay, so here we will have this and here in the input function now we'll have the on change callback function. I'm just going to update the answer for each of them. So here on change, let's get the new value first. Okay, so using the e dot target dot value, and here set answers. Let's have the previous answers as it is, and here I'm just going to spread this previous answers and then update for this particular element ID the new value. So here, fine, and this is how we are going to so let's see here. I'm just going to mention, okay, fine. So this is how we are going to update the answer for each particular question. So once we have this, then after this div, I'm just going to have one more div. So here let's do one thing. So let's first I'm just going to wrap this inside one more div. So I'm just going to cut this and okay, so yep, then after this div I'm just going to have one more div for the button. So let's have the margin top 8. Fine, here the button component, and on click I'm just going to call in the submit form function which we have just created. So here submit form and pass in the answers and then the form ID, and the text of this button, it's going to be the submit. Fine, so this is the form page. Okay, so here let's quickly, fine, and now going to this page, I'm just going to remove here I'm just going to remove all of these things, okay, so I'm just going to completely remove this thing, and we'll use the component which I've just created. So that is form, and we are going to pass in the question, so questions, and then the form, which is the form, and then the submit form, and I'm just going to import that and close this. Okay, so simple, we just segregated this to a separate component, and now so we should be in a good position to save the answer. So let's have a look. Okay, so I'm just going to the output. Okay, so here I'm just going to, okay, I think I stopped this. Okay, fine, I'm just going back to the output now. Let me refresh. Okay, so here now I'm just going to, okay, I just have to go back to this, and here I'll have to mention here use client. Okay, I'm just going to remove, sorry, not here, I'll just have to mention here the use client. Fine, now we should be in a good position to save the answers. Okay, so for this question so let's, for you to showcase the network calls, so now you see I'm just going to set the let's say, like, answer 1, answer 2, and then the answer 3 something. So now clicking on the submit, we should be seeing one network call. Yep, you see this the for each ID we are sending in the answer for this, and if you see the response, it was successfully saved into our DB. Okay, so if you see here, you see here Prisma query insert into this answer was successfully done. So yeah, so 3 answers. So if you see 3 inserts, so we were able to save the answer for a particular form and created 2 models and successfully inserted into our tables. Fine, and now let's I'm just going to create a new success page inside this forms folder. So let's create here a new folder for success, and here I'm just going to have this slug here, and let's create here the page dot tsx. Okay, so here I'm just going to find let's quickly create this page. So default function page. Here I'm just going to wrap everything inside this div. Let's add a margin in a y and x direction. Okay, and I'm going to use the alert component from shadcn. Okay, so I'm just going to add the alert. Fine, so it's added. So I'm just going to use this alert and everything, and here let's use for now the rocket icon. So here I'm just going to use this rocket icon, and the styling, let's add item width to be 4. Okay, and let's have the alert title. Here alert title I'm just going to keep here it as submission success full. Okay, and then the description for this, so alert description, and here I'm just going to say that your form has been successfully submitted, and thank you for your time. We'll change this later accordingly, whatever it suits for our needs. So fine, so this is the component. So now we'll use this component inside this view form. Here I'm first, let's use the get the router. Okay, so using the use router from next navigation, and now in the submit button I'm just going to navigate to this page. Okay, which is this nothing but form slash success slash form.id. Okay, so fine, and this is the simple thing. So now let's go and check it out. So we should be able to see this. Let's go back. So I'm just going to, okay, so here we are in this thing. So let's go to this form first. Okay, so I'm just going to say something like just something like this. I'm just typing. So now clicking on this, we should be able to save these answers for each ID. Along with this, after successfully inserting, it should redirect us to the success page. So let's click on this. Yep, you see on the form has been successfully submitted, and we are navigated to this success page. Fine, so now we are saving it. So now next what we will focus on is now we collected responses and saving successfully into our database. So next thing is we will focus on how to show this responses in our UI. So let's go back and complete the things needed to showcase the responses. Okay, so I'm going back to the code. So first let's write a query to get the responses. Okay, so into the actions file. So here I'm just going to write here function. Okay, so to get the queries needed, to get the responses. So let's name this function as get responses summary from user. So I'm just going to name this. Okay, and the input for this function, it's going to be the form id, which is of type string. First now let's get the session. Okay, so using the get session, and here if there is no session user id, I'm just going to return the error with the not authenticated message. Okay, and now let's get the questions here. Let's query on prisma dot question dot find many, where the form id is equals to form id, and I'm just going to include the answers. So here we are going to order by this createdAt, so which is nothing but I'm just going to order by descending order, and also the order by this order the ascending. Okay, fine. So and then I'm just going to return this questions. Fine, so this is going to give us the responses needed for us. And now let's go to the I'm going to create a new page for that. So inside this forms, let's create a new folder. I'm just going to name this as responses, and we'll have the slug folder, and same dynamic for each form. And let's create here the page dot tsx. Okay, so let's create this page. Okay, so export default, let's make this as asynchronous, and a function, and a page, and params. Okay, so this is going to be the params, which is going to have the slug, which is of type string. Okay, so fine, and let's first get the result, which is get responses summary from user, and pass in the slug id. Okay, so here let's render the div. So let's add the margin x 48, and in y direction let's add 20, and this div. So here I'm just going to have this go back to forms text button. Okay, so kind of a div. Okay, so here let's have this inside the link, and here href, it's going to take back to forms, and the text here it's going to be back to forms. Okay, fine. Then after this I'm just going to have the header, which is going to say the text as responses. So here I'm just going to add the scroll, and let's have the border at the bottom, and the padding bottom let's add 2, and text size I'm just going to make 3 times XL. Font, let's make it to be semi bold, and tracking I'm just going to add this tight. Okay, and let's add this transition colors, and if it's a first, I'm just going to have margin top 0, and the text is going to be the responses. Fine, and here I'm just going to iterate through this result, and get the each question, and here I'm just going to return the question. So for this let's have a simple small component. So I'm just going to create right away on top of this function. So let's name this as a question, and this is going to receive the question. Okay, and here and I'm just going to mention this as any. Okay, for now, and here let's return this, and let's wrap everything inside the card. So let's add the card from shadcn. Okay, so I'm just going to add here, and I'm just going to wrap everything inside the card component. Okay, and let's give the styling for this. Okay, let's give styling for this 3. So let's have the call span 3 and have margin top 8. Okay, fine. And here sorry, I forgot this. Okay, and here the header, card header. Okay, and this will have the title. I'm just going to showcase the question text, and then the card description, it's going to be this question dot answers, sorry, answers dot length, and I'm just going to show the responses. Okay, this is the card description. Then after this header, we'll have the card content. So here in this, let's have the div. Okay, and in this, let's have space in the y direction 8. And here I'm just going to go through these answers and map through each answer. Okay, and try to display that. So here I'm just going to return this div, and the key I'm just going to set the answer dot key, and let's have margin left 4, and the space in the y direction, let's have little space between each answer. Okay, and let's close this div, and here let me, okay, fine. And here in the p tag, I'm just going to show that answer. Okay, so let's make this small text, and the text I'm just going to muted background. Okay, and here I'm just going to showcase the answer text. Fine, so this is how we're going to showcase the question and the answers related to that question. So here I'm just going to use this above component, so question, and then I'm just going to pass in this question for this component. So let me, okay, and so here key, I'm just going to have this ID. Okay, okay, fine. This is the responses page, and now let's go to this row actions. Okay, so if you go to row actions, I'm just going to below this edit, I'm just going to add this drop down menu item. Okay, and here on click, I'm just going to router dot push to this responses page which we have just created, responses, and here row dot get value of the ID. Okay, and I'm just going to this text, I'm just going to show this as check responses. So this is the responses page. Let's check if we are able to render this, or if there are any errors, we will check it. So going back to our output. Okay, so let me go back to forms. So I'm just moving back to forms page. So here we have this check responses now. So let's check this. Yep, you see there are for this question we have 3 responses, and this is the answers, and also for this question we have this response and this. So we are successfully able to show the responses for each question of a particular form. Okay, fine. So this is how we showcase the responses for a particular form. Next, what we will do here is, let's try to add something like registering dialog and change the login and sign in button. So first, let's first focus on the adding the register dialog when user is trying to create a form if he has not registered. Okay, so I'll go back and add the dialog for the register flow. I'm going to create the register dialog for now in this main page. Okay, so let's just here I'm just going to create in here so I mean in this, fine. Okay, so in this home component, so what we'll do, let's try to I'm going to define here separate component here. So let's for now let's name this as register, and then let's focus on the so here I'm just going to add the dialog component from shadcn. So it's adding. So once that's get added, we'll use this dialog component. So here I'm just going to use this dialog, and the trigger dialog trigger is going to be the create form button. So I'm just going to give the text for this button as create form. Then after this trigger, we'll have the content of this dialog. Okay, so and let's give some styling for this. So if it's a small screen, the max width will restrict it to so let's say some 475 pixel for now. And here the dialog header, the title, it's going to be the register, and then the description. So for now I'm just going to mention some random text here. Later on we'll change if needed. Okay, so here I'm just going to for full access and seamless experience on this application, please take a movement to register, something like this. Okay, so fine. So this is the header. Okay, and then after this header, let's have the fields for input, email and password. Okay, and the button to submit it. Okay, so here I'm just going to give this as in the grid and have gap 2 between them. And first thing, the label. So this is going to have the email, and the label text I'm just going to set it as email. And here the input, this ID, it's the email, and then the placeholder I'm just going to set it as something like abc at the rate something like example.com. Fine, and the type I'm just going to mention this as the email. So this is the input to take the email. So then after this, the input to take the password. So this I am just going to even this let's add inside the grid and have these two gap between them, and label the HTML for this ID password, and the label it's going to be password. Okay, fine. So here the input, the ID, it's going to be the password, and the type is the password. Fine. So this is the two inputs to take the email and password, and then after this, I'm just going to have the footer. So here I'm just going to have here a dialog footer. So this is going to have the button just to submit. Okay, so here button, this is going to be of type submit, and the text of this we are going to have the register. So this is the register component. Okay, so fine, and I am just going to create a simple function inside our actions to know whether the user is logged in or not, so not to rewrite the code again and again. Okay, so let's go to this library and actions part. So I'm just going to write one function. So I'm naming this as check if the user is logged in. Okay, and let's make this as asynchronous, and I'm just going to get the session here. So session, and here if we don't find any user ID, then we are just going to return here the false, else we are just going to return the true. Okay, this is the simple function. Okay, now let's go back to this page. So here in the home component now, okay, so I'm just going to first get that is user logged in, is user logged. I'm just going to use this check if user logged in. Okay, and after this let's have this here I'm just going to have one border. Okay, and sorry, div, and have border at the bottom, and inside this I'm just going to add the header title of our application. Okay, so let's make this as a font type to be bold, and tracking I'm just going to make this as tight, and the cursor, let's change it to the pointer. The text I'm just going to set it to simple fonts. Okay, and then let's add some div for other options if needed. Okay, so for this I'm just going to set margin left auto, and let's make this flex, and the items I want to be centered, and let's add the space between each item in the x direction too. Fine, and here just in the let's say add the span and give the color for this some slate color. Okay, and make this text size to be small, and the cursor, let's make this as a pointer. Fine, and here just I'm going to give I'm just going to write something like this, some text, and later we'll change here. Okay, fine, and after this I'm just going to have here some icon. Okay, let's say for now let's give our GitHub icon. Okay, so I'm just going to import this from the React. Okay, so Lucid React. Okay, so I'm just going to give that. So here I'm just going to give, and let's change the cursor to pointer, and also color I'm just going to make this as a black, and the stroke width also I'm just going to change here to something like, let's say 1.75, and the size let's make little big, 18, and fill I just want to set it to true. Fine, so this is just the adding the icon and all. And now for this section, okay, let's add the styling. Let's add margin top little 12 and padding in x direction. I'm just going to add 32. Okay, fine. And after this, let's and also I'm just going to add in here just the margin top 4, and I don't want the margin left, so I'm just going to remove that. Okay, so now instead of this create form, we are going to based on the condition. Okay, so I'm just going to remove this. Okay, if it's user logged in, then I'm just going to show the create form. If not, we are going to show the register thing component. Okay, so here let's add margin top for this div as well. Let's have some space. Okay, so fine. And now I'm just going to here use this is user logged check. Okay, if that is true, I'm just going to use this link. Okay, and I'm just going to change this thing to forms. Okay, so let's redirect to the forms. Okay, if not, okay, so here we are just going to showcase this register component. Okay, fine. And then after this section, I'm just going to have options to just kind of seeing the dashboard or rate or responses. For now, let's add this div for that. Okay, so let's have the padding extraction 32 and have the margin at the top, let's say 8. And at the div, let's wrap everything inside this div. Margin bottom, I'm just going to make a 4 and make it display the flex and items centered. So first div for the dashboard text. Okay, so let's make this as bold. For now, we are not going to add any functionality, just for showcasing purpose we are going to add these options. Okay, so here let's make this flex and items center, and let's add padding at the right 8 and the cursor pointer. Okay, so the text I'm going to add is the dashboard. Okay, fine. And after this, the div for, let's say, something like editor. Okay, so let's make this also flex item center, and let's add padding x direction 8. Font type, I'm just going to make this medium, and I'm just going to mute the foreground and make the cursor to be pointer. So here the text is the editor, and the one more div for showing responses. Okay, so here the same the styling, it's going to remain the same. Okay, so font medium, and the text muted foreground, and let's make the cursor to be pointer. Fine. And here the text is responses. Okay, this is the change in our main page. Okay, so fine. And also that is it. So now let's go and check it out. Hopefully we should be seeing the changes we made. So going to this, okay, I'm just going to first thing okay, this is here. I'm just going to correct this. So I just added this. So now we are logged in, so I'm just going to clear the cookie. So you will see the register dialog. So let me see, this is the dialog to register the user. So now once we click on this register, we should be registering the user, and then redirect the user to forms. Okay, so that will do. But now what we thought of an adding dialog, it's okay, but this UI this is not good, so I'm going to change this. Let's go back. So in this app page, what I'm going to do here, I'm just going to add here one div, and let's make this as a flex, and the height I'm just going to restrict to the 16, and the items, let's make this centered, and padding x direction I'm going to make 32. Fine. And now everything, this h4 and this div, I'm just going to wrap inside this div. Okay, so here, and now let's have a look. At least we should be seeing the so fine, it's looking good now. So now let's see this one. So going back to the this text. Okay, so the change we are seeing here, this one. So here maybe I would have to check here the margin. So here we will just for this section, so this is the section that is not properly aligned, right? So what I'm going to do here, I'm just going to add in here the margin left. Let's say for now, let's check this. Let's give bigger number. Okay, no, this is not, let me no, this is not working. So for this section, we added here margin left, so I'm just going to remove this, and now hopefully we should see it is properly aligned. Yep, so now it's looking decent enough. Okay, so now the dialogue and the text and the navbar title, it's fine. So now let's go back, and let's try to make some changes to pretty the table form. So that is, I'm just going to go to the pagination. So here inside this forms table, let's change this with a gap of interval of 5. So I'm just going to change this to 5, 10, and 15, 20, and 25. Okay, fine. And then in the data table, I'm just going to give here the initial state. Okay, so initial state, the pagination, I'm just going to give here the page size to 5. Okay, so now if we see, now we should see the 5 pages. So here I'm just going to the register page. Okay, so let's log in. We already have, so test, and let's sign in. Okay, so now let's go to forms. So now you see rows per page is 5, and you will see the option change to 25. Fine. So this is what we just changed the pages per rows per page to 5. Okay, and the interval to be interval of 5. Okay, fine. Now I'm going to add the go to forms link here. So inside this forms page, okay, so let's go back. Here I'm just going to add the let's say in the preview page. Okay, so here in this page, let's add the icon and back to editor properly thing. So here we have this divs div. So first let's make changes to this styling. So I'm just going to change to auto, and also I'm going to add the margin top to 18, and if it's a smaller, I'm just going to change the margin y direction to 24, and also set width to full, and maximum width let's restrict it to the extra small. And again, if it's a smaller screen, let's change the max width to 4 times Excel. Okay, so after this, here now this text, I'm just going to change this. I'm just going to change this, and also I'm going to change this to just the forms. Okay, back to forms, and inside this I'm going to add the div with, let's say, make this display as flex and items center. And here I'm just going to add here the move left icon, and let's give the styling for this, and let's have a margin right, and the color I'm just going to give it as a black, same like we did for the GitHub icon. Okay, so stroke width let's give 1.75, and then I'm just going to give absolute stroke width, and size let's keep it 18. So this is the icon, and then the text, which is going to say, like, back to editor. Okay, that's the change in this preview page. And also I'm just going to increase the size of our title. Fine. And also here let's add more margin to the top. Let's make it as 16. Fine. And now in the forms and slug, even there, so here even in this we are going to add this icon. Okay, so let's, here we have this now go back to forms as well. So here let's do the same. So I'm going to do the same here as well. So first let's check the preview thing. So going here, I'm just going to the edit thing and going here to the preview. So now we have this proper thing. So back to editor, and there's margin top. Okay, so clicking this, it's take us to the forms. Okay, fine. So let's go back here. Here I'm just going to add the same, let's add a margin X auto, and in the y direction I'm just going to add less margin 6, and top let's add more, and if it's a small, let's add a more y margin in the y direction, and let's make this width full, and max width let's have extra small, and if it's a smaller screen, let's add the 4 times Excel. Fine. Then after this I'm just going to wrap everything inside this div. Okay, so this is I'm just going to have this div inside this. Okay, so here so let's first remove this. So here in here we are going to add the icon and the text to so let's wrap here inside this div, same like we did just now in the preview page. Okay, so here so I'm just going to take from there, let's take this completely. Okay, so I'm just going to just have to import this. Okay, fine, and here I'm just going to change the text to the back to my forms. Okay, fine, and then I'm just going to then rest of them I'm just going to keep them as it is. Okay, and here this is the div and this the button as usual, so we're not going to make any changes to the preview and add question and all. So then here after this we are going to have this div, and I'm just going to have this one more div here. Okay, so now we should be good. Fine, so that's the change here. We just what I just added the icon along with the text. Okay, that's the small change. So now going to our this forms page also we should be able to see. So now here let's go. Now you see even here it's looking good. So that's how we add the icon, and then going back to the page we wanted. Fine, and now let's add the components to login, I mean the register and the login, those things. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create the components for each of them. So let's go back. In this components folder I'm just going to create the first let's create the logout. So I'm just going to create the logout component. So let's name this as logout component. Okay, so here I'm just going to have just quickly one div, and let's give styling for this. Let's add this transition colors, and on hover let's say text foreground. Okay, so I'm just going to divide by 80 to look good, and same normally also I'm just going to have this foreground, and let's make the cursor to be a pointer. Okay, the text it's going to say as the just the component like button for logout. Okay, so not the whole page. Okay, so here I'm just going to mention the use client. Fine, this is for the logout, and now for login link as well. So here I'm just going to create for that as well inside this components folder. Let's name this as login link .tsx. Okay, so first as usual, so this is the component. I'm just going to mention use client. Okay, so here let's name this component name login link, so it has to be function. Fine, and so here we'll have the state variables to keep track of the email password and also if it's loading or not, and if there are any errors we are going to maintain them as well. So quickly I'm just going to store those using use state hook. Okay, so here let's have the loading. So set loading use state. So by default I'm just going to set it to false, and here the form values. So set form values. So this is going to be object with the email and the password. So both I'm just going to set it to empty string default values. Okay, and then the error. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this empty string for now. Okay, fine. And here let's write the on submit function. Okay, so it's going to be straightforward. So on submit. Okay, here we are going to receive the event of form event, and here first thing I'm just going to call the prevent default on the event and set loading to true, and then let's set the form values to the default values. Okay, email and the password. Then after this, in a try catch block, let's first now set loading to false, and let's get the sign in. Okay, so here I'm just going to call the sign in from Next.js. Okay, so I'm just going to credentials, and here redirect, let's set to false, and email email, it's going to be the form values dot email, and the password, it's going to be form values dot password, and then the callback URL, it's going to be the forms. Okay, after logging in it's going to take us to that. So here if no errors, okay, I'm just going to so let's get the router. Okay, so let's here I'm just going to get the router using the use router from Next navigation. Okay, so if there is no error, I'm just going to go to this forms page. Okay, fine. Else I'm just going to set this error and saying something like, invalid email or password. Fine. And in the catch block, okay, so if there is any error, okay, let's set loading to false, and then I'm just going to set error, whatever the error message we receive. Okay, this is the on submit function. Fine. And also I'm just going to have function to handle change values of the email and password. So here handle change. Okay, this event is going to be of type change event HTML input element. Okay, so here let's get the name and the value from the event dot target, and I'm just going to set the form value. So whatever we have, I'm just going to keep as it is, and for that particular name I'm just going to set this value whatever we get from the event. Fine. So now let's focus on the UI. So let's wrap everything inside the dialog. So here this dialog trigger, so dialog trigger, so let's have the here the text as login. Okay, so transition colors, and let's same like we did for the logout div. Okay, so let's add the foreground. So I'm just going to keep the same as we did for the logout thing. Okay, so let's make this as a cursor pointer. Now the text of this div, it's going to be login. Fine, so this is the trigger, and now the content. Okay, so here the dialog content, let's give styling for this, that is, let's restrict the max width to same 475 pixel. Now first the header, so dialog header, the title is going to be the login. Okay, so I'm just going to add in the title as login, and then the description. So here description, we are just going to say something like, login for full access, and something like, seamless experience on this platform. Okay, fine, something this text. Okay, after this header, let's have the div which is going to have the form, and so here I'm just going to have the form, and on submit function I'm just going to pass in our on submit function which you have just written, and the styling, let's have the padding in the y direction too. And here if there are any errors, okay, I'm just going to display that in the p tag. Okay, so let's have this padding, and let's make this rounded, and I'm just going to show this errors. Fine, and after this let's have the div for two input elements. Okay, so here I'm just going to make this as a grid and have the gap between them as 2. Let's have margin at the top to 3. Okay, so here let's use the label, and this is for the email. So email, and now we'll have the input for taking the email from the user. So id is email, and type is email, and the name also it's email, and the placeholder I'm just going to give something like, abc@example.com, like we did for the register dialog. And the value, it's going to be form values dot email, and on change I'm just going to pass this handle change function which you have written. Okay, fine, and so this is the input for email, and let's do the same for the password as well. So here let's have this also grid, and a gap I'm just going to give 2, and the margin top same as the above, and here the label, so this is for password, so the label it's going to say the password, and have the input. So here input id, it's going to be a password, and then name is also going to be password, and then type, it's password, and value, it's be form values dot password, and on change I'm just going to pass in this callback function. Fine, and after this I'm just going to have the footer with the submit login button. Okay, so here dialog footer button, so I'm just going to add the margin top. Okay, fine, and this type, it's going to be submit, and the text, it's going to say the login. Fine, so this is the login link component. Okay, so fine, and also same thing we are going to do for a register as well. So so it's going to be same. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to first create here the new file. So register link, I'm just going to copy this and change the things according to the register component. Okay, so here the register thing, so here now we'll have here a name as well. So I'm just going to set here the name. Okay, and now I'll have to set here the name as well. So fine, and now in the try block I'm just going to so I'm just going to try to register the user, so using fetch thing. So let's do it this way. So API is slash register, and here method it's going to be of post, and the body I'm just going to stringify the form values. Okay, and the headers I'm just going to pass in here the content type to application slash JSON. Okay, fine, and then set loading I'm just going to false. Okay, and here after this if this is response is not okay, I'm just going to set error with this whatever the JSON we got in the message. Okay, so this is the message I'm going to set, and then I'm just going to return from this. Fine, then after this let's have the sign in. Okay, and credentials I'm just going to let's comment this redirect, and then it's going to remain the same. Okay, fine, and here I'm just going to navigate it to our home page. Fine, and rest it's going to remain same, except here the text it's going to be sign up, and here I'm allowed to change the text here even from login to register. Even this I'm just going to change here something like for full access, and something like seamless experience on this platform. Please take a moment to register, something like this. Fine, then after this it's pretty much the same except that I'm just going to add in here the text. Let's make this centered text, and let's add the background to red color, so to indicate this is an error, and let's increase the padding y direction 4, and let's have margin at the bottom 6. Okay, and it's going to remain the same. And now we'll have to add the div for name. Okay, so I'm just going to add in here, so this is going to be name, and here as well the label it's going to be name. So even the ID type and thing we are going to change it to name. Okay, and now here the placeholder will change it to some example, let's say some name. Okay, and the value it's going to be now the name. Okay, fine, and the rest is going to remain the same, except that now here the text we're going to change from login to register. Okay, so I'm just going to change this to register. So these are the, and also let's change the name. Okay, so here I'm just going to change the name to register link. Okay, so now let's go to this app page, and based here now based on this his user logged in value, we are going to showcase those components which we have just created. So that is, let's so here in this div I'm just going to let's add a space between them little more, and let's make the text to be small, and the font I'm just going to make this medium. So here I'm just going to, here if is user is not logged, I'm just going to show this login link component. Okay, and the same thing here if user is not logged, I'm just going to show here the register link, and if user is logged, I'm just going to show the logout component. Okay, fine. And also here now the register thing, we'll have to take in the name also as an input. So what we will do, let's create we had this in the same file, so I'm just going to create here new file inside this app folder. I'm just going to name this as something like register dialog. Okay, so this is going to be same as the register link. For now I'm just going to take whatever we had here and make changes accordingly. Okay, so here let's go to this, and here the imports, let's change this. Okay, and I'm just going to add in here the components. Okay, so yep, so this is the change in the imports. Okay, and here mostly it's going to remain the same, except that I'll just have to change the button text in the dialog trigger and those things. Okay, so here let's go to this triggering point. Okay, here so here instead of this div I'm just going to have the button, so which is going to say the text as create form. Okay, and remaining things it's going to be same, so remaining things it's going to remain the same. Fine, and now we are going to let's change this name also to register dialog. Okay, so now going to the page thing, so here I'm just going to use this register dialog instead of this register. Okay, so let's use this register dialog. So now let's go back to the output and see. So let me first log out. Okay, so here I'm just going to clear this cookie. Okay, so now let me go back to the home page. So now you see we have this login, sign up, and this thing. So clicking on this, it should take take us to the register dialog, and this is going to take to the login dialog. Okay, so even this, if we are not logged in, it's going to open as the register dialog. Okay, so if I, so for now we already have the user one, so let's try to log in with this user. Okay, now we should see this we are navigating to the forms page, and now if I go back to this, now you see we are seeing the logout. So this we have not added the functionality yet, but we are So this is how we are showcasing the dialogues we have created for login, registering, and the logout button as well in the navbar. Okay, fine. And here in the preview we did change something. So here the link here has to be to this ID. So I'm just going to change here back to this form.id. okay, so here fine. And also in the responses thing, I'm just going to add in that icon. So we have the same. So let's go to this. I'm just going to take this div. So here let's go to responses. Also here I'm just going to add in this div, and let's import this move left. Okay, and I'm just going to change the text to back to my forms. Okay, we just changed the we just added this icon in the response page as well, and in the preview page to that respective form ID. Okay, so and also in the view form I'm just going to do just the for this title. I'm just going to this div, I'm just going to change the styling. So let's add the margin top to 16, and also if it's a smaller, I'm just going to add in here the bigger Y margin, and let's make a width to be full, and max width let's restrict to the extra small. And here if it's a small screen, let's have the max width to 4 times XL. Okay, so that's the change in this. So hopefully now going back we should not see any so let's check this responses. Okay, so preview, so fine, it's looking good. So going back to forms, and if I click on this responses, so we are seeing this icon, so it's looking good. Fine, now what we will do here is now let's focus on how to create a question along with the options for a particular question. Okay, so we will focus on that part. So let's go back. So let's first create a table for options, to store options for against a particular question. So here I'm just going to create here one model which I'm going to name it as an option, and this would have the ID which is of type string, and then the ID, and the default we are going to set to unique ID. Okay, and then we'll have this createdAt and updatedAt columns, then the question ID, so to which this option is going to be associated, and then the option text. Okay, so which is going to be a string. Then let's have the relation to question table, so which is question is of type question, and then we are going to establish a relation to that table using the question ID, and references the ID of that table. Fine, and then this is going to have the order, and then the we are going to have here the answer which is going to have list of answers. Okay, fine. So now let's add this to this answers model. So here option ID which is of type string, and let's make this as optional, and also here the relation to this table option. So I'm just going to map this option ID to this ID in the questions sorry option table. Fine, now and also in the question. Okay, I'm just going to add in here the type which is going to be of type string, and then the options. So here it can have many options. Okay, so this is the so fine, so this is the model to store the option and then relationship between the question and answer. Fine, now we have the what do you say, the model ready. So what I'm going to do here, I'm just going to migrate this, and I'm just going to name option added. Okay, so let's do just I'm just going to push this. Let's not worry about the data loss. Okay, so now we have updated our schema. So let's go to the actions part, and let's first make some changes in some of the functions we have already written. So here while I'm going to create a question, so let's first so here in this create question, so I'm just going to add the type here now. So we were so here we were using now we have added the additional type here, so we have to mention the type now. So here I'm just going to give the type to be of the short response. Okay, so this is the change, and now let's create a new function which is going to create an option for a question. So I'm just going to write here, so let's name this function as create option question. Okay, fine, and let's make this as asynchronous, and the inputs for this, it's going to be the form id, which is of type string, and then the question order, which is of type number. Fine, and as usual, so let's get the session here, and if there is no user id on this session object, I'm just going to return the error object with message not authenticated. Not authenticated. And then here let's find the form, so where the id is the form id that we did receive as an input for this function, and then the user id, it's going to be session dot user dot id. And now let's get the questions here. So questions, I'm just going to get the questions by querying on the questions table. So find many. Now okay, where I'm just going to use the form id, and then the order, I'm just going to get greater than or equal of the question order, and overall I'm just going to order by this order in the ascending order. Okay, fine, so this is going to give us the questions. Now let's have the updating the order of the questions. Okay, so I'm just going to name this as update operations. So here let's iterate through the list of the questions that we did get, and here the question. So then I'm just going to calculate the new order. So new order is going to be question dot order plus 1, and then I'm just going to update for each question. So that is update this particular question where id is question.id and then the form id. The data we are going to update is the new order. Fine, so this is how we are going to update the order of each question, and then this is the function to create a question function. Okay, so let's name this as create question function, and here I'm just going to query the create the question here. So data we are going to pass in the user id, which is going to be session.user.id, and then the form id, then order I'm going to be the question order, then type. Now we are going to change this to many options rather than the short response. Okay, so then here the options we are going to create with the order 1, and then the open text as this option 1. Okay, so this is how we are going to create an option for a particular question and change the type to the many options. So after this, I'm just going to so here update operations, and I'm just going to push this create question function to this update operations, and then apply transaction using the Prisma, okay, on this update operation, so which is going to perform all updates we have mentioned above. Okay, and then I'm just going to return. So this is the function which is going to update order for each question and also create a new question with type many options along with the option for that question. Okay, so fine, and now let's go to the forms page. So here I'm just going to add in here the additional param for this. So here it's going to be the create option question. So here I'm just going to import this create option question. Fine, and now let's go back to this the form page, and we are going to add in this parameter to this component. So here I'm just going to add in here the create option question, which is of type any, and here as well I'm just going to pass this. Fine, then right after this add a question button, I'm just going to create here the new button which is going to say like an add option question for now. Okay, so let me add this button. So this is going to be type of button, so it's everything same. So let's do one thing. I'm just going to copy this, and here we are just going to change the text to add option question, and now this is going to be create option question, and then it's going to remain the same. So this is the change for this. So now let's go back to the output and see if you're able to see this button, and this will be creating, on clicking this it's going to create our option question, but still we have we'll have to add the radio groups for options, so which we will do now. So let's first see if the button is visible or not. Okay, so going to this okay, so let's first create the user because we clean this db. Okay, so here I'm just going to the home page, so let's sign up. I'm just going to sign up and fine, and now let's create a new form. Yep, you see now we have this add option question. So going to the network calls. Now if I'm clicking on this, okay, there is an issue. Okay, there is issue here with the type. So let me check this. So there was not much of an issue. I just had to restart the application. Okay, now you see clicking on this, it's going to make one network call which is going to create an option for the question. So you see it was did create an option for a question. Now clicking on this, it's going to give us the other questions, because I did click this 2 times, so this gave additional 2 question along with this option. So fine, now let's focus on writing a component which is going to display even the options for a particular question, okay, when we click this. So going back here in the we are going to create the component inside this. Let's say for now, let's create inside the this form page itself. So here I'm just going to before that I need a radio group component from the shadcn. So I'm just going to add here from shadcn the component which is the radio group. So let's add this. So it's installing, and once it gets added, let's yep, it's added. So now I'm just going to create a new component here. So I'm going to name this as question radio group, question radio group, and this is going to have the receive options, and then the form id, and then the question id, then a function to create an option. Okay, so for now I'm just going to mention this of type any. Fine, and first is let's write the debounce function. Okay, so which is going to update the text of our option. So I'm just going to use this so what we'll do first, let's have this actions to create an option and then update the option text things. Okay, so I'll come back here. Let's go to our actions. So I'm just going to create this. So first let's write the function to update the text of our option. So I'm just going to name this as an update option text, and make this as asynchronous, and this is going to receive the text to update, which is the type string, and then the option id, which is of type string, then the question id that this option is belonging to, then the form id that this question is belonging to. Fine, so here first let's get the session. Let's get the session, and then if the user id is not found, I'm just going to return the error object with not authenticated. Okay, fine, and okay, if not, I'm just going to find the question. So that is find first row, and here where I'm just going to pass in the user ID, which is the session.user.id, and then the ID, which is question ID, along with the form ID. So this is going to give us the question. Now let's update the option. So await prisma dot option dot update, where ID is option ID and the data that we are going to update is the option text. So I'm just going to pass this option text. So this is how we are going to update the option for the option text for the particular option. And then let's revalidate the path. Okay, that is this form / form ID and then return. So this is to update the option text. So we'll let's have the function to create an option as well. So I'm just going to here I'm just going to name this as create option. So this is going to receive the question ID, which is of type string, and then the form ID, which is of type string, and then the order, which is of type number. So I'm just going to take this, this is standard, so just to make sure that user is authenticated. Okay, so then after this, first let's get the question. So that is const question await prisma dot question dot find first throw, where the ID is question ID and user ID is going to be session dot user dot ID, and then the form ID. Okay, and here I'm just going to include the options, and I'm just going to order by this order. Okay, so which is the thing. Fine, and this is going to give us the question. And now let's get the options out of that question. So here let's get the options, question dot options. This is where we are going to update the options order and then do via Prisma transaction. Okay, so here create options order. So I'm just going to filter this option, and here if the option dot order is greater than or equals to this order, I'm just going to return true, else I'm just going to return the false. Fine, and then I'm just going to map each option and update the order for that. So new order, it's going to be a question dot order +1. So then I'm just going to update that order for each option. So update where the ID is going to be the option dot ID, and then the data. So here it's going to be now the new order. So this is the how we are going to update the options order. And then let's have here the create order function. So here I'm just going to prisma dot option dot create the data. So pass in the order, then the option text, which is going to be option, and the order number, then the question ID. So here I'm just going to pass in the question ID. Fine, and then let's push this to our update operations order. So So here sorry, this I think I misspelled it, so sorry, it's update, not create. Okay, so update operations dot I'm just going to push this create order function. Okay, fine, and then I'm just going to perform this in a transaction. Update options order. Okay, and then I'm just going to revalidate this path. So fine, this particular form ID. So this is how we create an option and make sure the order of the each option is correct. Okay, so these are the two actions that we needed. Now let's go to the component we were creating. So here, okay, so now I'm just going to now let's use this use debounced callback, and let's have the order, and I'm just going to call in here the create option and pass in the question ID, and then the form ID, and then the order, and the interval I'm just going to provide is the 500 milliseconds. Fine, so that is this debounced function which is going to let's not create an so let's update have the debounce to update the text first. So let's change this. So here I'm just going to have this option text, receive option text, and then the option ID, and here let's call this update option text, and pass in this option text, option ID, the question ID, and then the form ID. Okay, fine, and so that is this. And now let's have the reference to the last input of the option. So I'm just going to create using the useref. I'm just naming this as last input ref. Let's import the useref from React, and this initially I'm just going to set the null, and let's let's have the debounced to create option as well. So here debounced create option. So here I'm just going to get the order, and I'm just going to use the create option, pass in the question ID, form ID along with the order, and let's have the time interval for updating as 500 milliseconds. Fine, and then after this I'm just going to check if there are no options, or the options dot length is equals to 0. We are just going to return null. Okay, fine, if not, let's focus on returning the radio buttons. Okay, so let's wrap everything inside the radio group. So default value I'm just going to set it to option 1, and let's have the font to be base. Okay, fine, here let's iterate through this options dot map, and we are going to get the option along with the index, and let's focus on returning the div for this. So here let's have the unique key for each div, so which is going to be the option dot id, and then the styling, let's make this as a flex, and items I'm just going to center, and let's have the space in the x direction, and make this as a relative, and also group. Fine, and here first thing let's have the radio group item. So radio group item, and the value I'm going to assign the option 1 and ID also to be option 1. Okay, so after this, the input, which is going to take the text of the for this option. So here input, and I'm just going to have the ref attached to this. So here if options dot length is equals to index plus 1, then I'm just going to pass in this last input ref which we have defined, if not just null. Okay, fine. And then the default value I'm just going to set for now the whatever the option text we have in this option, and then the placeholder, it's going to be the type the option. Fine. And the styling for this, we are going to have the same that we do have for the other input. So let's take this. I'm just going to copy this styling. Okay, so this is the styling, and here in the on change of this thing, we are going to call this debounced function which we have written above, and pass in this the option text along with the option ID. So here, okay, so this is how we are going to update the text of the particular option. So after this, I'm just going to have a div which is going to kind of showcase the trash icon. So let's create that. Let's make this as absolute, and have this top to left to be 0, and let's add this transform, and I'm just going to apply the negative translate x, make it full, and let's hide this, and only on hovering, so this group hover, I'm just going to have this display as inline flex. Okay, so here let's have this div, let's add margin right, so that there's little gap between the icons and the text. This is the icon for the trash icon. So here let's make the hover cursor pointer. Let's have this trash 2 icon. So size, I'm just going to make this 20, and then the class name, let's make this text gray color, something, let's say like 700. And in this on click, for now I'm not going to do anything, so let's leave this as it is, and then we will figure out to write a function to delete the option as well. Okay, and so here after this, I'm just going to have one more div which is going to dynamically add a new options for us. So here div on click, I am going to call this create option, and pass in this question ID, and then the form ID, then the options dot length. Okay, and the key for this, I'm just going to for now mention something like random. Okay, let's keep whatever is the unique key, and display, let's make this as a flex, and item centered, and let's have the space between them two. Okay, fine. And this is going to be the same as this, so I'm just going to take this thing. So let's make some changes there. So here so I'm not going to attach this ref, and the default value I'm just going to say something like add the other option, and then this on change also I'm not going to have anything. So this is the question radio group component. So now let's use this in the above. So first let's update this. I'm just going to add in here the additional params. So update, first update options text. So this I'm just going to get this from our actions. So update option text, and then the create option, which is going to be a create option from the actions. Okay, so now let's go back, and here I'm just going to add this options in this component as a parameters. So here after this I'm just going to update the option text, which is of type any for now, and then the create option any. Okay, so let me here update option text and then the create option. Fine, so this is how we update the params. Now let's make some changes in this while we are displaying the questions here. Now based on the type of the element. Okay, so here after this if the element dot type is equals to short response, we are just going to show the default things we have here. Okay, so here I'm just going to if this is the case, I'm just going to let's first take this. Okay, so let me use this inside this if condition. Okay, so I'm going to show this if it is the now after this, let's here if the element dot type is equals to many options, I am going to return one more div here with the key. Let's quickly complete this div, and let's have margin bottom 5. Okay, so let's close this div. So this is going to have the input along with the question radio group that we have created this component. Okay, so here let's take this input okay, so here I'm just going to take this input here and reuse this same. So this is going to be the same, and after this I'm just going to use this question radio group and pass in the options, which is element dot options, and then the form id, passing in the form id, and then the question id, which is the element dot id, then the create option function. So this is how we are going to showcase the options that user is going to create. So mostly these are the changes required to see the options that user is creating. So now let's go back to the output and have a look if you're able to create the options or not. So I'm just going back let's go back to the output. So now now let's go back to our forms. Let me create here the new form. Okay, so here now adding this like it's pretty straightforward. We are receiving this. Now clicking on this should display the radio group component as well. So okay, okay, we are not able to. Let me check this. So here basically while we are trying to get the questions from user, we'll have to include the options as well. So that's where we were not able to see the options. So I'm just going to include the options, and also here I'm just going to order by this order ascending. Okay, and also when we are creating the option question, so we will just after this transaction I'm just going to revalidate our the id page. Okay, so here so that we'll have updated values there. So form id. Okay, so now hopefully now we should be able to see the options as well. So let's go to the output. So yep, you see we the options that we had is are reflecting now. So let me go to this. So let's create a new form. So let me see now we are able to create the option. So now here clicking on this, it's going to add the multiple dynamically the options that we want. Okay, so and we can the update the text as well, so which is pretty smooth and straightforward. And so now it's checking everything, so we'll take care of this. And now let's focus on now deleting the option thing. So for that again we'll have to create one action function. So let's go back. So other things straightforward and option question. Yeah, see now this is fine. So let's go back to the action. So here I'm just going to create one function to delete the option. So let's name this as delete option. So make this as asynchronous, and this is going to receive the question id, which is of type string, and then the option id, which is of type string, along with the form id. Okay, so here the session one it's going to be standard. So let me take this, fine. And here then I'm just going to get the question. So question dot find first dot throw here, where I'm just going to pass in the id as question id, and then the user id, it's going to be session dot user dot id, and then the form id, so which is going to give us the question. And then here then I'm just going to delete the option, and I'm just going to delete the option id that we receive along with the question id. Okay, so then I'm just going to revalidate this path again. So this forms, I'm just going to revalidate this. Okay, fine. This is how we are going to delete the particular option. So fine, so let's go to this the page. Okay, so I will add here one more option, which is the delete option. So let me import that. So delete option, Okay, so now I'm just going to the this form thing, and let's add this as a parameter. So here delete option, and here the delete option. So this will make use of it, and also here we will right after this in this question, let's first use this delete option. So that is here in the many options thing. I'm just going to make this first as a group, and let's make this as a relative. Okay, and here I'm just going to pass in the delete option, okay. And after this I'm just going to have here the icons to the icon to create a question, and also the icon to delete the question. Okay, so fine, and I'll come back here. So go back to this. I'm just going to add here the delete option. So here I'm just going to have one state variable which is going to store the previous options length. Okay, so just here let me have this options length. Okay, and here the callback function to update this previous options length. Okay, so I'm just going to initially set the length of the options that we receive as an input param for this, and also I'm just going to I'm just going to set the focus to the last option that we are going to do using the use effect hook. So here here this is how I'm just going to update that. So if options dot length is greater than a previous options length, I'm just going to check if it's active. Then I'm just going to apply focus on that, the last option. Okay, so fine, and also I'm just going to update the set previous options length to the options length, and this is going to depend on the options value and also the previous options length. Okay, so this is going to help us focus on the last option and also update the previous options length. Fine, so now here in the icon, in the on click, let me make this as a synchronous, and here I'm just going to call this delete option by passing in the question id, and then the option dot id, and then the form id. Okay, fine, so this is how we delete the option. So quickly let me add the icons here as well. So this is the same so whatever we had for this thing, I'm just going to add to this as well. So this div, I'm just going to use the same in here. Okay, yep. So now we should be able to delete the option. So let me go back, okay, and have a check now. So okay, so now see, these are the options. Now let's click on. So let me click on this delete. Hopefully we should be deleting this. Okay, so you see immediately we're able to delete the option as well. And now clicking on this, you see automatically the focus is to the latest option which we made a change using the use effect and the use ref hook. Okay, so we are able to delete the option as well. So now we will see how to the make changes to this radio group component, where we did pass in this the value hard coded one. So we will change that, and also we'll see how to show the responses for option for the questions having the options. Okay, so let's go, let's do that now. So now here I'm just going to change remove this default value, and also here the value for this I'm just going to give the option ID now, and also here as well. Fine, and even same here, I'm just going to change this to the input, and even this I'm just going to change this to input. Okay, so that's the small change here. Now we did not make any change did display options part in preview and the view form page. Okay, so let's make change in these files now. So first is I'm going to have here quickly a small component here. So let's name this as question radio group. Okay, so I'm just going to have here this receive the options. Okay, and here I'm just going to return this radio group, and the default value let's keep the same, the option 1 and the font base. Okay, so first here we'll have the let's iterate through this option and get the each option, and then so here I'm just going to mention this type to be any. Okay, so here we are going to return the div with the radio group item along with the input. Okay, so let's have the ID for this, option dot ID, and styling, so the same as we did before. Flex on item center, let's have the space between the radio group item and the input, and then let's make this as a relative and group. Okay, fine, and the first thing we will have this radio group item. Okay, and this value we are going to pass in the option dot ID, and ID we are going to set this option dot ID, and then the input. So I'm just going to take the input from here. So let's take the same thing. So going here I'm just going to default value I'm just going to set to option dot option text, and this rest it's going to remain the same. So this is question radio group component. Now let's go here Now while we are iterating through this, here we'll have two things, based on if the I'm just going to here if the element dot type is equals to a short response, we'll have one div. Okay, so basically it's going to be the same as this one. So I'm just going to take this. So same, we'll have this the elements text, question text, and then the input. So now if so after this, else if the many options. Okay, so here if it's this, we'll have to change this input to the the question radio group component we have created. So I'm just going to use this, and instead of this input, I'm just going to change this to question radio group and pass in the options for this, the element dot options. Okay, fine. So that's the change here, and if not, so if any doesn't match both of them, I'm just going to return null. So this is the change in this preview form. So now let's check it out. So here now we should be able to see these things. Okay, clicking on this preview, yeah, so we are able to see this options. Okay, so let's go back, and here we don't have any question, that's why we were seeing it as weak. Okay, so now let me check. Okay, fine, now it's looking good. So we'll do the same for the view form page as well. So what I'll do, I'll just take this the question radio group component. Okay, here in the view form, I'm just going to do the same thing, but we'll have to take care of updating the answers as well. So let's first try the component here. Okay, fine, let's use this. So I'm just going to import this from components, and same do the thing from thing. Okay, so here for this radio group, we'll have here on value change, and also I'm going to receive here the set answers callback function, and then the question ID. So here in the on value change, let's get the value, and I'll have to get the new value. So let's store into this a new variable after this, and I'm just going to update the answers. Let's get the previous answers. Let's keep them as it is, the previous answers. Okay, so previous answers, and then for that question ID, I'm just going to update this option ID. So let's have the previous answers for that question ID, and then I'm just going to update this option ID. Okay, so yeah, there is an issue here, and I'll have to wrap this inside this. Okay, so yep, so this is how we're going to update the answers, and I'm just going to remove this. Okay, fine, and then the rest of the things it's going to remain the same. So now going to the its component here right above, here I'll have to change the way I am updating the thing. So here if the question dot type is equals to a short response, I am going to set this question dot id to the object of type short response, and then option id I'm just going to so option id I'm just going to set null, and then text I'm just going to set it to null. Fine. So else if question dot type is the many options, I'm just going to set the option id to null and type to many options and text also to null. Okay, so here question dot id type it's going to be many options, and option id to null along with the text also to null. Okay, fine. And I'm just going to remove this. Now here in the questions thing, so we will change this here, if the question the elements. Okay, so element dot type is equals to a short response, we are going to return this. Okay, which is the same thing again. Here now for the question dot id I'll have to change here. Let's get the previous answers of whatever this element dot id. Okay, and now the text is going to be new value. Okay, so that is the change here. And now here if else if it's many options, I'm just going to have this same thing, but now rather than this input I'm just going to display this question radio group, which is I'm just going to have to pass this set answers callback function, and then the options which is going to be element dot options, and then the question id which is the element dot id. Okay, so fine. So that's the change in this thing. And also now in the actions part we'll have to make some changes here. So going to the actions in the transform function, so we have written the transform function, so we'll have to make changes there. Let me close all of them. So here now we'll have to make change here, that is if inside this, if the object of key dot type is equals to short response, I'm just going to push the type as short response with the option ID as null. Okay, so here this is how we are going to push here result dot push the answer text. It's going to be the object key text, and the question ID it's going to be the key, and then the type it's going to be a short response. Then the option ID it's going to be null. Okay, fine. And now we'll have to do the same for else if this object of key dot type is equals to many options. Let's take this. Okay, I'm just going to cut this. So answer text now it's going to be null, and the question ID is key, and now the option ID it's going to be option object of key dot the option ID, and then type it's going to be many options. So that's the change here in this transform function. And also now in the creating the answer operations in the submit form. So even here we'll have to change this. So basically if the answer dot type is equals to short response, I'm just going to return this. Okay, let me take this. Okay, else if the answer dot type is equals to many options, then here I'm just going to have here the answer text to be the empty string. Okay, and the now we'll have this option ID. So here option ID it's going to be the answer dot option ID. Okay, that's the change here. And if else I'm just going to here throw new error, and I'm just going to say here not valid type. Fine, so that's the change here, and now we should be able to see the radio options in our the view form page as well, and able to successfully update the answers for our question. So let's go and check the view form page. So I'm just going to publish. So let's go to this form. So you see now if you just inspect and check this thing, now I should be let's say I'm just going to find, once I click on submit, we should be seeing this type the thing which we have changed along with the option ID. And for this, if it's a short response, option ID is set to null and text is to whatever we have entered, and this is to null. So the changes we made in our actions is working fine, and also the changes we made in the component to see the radio options in the view form page is also done. So after this, for to pictorially visualize the visualize for the multiple this radio options, we will try to add the pie chart, and see if we can showcase this inside our responses page. Okay, so for that, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to create one component, and I'm going to use the rechart, so to use the pie charts thing. So quickly I'm just going to install that dependency recharts. Let's add as of now the dummy pie chart and see how it's going to look. Okay, so we did add, and now inside this components folder, I'm just going to create here the new file. I'm just naming it as py.tsx. Fine. So here first, let's make this as a client. Okay, so here let's have the dummy data first. So for now we'll check whether how it looks. Okay, so I'm just going to name this as something like group A, and value I'm just going to give 400. Okay, and so let's copy this and just change the let's add some like 4 examples. Okay, and so I'm just going to change the names to B, group B, and group C, and group D. Okay, and let's change this to something like 300, and this to 200, and let's this change to 300. Okay, some values. Okay, fine, and I'm just going to have this sample colors array as well to showcase it, to have the different colors for each part. Okay, so I'm just going to give some random colors. You can give whatever color you want. So I'm just giving whatever the random color. Okay, so here let's give this as something like bb28, and for this I'm just going to give ff80 photo, something like this. Okay, fine, and let's have the component. So I'm just going to name this as render customized label. So this is going to have the cx and cy, and then the mid angle, the input params for this, and then the inner radius, outer radius, and then the percent along with the index. So for now I'm not going to define any interface for this. I'm just going to give this as any, and here radius we are going to calculate here using the inner radius plus the outer radius minus the inner radius into of that. Okay, fine, and then the x coordinate, it's going to be cx plus radius into math dot cosine mid angle into radian. So let's have the const variable for that. So I'm just going to radian, let's have this is like pi by 180. Okay, so this is going to be multiplied by radian. Same for the y coordinate, cy plus radius into math dot sine, and I'm just going to do the same like we did for the above coordinate. Okay, fine, and here I'm just going to return the text thing. So let's have this text. Okay, so I'm just going to pass in this x, y, and then fill. I'm just going to fill it with white, and text anchor here if x is greater than cx. I'm just going to set it to start. If not, I'm just going to set it to end, and then the dominant baseline, let's set it to central. Okay, fine. And here I'm just going to the text, I'm just going to have here the percent, percent into multiplied by 100, and I'm just going to fixed to this 0, and have this modulus symbol. Okay, fine. So this is the to render customized label. So now the response pie, so I'm just going to name this as a response pie. Let's make this is the let's use this responsive container from this recharts. Okay, and the width I'm just going to set it to 100%, and height let's restrict to the 200. So let's use the pie chart here, and width I'm just going to set it to 400, and height let's set it to 200. Okay, and let's use the pie, and the data I'm just going to pass in the dummy data we have created above, and cx let's pass in the 20%, and cy let's pass something like 50%. Okay, and then a label line I'm just going to set it to false. Label, let's pass in the function which we have created, which is a render customized label, and then the outer radius I'm just going to pass in 80, and fill, let's give here some color. So I'm just going to give something like let's give, yeah, fine. And the data key I'm just going to set it to value. Fine. Now inside this pie, let's iterate through this data list, get the entry and then the index, and use the cell, and pass in the key along with the fill color. Okay, so key, it's going to be the cell appended with the index value so that it will be unique, and fill I'm just going to use our colors array. So here let me get this the unique color using the length of that color. Okay, so this is the simple pie chart component. Okay, so I'm just going to let's export this. Okay, so let's export this response pie, and let's try to use this inside our responses page. So even here we'll have to change the things based on so based on if question type is short response, we'll have to change here let's change this. Okay, so if question dot type is the short response, let's undo this. Okay, so let's do it above. So here, so if question dot type is equals to short response, so I'm just going to copy this whole part. Okay, this written part, and use this. Okay, so and here now the else part. Okay, else if question dot type is equals to many options, I'm just going to have this wait a second, let's copy the same thing, except that here while we are displaying the answers above this, I'm just going to showcase this response by component. Okay, so that's a small change. Now let's try to go to the response page and have a look at the pie chart. So let me go back to the output. Okay, let me okay, there is some issue. Let's go back to the home page. I think maybe I'll have to restart this. So let me restart this. Let me refresh. Okay, fine. Yeah, let me go here, and I wanted to check here the responses. Now hopefully we should see the pie chart. Okay, you see this is how the pie chart that we had it seeing for the multiple options. So this is the dummy pie chart. Now later we'll make this pie response according to the options that user is going to choose. Okay, so let's go on to that to remove this dummy pie chart and actually add the actual responses that the user has given for the options. So here now in the responses, first we will go to the actions part, and there this getting the responses summary from user, I'm just going to include the option as well. So here I'm just going to include the option so that we will get the answer option values from this query. Okay, so now let's go to the pie chart component. There I'm going to create one more component, which is the legend. So just to have the legend to show the option that the user has chosen. Okay, so for that I'm just going to create in here, let me name this as the render legend. Okay, so let's have this props for now. Let's keep this as any, and here I'm just going to destructure the payload from this from props. Okay, and then let's calculate the total value. So total value I'm just going to calculate using the reduce function here, the accumulated value and then the entry. So both of them I'm just going to give for now any, and here I'm just going to add it to the accumulator. So here number dot is finite entry dot value, then I'm just going to pass add this entry dot value, else 0, fine, and then this is fine. Initial we are going to pass in the 0, and in this is the UI part, and in the unordered list I'm just going to iterate through this payload now and get the index. Let's first it's the entry and then the index. First let's calculate the percentage. So percentage, it's going to be if a total value is not equals to 0, then I'm just going to use the entry dot value by the total value, and multiply it by 100. Then let's round it to 2 decimals. Okay, fine. And here after this, I'm just going to use this return, and in the list, the key, I'm just going to pass in the item along with the appended with the index, so that it will be unique key. And then for styling, let's give the color, the entry dot color. Fine. And just the text, it's going to be entry dot name along with the percentage. So it's going to be this open bracket. Okay, percentage. And I'm just going to and this also, let's for now give the any for them, so that error will be gone. Fine. So this is the simple rendering the legend component. Okay, and now going to our so this response by now I'm just going to add this props for this response by component. Let's define the type for that. Okay, so I'm just going to define the type for that, the type as py data, and this is going to have the name, which is of type string, and then the value, which is of type string. Okay, so this is going to be array, and now this type response by props, it's going to be the data property, which is of type py data. Okay, so these are the props. And now okay, now I'm just going to use that as the input param for this response by component. So let's restructure the data, and this comes from the response by props. Fine. And here let's check this, if there is no data, or the data dot length is equals to 0, we are just going to return null from this component. Okay, and let's reduce this width to 50%, and then I'm just going to for pi, I'm just going to pass in this animate active to false. And then let's, after this pi, I'm just going to use this legend from the I'm just going to use the legend from the recharts. So let's import that. Let's import this. Maybe we can use the above one, but let's use the the whatever we have for now. Later we'll change to that. Vertical align, I'm just going to give it as a top, and the layout, let's make this as vertical, and the wrapper style, padding right, I'm just going to give a 0 pixel, padding left, let me give the 0 pixel, and then the font size, let me give 12 pixel. So this is the legend. Okay, fine. And we will see if this doesn't look good, we'll use the above component. For now, let's use the whatever we get from recharts library. So this is the change in this component. Okay, so and also in this randomized render customized label, I'm just going to here have the threshold here. So that is let's have this one const variable. Let's have this minimum percent for label. So I'm just going to have this minimum percent for label. So if the percent is less than minimum percent per label, I'm just going to return null. So I'm not going to render that label. Okay, so just we are trying to add a threshold for that, at least it should be at least 5%. Okay, fine. And these are the changes. So let's go back to the the actual responses page. So here first I will pass in here the options for this. So for that, let's have the one utility function. I'm just going to name this as a transform data. Basically, it's going to convert the object into the desired array format that I want. So I'm just going to name this as transform data. So transform data, and this, let's assume this is going to receive the data which is of type any. So and here let's define one object. I'm just going to name this as question id count. Okay, and I'm just going to iterate through this this data that we receive as an input param, and here if the question id count of this item dot id is not found, so I'm just going to add this name which is nothing but the option text along with the value. So here no item dot id, it's going to be name. So here item dot option text and along with the value 1. Fine. Else I'm just going to else I'm just going to increment the value by 1. So that is item dot id dot value plus 1. Okay, fine. And after this I'm just going to get the result so into one result object. So using this object dot values and pass in this question id count, and then return the result. Fine. So this is the function. So here now let's go to this I'm just going to reduce the space to 6 so that lesser gap. Okay, and in the many options, this is where I'm going to first build the options using this transform data, and here I'm just going to pass in the answers for the questions. Okay, and map through each answer, and then I'm just going to return the answer dot options. So let this be of type any. Fine. So now this I'm going to pass it as the input param for this response by component. Okay, so here let's now check the thing. Hopefully we should see the actual data in the pie chart. So let's go, and these are just the type errors. If you define the types for them, you will not receive any errors. So going back here, let me refresh. So there is an issue. Okay, let me first correct these types. So I'm just going to make this as any so that we are not going to see this issue. And also here it has to be answer dot option, not the options. And so if we just go to our actions, so it is an option, so we made a mistake there. So I'm just going to refresh. Let's try to check now. I'm just going to but we are still seeing the issue. Let's add the check here. Okay, fine. There is some issue with the data that we are passing here. I'm just going to here change this as anything, but we still having an issue with the iterating through this. So let me check this. So here it is the capital E for each, so that's where we did miss. So now going to the output, we should be able to see that. Okay, now you see we did select one response for A, and the another for another question the response as X. So I'm just going to the form here. This is the form. Let's go to this edit part, and I'm just going to this part, and now let's select B and Y, and then I'm just submitting. So let's go back to the response page again for this. So let's check the responses. So now you see the A and B are selected 50% each, because we had two responses, one for each of them and same. So now dynamically we are able to populate the pie chart for the options that user has selected. So now what we will do here is we will try to have this the dialog kind of thing, which is going to help us choose the direct short answer question or the option related question, and also try to add the shortcut pressing the control K or some other command. If we are pressing have the option for us to open kind of this dialog and choose that, and then keep adding the question. Okay, so I'm just going to go back to the code base. So first what we will do, I will create here the separate component. I'm just going to name it as a command. Okay, so first let's use the command component from the shadcn. So I'm just going to add the command component. Okay, so once we had this, I'm just going to create in here the new file called command.tsx, and then quickly let's create the question command. Okay, so here I'm just going to create here the command.tsx. Okay, and let's name this as function as question command. So I'm just going to name this as question command, and let's this it's going to receive the open and the set open callback function, and then the new element order form id, and then the create short response question function. Okay, and then the create option question. Okay, so let me, for now I'm just going to not have any interface or types. I'm just going to give any. Later if you want we can change this. Okay, so first I'm just going to use the use effect here to listen down to the key down event. So here let's have the function down, and this is going to receive event of type keyboard event. So here if the key that we are pressing, for now let's go for the K, it's a key K, and if the E dot or and also the control key is held, or we can go for the meta key. Fine, so let's prevent the default event happening, and then I'm just going to toggle this open value. So here I'm just going to toggle the open value. Okay, fine, and here let's give it as type any. Fine. And then after this, let's add the event listener to the key down event. So I'm just going to add event listener to key down, and then pass in this down function. Okay, in on destroying function, we are just going to remove the event listener to the key down. So I'm just going to remove event listener to key down. Okay, and pass in this down function. So, and the dependency for this is going to be a set open function. Okay, so this is the use effect for. And now the rendering the command UI. Okay, so let me wrap everything inside this div. Okay, so here first let me get the command dialog. Okay, so command dialog from this component which we have just added from shadcn, and pass in the open, and then on open change I'm just going to pass in this set open callback function. And after this the input. Okay, so command input, so I'm just going to give the placeholder for this as the like something like type a command. Okay, or such. Fine, so this is the input. Okay, and then the list that we wanted to showcase. So as of now we'll have the two things, which is for the short question and also the option question. Okay, so here first thing, and for the command empty, I'm just going to have here showcase the new results form. Okay, fine. And after this let's showcase the let's wrap this into a group, and heading I'm just going to give it as options. Then the item, so command item, which I'm just going to give styling for this, I mean the cursor to change it to pointer. And then on select, let's make this as a synchronous call. Here in on select I'm just going to call this create short response question function, and pass in this form id along with the new element order. And also I'm just going to set open to false. Okay, this is for the thing I mean for the short response question. And here let's use the pass icon. So I'm just going to use from the radix ui. Okay, so fine. And let's give some styling for this. Let's have some margin right, and height and width I'm just going to set it to 4, and let's rotate this to by 90 degrees. Fine, so this is the icon. And then the text, let's add this as something text to be add short text question. Okay, so this is the first item. So second item for the option question. Okay, so here same I'm just going to make this here as well the cursor to be pointer. And here on select I'm just going to create here option question, and then pass in the form id along with the new element order. Okay, and I'm just going to set open to false. Fine. And then the icon, let's use the check circled icon. Fine. And the styling, let's add the margin right, and height and width I'm just going to set it to 4. Fine. So after this the text, so which is going to say add the multiple options question. Fine, so this is the command component that we'll be using. And now going, So, and also, whatever we have here in the actions, I'm just going to refactor part of the so let's first shorten this. Okay, so I just wanted to cleanly arrange part of the functions here. So whatever the, like, let's say I'm just going to create here the new file folder for question. So I'm just going to create inside this questions, and let's create here the file name as create dot ts. Okay, and from this I'm just going to take the option question, creating the option question function. So here let me take everything from here, and I'm just going to move to this thing, create option question, and also this the create question function. So this one too I'm just going to remove here, and move to this file. Okay, and those are the things, and we are just going to copy this inputs as well. So let's just take this and go to this file. Just we are moving to we are just organizing better. Okay, so and here I'm just going to point to this hot. Okay, and also this. Yep. So that's the change here. Now let's make use of the I just refactored the whatever these two functions, creating the option question and the creating question into separate files, so for us to betterly organize the code. Okay, so now we have created the component, and now we are going to make use of that. So first thing, let's go to I'm just going to do one thing here, and also here this I'm just going to create here new folder named actions, and I'm just going to move this to this folder. Okay, fine. So here, okay, fine. I just created two separate folder for actions and questions, and then moved respective things into them. So going back to the now the forms page. So here now going to this forms page, I'm just going to add in here two more I'm just going to add in here the properties. Here the imports has to be changed, this create option question and create question. So let's change here first to import the create. So let's import this from that is create short response question from library slash actions, and then so I think I have not exported it, that's why we are not able to use this. No, I did. So I'm just going to, this is going to be questions and create. Okay, and the same thing the for create option question. Okay, and here we are just going to change this. I'm just going to here remove this, and let's pass in this create short response question, and then pass in the about thing. Fine, and that's the change in this component. Okay, so did I okay, so here the imports, I'm just going to move this to actions. Fine, I think now we should be clear. Okay, so actions, questions, and create. So fine, so going back, so this is the change here in this thing. So let's see the issue related to this input. Maybe I'll have to, if I restart, maybe it should vanish. So for now, that's the change in this file. Now going to the main page, the where we are creating a questions, that is in the slug, this form thing. So this is where we'll have to make changes according to the component we have created, and also the parameter that we did change from create question to the create response short response question. So I'm just going to change here to short response question, and then here as well create short response question. Okay, and so going here, I'm just going to create the new two variables to keep track of if the command for the questions is open or not. So let's define one boolean variable using our use state hook. So here open question command, so the callback function to update that value accordingly, this set open question command. So let's initially set it as to false, and then the one more value to keep track of the new element order. Okay, so here I'm just going to name the variable as same, so new element order, and then the function to update them. So here new element order, and initially let's set it to the questions dot length +1. okay, so fine, and here straight away right after this I'm just going to use this question command component that we did build, and then I'm just going to pass in the parameters for this component. So first thing is set open question command, and then the open, so open, it's going to be open question command, and then new element order, so which is going to be the new element order, and then the form id, and then create short response question, which is going to be create this short response question, and then here this is create option question. So I'm just going to pass in this create option question. Fine, so that's how we are introducing this question command component. Now here in the thing on click part, while we are trying to create a question, so here I just have to rename this to the create short response question. So like we did rename in the parameters and all. Okay, fine, and I just have to increment this length. Fine, and here as well I just have to add 1+1 to this questions length. After this, in the plus icon, so here I am going to just we'll have to change here the things in this plus icon. There also we had to make changes accordingly. So first thing is I'm just going to rename this to again, so let's remove this first thing is I'm just going to set the new element order to whatever we have this element dot order, and adding +1 to this, and then I'm just going to call this opening the command to add a new question. Okay, so that's the change here in the plus icon, and same goes to this one more, the same here. Let's remove this, and let's the increment the order, and then the open this question command component. Fine, and yep, so that's the change mostly. Now we should be good to go and see this in action. So let's go back, and so here I do see, okay, fine, so just going back to the output, so let's go back to the forms. So I'm just refreshing and try to create here new form. I'm just going to name this as question command, and here I'm just trying to press Control K. So yep, so you see now the command component, that question command component that we did create, we are seeing it on the screen. So I can just select either of them, and we should be able to see the questions being added. So clicking on this, okay, there is an issue. Okay, let me check this. Let's check for this too. Okay, there is some issue with the short response question. So let's me go back here, create a short response question. If you go here, okay, there is some issue with the short response question. Let me check that. So here in our actions file, we did not rename this to the create a short response question. That's why we are seeing an issue while we are trying to create a short response question. Okay, so now hopefully we should not see this issue. Let's go and check it out. So I'm just going here, let's go to, let's create a new form. Okay, so I'm just going to name this QC. Okay, so now here clicking on this, yep, now we are able to create this thing, and now pressing on this plus icon, we are opening this command and then select the option. Okay, so fine, so it's working cool. This is how we create a questions with the command. Okay, so now let's focus on I think let's try to add the types. Now we did see a lot of issues with the type, so quickly let's do add the types for that. So I'm going to get started with the any page. So let's go for first the view form. So that's where we see the end form. Okay, so here first thing I'm just going to import the types first from the Prisma. So type form, and then the type question, and then Prisma, and then the type option. Okay, so I'm just going to import this from Prisma client. Fine, so once we have this, now I'm just going to define the type first for question with option. So question with options, so which is going to be the Prisma dot question get payload, and I'm just going to include this options to true, sorry, true. Fine, so this is the type for question with options, and then the type for short response answer. So here let's define the type for short response answer. So this is going to have the type which is for text short response, and then the option ID which is the type initially I'm just going to set it to null, and then the text string. Okay, so here that is the type for short response answer, and same way we'll have the type for many options answer. Okay, so here I'm just going to give the type as many options, and then the option ID which is the string. Okay, and then the text which is of type string. So this is the many options answer type. Okay, and I'm just going to have the set answers dispatch function. Okay, so this is set answers, this is react dot dispatch, and I'm just going to use this set state action, and here it's going to be I'm just going to let's define the type for this too. I'm just going to name this as accumulator. Okay, so this is going to have the key which is of type string, and here value it can be either short response answer or many options answer. Okay, and here this is what we are going to dispatch here. Okay, fine, so that's the type for set answers thing. And now let's change here now questions to questions with options. Okay, so fine, and now going to these questions dot reduce, I'm just going to mention in here the type now as accumulator, so that I can just remove this any along with this question any as well. And here I'm just going to change null to empty string, and even here I'm just going to change the option ID to string, and along with the text to string. Okay, that's the change here. And now going to this at the bottom, when we are setting this here in the onChange callback function. So when I'm just here I'll just have to pass in the type to be the short response, and along with the option ID to be null. So now I can just remove this. Okay, so fine, so that's the change. And now going to the question radio group component, now we'll have to here mention the types. Now I'm just going to remove the any, and here options first. Options is going to be of type option array, and then the set answers, it's going to be the set answers, and then the question ID, it's going to be a string. Okay, so those are the types for the params that question radio group is receiving. And now here I'm just going to, in the question ID, I'm just going to remove this and just pass in the text to be the empty string, and then I'm just going to add here the type to be many options. So that's the change in this thing. So now let's go to the page.tsx here. So, and also here, and I'm just going to use the not found, if in case there are any errors in questions, and there are no questions, I'm just going to, here you see, I'm just going to solve this. Let's first here, if there is no questions, or there is an error object in this questions, I'm just going to call this not found component. So that's how we vanish this error. Fine, so that's the change in here. Now going to the this here I'm just going to go to the components as well. So we have written the command, so I just gave everything as any. So here also I'll be specific here. So open, I'm just going to make this as a boolean, and set open for now, let it be as any. Okay, so and then the new element order, which is going to be of type number, and the form ID, which is of type string. Create a short response question. This for now I'm just going to set both of them as any. Okay, so same for create option question, I'm just going to set it to any. So that's the change in this. And also now now let's go to the main the other preview page and those things. Okay, so let's go to preview thing. So here, so let's do the same here as well. So that is, I'm just going to import the types. So let's take from the thing we did already, import from Prisma client. So here I'm just going to import form, question, Prisma, and option, and also the not found. So here I'm just going to, from next navigation. Okay, so let's define the type for question with option. So I'm just going to take from here, let me take this to this preview page. Okay, so here same thing. So if there is no form, or there is error in the form thing, I'm just going to call this not found. Okay, and same thing in this questions as well. So error in this questions, let's call this not found. Fine, so that's the change here. And now in the same here for the question radio group, now I'm just going to remove this any, and let's give the type to the options, which is the option array. Fine, and same let's do the same thing in the response page too. So here I'm just going to import those types. Okay, now so what we will do here, I'm just going to take the same thing, question with option. So I'll change this. So let's question with options again with answer. I'm just going to change the name, and here we are going to include the answers. Then here again in answers, I'm just going to include the option. Okay, fine, and this I'm going to now the transform data. No, we are going to change this here inside this. I'm just going to define one more type. So I'm just going to name this as question id count. So this is going to be object with the key of type string, and the value of object with the name string, and then the value with the type number. Okay, and now I can just use the about type and remove this as any. So okay, and also here let's change here the parameter. I'm just going to make more sense. So options data, and this is going to be either the option or it can be null. So here we'll have to change this. So I'm just going to change this to options data. Okay, and so and now here I'm just going to remove this any, and here if the item is equals to null, I'm just going to return so what's the error here? So here, okay, so that's the change here. I'll come back here. Okay, fine. And now in this question, so here also I'm just going to remove the any to let's add the type for this, so which is going to be question with options with answer. Fine, and now I'm just going to change this to id. Here now in the menu options, let's I'm just going to create here the new object, which is the options data. So let's iterate through the answers and get the answer, and then I'm just going to return the answer dot option. So and then that I'm just going to pass on to this transform data, which is the options data, and I'm just going to so here there is some problem with the thing. Sorry, I just forgot it is the array, right? So that's why we see error with the for each too. So now, yep, I'm just quick and just remove this too. Okay, fine. So that's the change. While passing the parameter to the transform data, and now here I'm just going to change this to ID, and we can remove this thing. Okay, yes, so pretty much that's it. And here as well I'm just going to check if there is error in result. I'm just going to call this not found function, and also for the question I'm just going to now so fine, that's the change in this thing, but still we see some issue. Where is it? So in the response py, so let me, what's the issue here? So here let's go to this py component. So I'm just going to define the type here too. So let's have the type for our response py, right? But this is going to be of py data. Why still we are seeing an issue? Okay, so going here, okay, I'm just receiving the array, but options, did I miss? No, fine, we will see this type issue. Okay, so mostly those are the types I just wanted to add, and if we did miss, we will take care of them. And also let's go to our forms page here, to this page.tsx. so here again I'm just going to take care of the same. So here, if there is error in this questions, I'm just going to call this not found. And also here I'm just going to remove this consoling. And same for the form, if form is equals to null, or there is error in form, let's call this. Okay, fine. And here, what is this? Okay, so that's the change in this. And also in the main of our main page, which is the form.tsx, let's use the types again. Here I'm just going to remove this. Okay, and I'm just going to quickly import those types. Okay, which is the form, and then the type question, Prisma, and then type option from Prisma client. Okay, fine. And we do have this form. Okay, I'm just going to remove this. Okay, fine. So here let's have the same whatever I had this question with options. So let's go to this thing, and I'm just going to, for the question form, we are going to form is going to be now of type the form, and the questions it's going to be of type question with options array. Okay, and I'm just going to let's remove this title and form ID. So I'm just going to remove this title and form ID, and going here I'm just going to destructure, even I'm just going to remove the title and form ID. So here after this I'm just going to destructure those values from the form, that is ID, which is nothing but the form ID, and then the title from form. Okay, so that's the change. And now going to this question radio group component, just we have here here we will remove this change, and let's have the options, which is the option array, and form ID, which is of type string, question ID again this is going to be of type string, create option, for now I'm just going to set it to any, and same for the delete option I'm just going to set it to any. So this thing, and for the input ref, and I'm just going to exclusively mention this type. So this is going to be of type HTML input element, or it can be of type null. Okay, so fine. And so those are the types changes, but still we see here some issues in the thing. Okay, we did change. Now what's the missing? Here in form ID and title I did remove. Okay, fine. Maybe if I restart I should not see this issue. Fine. So this is how we change introduce the types, removing from the anything general thing, and if needed any, we will try to add. Okay, and now let's try to make some changes in our the landing page. Okay, so going to our landing page now. So I'm just going to the app page.tsx. So let's me close this. Here let's make some changes here quickly. Okay, so I'm just going to wrap this everything inside one more div, the titles and all those things. So I'm just going to introduce here the div, or let's make this as a flex, and items centered. So let's make this as a baseline. Okay, and cursor I'm just going to make it as a pointer, and let's have padding extraction 1, and then I'm just going to wrap this things here. First, this title here, which is the simple forms, and then I'm just going to have here one more div for just saying like kind of for dogs or something like that. So I'm just going to have one div for this. So let's add the margin left 8. Text, let's make this as a small, and font type, let's make this medium, and let's add this transition colors. And on hovering, I'm just going to add the text foreground change by like 80, and normally let's have text foreground by 60, and let's make the cursor to be pointer. Okay, and here let's have here, for now I'm just going to wrap inside this link. So href I'm not going to, for now let's keep it as empty, and I'm just going to give it as something like documentations. We can give whatever we want here. So I'm just changing this. Okay, then after this so this I'm just going to wrap inside this flex. Okay, let's make this as a flex. Okay, and make this as item center, and I'm just going to add button here, and variant I'm just going to make this outline, and we are going to have this GitHub logo icon, and then the class name I'm just going to, style, I'm just going to set the item with this for, and just some text here, something like please like, something like that. So ideally what we will do, we will just kind of write a text like give a star for us or something like that. Okay, so here I'm just going to give it a star. Okay, fine. So that's this text. Okay, and I'm just going to remove this completely. So here then for this section let's add a margin at the top, and now in this div let's just what do I'm just going to keep it as it is for now, and yeah, and also here we have this if it's after this we do have this section which is going to showcase the dashboard and those things, and I'm just going to remove it for now. I don't think it's looking good, so not needed to, so I'm just going to remove this. So this is the change inside our the landing page. So now going back to our landing page, let's go back to our landing page and just have a look at it. So yeah, we do added this, and then the icon, and then remove this the options that you're displaying. So, and that's the quick change. And going back, let's do some modifications to our pie chart too. I just wanted to add the for the just yeah, not a big deal, so let's keep it as it is. So that's the small change in our home page, and now let's try to do the same little slight modifications in our forms page. So going to the forms page .tsx, I'm just going to here let's just reduce increase the margin in the y direction to little more, and in same in the x direction. Okay, that's the small change. Okay, and here that small change. Okay, and also here in the register dialog page. Okay, so here going to register dialog, I'm just going to when we are trying to in the footer part, so going to the footer, I'm just going to add here for disabled and depends upon the loading value. Okay, and also here if it's loading, I'm just going to display the text as loading, so that it will be better user experience. Okay, if not, I'm just going to showcase the register. So that's the slight modifications here. And also in the row actions part, we added the additional things. I'm just going to remove all of them. So first thing for this span, let's remove this both the icons, and I'm just going to have this button which is going to say the text as action, so rather than three dots, and I'm just going to remove that. And now edit and check responses, leaving aside both of them, and I'm just going to remove other things. So that is, I'm just going to remove whatever it's not needed for us. And even this, and I'm just going to remove this. Okay, so now we'll have just two options, editing and checking the responses, and going to the toolbar. Okay, so here I'm just going to change the text, filter forms by title. Let's be little specific. And also if there are no results in the table, I'm just going to change the text to no forms created it. Fine, so that's the change. And also in the getting the forms from user, in the actions, I'm just going to order by the descending thing, so that is which is latestly created, it's going to populate first. Okay, fine. So these are the small changes in the forms page. So going to this thing now, you see now this is replaced with the actions button, and also now it's looking little clean and better. And now, okay, so if I just create here latest and go back, so now you see it's descending order. Okay, and clicking on this, the edit and check responses as usual. So fine, and also I'm just going to remove these things. Let's go to this thing, and here we have this in this forms page, let's keep them. Wait a second. Here in the apps page. Okay, so I'm thinking to remove these things. Okay, for now let me take these things, at least comment and have a look at it. Okay, fine. So let's remove this. I don't think we need this. Okay, So going back, okay, fine, now it's looking good. So this is slight things that we did change. And also now let's make, in the forms page, going back in the app forms page, I'm just going to add in here the additional short id. Okay, so this form.tsx, whenever we are formatting for the forms user formatted. So let me showcase that. Okay, so forms function, in this forms page.tsx, in this page. Okay, so here I'm just going to add in here the short id, which is going to be element id dot substring 0,8. Okay, and now accordingly we'll make changes in other places. The screen froze for last 20 to 30 minutes of the explanation. I just did not do much here. I just added the types for each of the page. The types needed to discard the TypeScript build errors. We just added the types for each of the pages, so which is of not a big deal. So that's the thing. I couldn't see the screen did freeze. Okay, and after this, and I did made some modification to the home page, so the landing page. Here we this is the forms page. I did remove the unwanted things we did had for the inputting of the text and all those things. And also in the main so going to this main page, so I just added the one more, just the text next to this title of the page, and also the added the button for the GitHub logo, and then whatever we had the additional dashboard and those the multiple 3 to 4 options after this section, I just removed it. And then the going to the this row actions, removed all the unwanted things, just kept the edit and check responses options. And also in this forms page, okay, so going here to this page, we are just showcasing, I'll just showcase you the output here. So basically in this home page, I added this text and also the button for this thing, and we had here the dashboard and other options. I just removed them. And going to this forms page, and here we had this 3 dots things, right? So I just removed that and I replaced with the actions button. So clicking on this, we are just going to have this edit and check responses options. And just this are the just changes, and I did change some placeholder text and just the styling thing, so not much of a change. So that's what you guys missed in the previous 20 to 30 minutes of the screen display. Okay, so fine. And now I'm just going to make this as a short id. That's what I was talking about, adding the short id, and accordingly we'll make changes in the other places. Okay, yeah, so let's continue. So we'll have to include that short id in the schema, so that is in the data folder. So here inside this data schema, and now I'm just going to first update this form schema. I'm just going to add the short id, so which is going to be of type a string again. Okay, so fine, and I just updated here. And now in the actions part, quickly I'm just going to create here one function which is going to give me the questions from published form. So I'm just going to write at the end. So let me name this as same like just I stated. So that is get questions from published form. Okay, so published form, and make this as asynchronous. Okay, and form id, and this is going to receive form id as an input param. And let's first get the form from user, form from user, which is nothing but await prisma dot form dot find first. And I'm just going to query on id, which is nothing but the form id. Fine, and then if we did not find any form, then I'm just going to return with the error object, saying that not found, so form does not exist. Okay, so form does not exist. So fine, so this is when if we have not found any. If again check for the published status too, if the form from user is not published. Okay, so again we are going to return error object with the message form is not published. Okay, fine. So after this I'm just going to get the response that I wanted, so which is prisma dot question dot find many, where I can query using the form id. So form id is form from user dot id, and then I'm just going to order by the order. So here order, I'm just going to by ascending order. Okay, and here let me include the options, and I'm just going to order by the order ascending. Okay, fine. So and just I'm going to return this response, so this will make use of this. Fine, and this is the function which is going to give me the thing I wanted. Fine, and after this let's go to the row actions. Okay, so here in the row actions, I'm just have to extend this data. So I'm just going to extend with the id. Okay, so which is of type string. So I'm just extending that, and after that whatever the button we have for the actions, I am just going to remove this here. So that is so this the button I have here I mean we have wrapped in the two buttons, so I'm just going to remove this button. So and I'm just going to use the same button. Fine, for the actions. And now here for the edit, I'm just going to get from the original dot so I'm just going to get original dot id, and use this. Same applies to this as well, so because I did extend this, so original dot id. Fine, so that's the change in this file. So that's the change in this action. So now going to the columns, as I already mentioned that I'm going to add the short id column, right? So let's make this first one as the short id. Okay, so and I'm just going to here get the value of short id. So let's short id, and then at the end for the actions I'm just going to pass in this accessor key, which is going to be the ID. Fine, so that's the change in the columns section. And now I'm just going to create a new component for the title. Okay, so because I have been using this in many places, so I'm just going to create a component out of that. So let's name this as form title dot tsx. So this let's export this function, so which is the form title, and the title which is of type string. So I'm just going to mention it's a type, and let's return this div, and let's use styling for this. So let's make this as a 5 times excel, and font type, let's make this as a semi bold. So I'm just going to make this a semi bold, and tracking, let's make it a style, and transition colors. Okay, fine. So and I'm just going to display this title text. Okay, so this is the component. Okay, fine. And now I'm just going to use this component in the places wherever we had the title. So first in the view form, in the page.tsx, so here you see I have this div. So here I'm just going to change this, and also the way I'm questioning for the questions. Now I'm just going to use the latest function I have written, so which is the get questions from published form. Okay, so and here now in place of this div title, I'm just going to change this to form title component. So let's say, like, I'm just completely going to remove this and have one div, so which I'm going to give padding in the x direction, and the margin at the top 20, and then I'm just going to use the form title here, the component that we have written, and pass in the title, so which is title. Okay, so fine, so this is the thing, and I know I'm just going to have this also wrapped in the about div. So here, yep, so that's the change in this view form. Just we are making use of the form title, and then this no getting the questions from published form. So that's a change. And now going to the our view form, so this form form.tsx. so here I'm just going to change the type to the form. So let me change this to form. Okay, fine. And okay, here I'm having the with the form conflicts. Okay, so let's do one thing. I'm just going to remove this. Okay, fine. So fine, I just changed the type from form to form. And also now let's go to the div part, and here I'm just going to increase the little bit margin at the top, and rest let's make keep them as it is. And here I'm just going to use this after submitting it. Fine, here we are routing it to the success page. So fine, that's the change here. If you want to change the styling of this, we will come back again here. Let's do one thing. Let me change now itself. So here I'm completely, let's add here fine, let's leave as it is. Later I'll come back if the styling is needed. And now in the the preview page. Okay, so going to the preview page now. Here we are going to get the title from the form. I mean so now I, instead of using the title, so let me showcase you this. Here this div for the title will make use of the component we have created. So I'm just going to remove this and have one div where I'm just going to add the padding in the x direction 20 and the margin top 20, and here I'm going to use this form title, and here let me pass in this the title value. Okay, and everything now this complete div I'm just going to wrap inside this div. So let me take this and use this, and even the here in the button part. Okay, so yep, that's the change in this component. Fine, so it's just that we have created a separate component for that, and now we have added the short id column. So now let's go and check it out. Hopefully we should not see any issue. So going back to the thing, let me refresh this. Okay, this should be short id. Let's create now one more. So let's go back columns thing. I think I might have not changed it. Okay, this is short id. Okay, this has to change here to short id. Okay, so now we should see that. Yep, so and remaining things are going to remain the same. So it's just that we added this, and the things are going to remain the same, and we just changed. So basically let's go to some of the things, and I'm just going to edit this, and if you view preview, it is looking good. Okay, and the same thing for the published thing. So fine, and that's the change. And now what we'll do, we'll focus on making it as so let me go to the home page or any page here. So let's go to the home page. I'll focus on making this as mobile responsive, so that it looks better on the various lengths of the screen too. So let's create a specific components for mobile view 2. Okay, so let's go back and create components for them. So first I'm going to define the types for our now items. Okay, so let's first so here I'm just going to create here the types. So I'm just going to name this as nav.ts file. So let's have quickly the interface for nav item. So this for now I'm just going to assume this is going to have the title string, and then the href, which is again of type string, and then is it disabled a boolean value. So this also I'm just going to make this as optional, and then is it the external. Okay, and I'm just going to set it to boolean, and this icon any for this, and I'm just going to set to any, and the label, so let's set this to of type string. And with this I'm just going to create an interface extending the base nav item. So let's export interface main nav item extends this nav item. Okay, so same way I'm just going to have one more interface for the sidebar nav item. So I'm just going to extend this let's have here one more interface. So let's name this as the nav item with children. Okay, so I'm just going to children, and this extends the nav item, and here items, which is going to be of type nav item with children. Okay, fine, and here I'm just going to extend this. Okay, so these are the types for now, and I'm just going to create one more folder to just keep the list of the routes that we wanted to display in the side nav bar if it is mobile screen. Okay, so for that, and I'm just going to have here one new folder config. So let's define there as something like docs.ts. So in that, I'm just going to define first the interface, and let's name this as docs config. So config, and let's have here main navigation. Okay, so which is going to be list of main nav item, and then the sidebar navigation. Okay, which is going to be of type sidebar nav item. Yeah, okay, fine. So now let's define the array, the object with the main nav and side nav. Okay, so here let's name this as docs config. So this is going to be of type docs config, and here first thing is the main navigation. So this is going to be list of objects. So this will have the title. So I'm just going to give the title here as the documentation, and then href, let's for now I'm just going to give here the forms. Okay, so later we'll change this. Okay, fine, and here the title, the github. Okay, and href, I'm just going to give here the home page, and this is the external. Yep, so basically this is external because we want this to be redirected to that github page actually, but we are redirecting it to the our home page for now, but this is external. Okay, so that's why I'm setting it to true. Okay, and then after this we'll have the sidebar now. So this is the list of the objects. Okay, so this will have the title, user. Okay, and the items, and items again, this is going to have the title login. So let me give here the login and the href. Let's redirect it to login. Okay, and items, for this I'm just going to give the empty array. Okay, same for the register. So the title is going to be the register. Href, let's redirect it to the register page, and then the items, let's keep it as empty for now. And last thing, just for the logout, so logout, let's redirect this to logout, and items, it's going to be the empty array. Okay, so this is the just the docs config. Okay, fine, and I'm just going to add two now components inside this thing. One, I'm just going to name it as mobile navigation and main navigation and site header. Okay, so first let's create the mobile navigation thing. So mobile -nav.ts. okay, So here let's have this export const. So I'm just going to write function, okay, not the E6 thing. So mobile now, and this is going to have is user logged in parameter. So is user logged, which is of type boolean, and let's have here one state variable to open this or not, to keep track of that. So I'm just going to use the use state hook, and it by default I'm just going to set it to false. And here let's wrap everything inside the header. So I'm just going to wrap inside the header, and let's give the sorry, it has to be tsx. Okay, so let's rename this. Okay, so header, and the styling for this, I'm just going to add here the supports backdrop blur. Okay, and let's, for this I'm just going to add the background to by 60. Okay, and let's make this as a sticky, and also top, let's have the 0, and z index I'm just going to give 50. Let's give with full. Okay, and let's have border at the bottom, and the background I'm just going to have divided by 95. So, and let's have this backdrop blur, and medium, if it's a medium I'm just going to hide it. Okay, display part. So after this let's have div. So I'm just going to make this container and have this display flex, and height I'm restricting it to 14, and make this item center. Okay, so now I'm just going to add the sheet component from shadcn. So let me add this sheet, and okay, and also the scroll area. Okay, so I'm just going to add these two components. So here I'm just going to wrap everything now inside this. So let's use the sheet. Okay, so I'm just going to pass in the open variable to this, and on open change let's pass in the callback function set open. Okay, so here sheet trigger as a child, and let's have the button here. In the variant, let's make this as a ghost, and the styling for this, let's have margin right 2, and padding in the x direction let's keep it 0, and the text I'm just going to make it as a base. And however I just want background to become transparent, and focus visible. Let's make background to be transparent again, and same let's add the ring effect as well. So I'm just going to have the ring to be set 0. Okay, fine, and also add the ring offset. So ring offset I'm just going to set it to 0, and if it's a medium we're just going to hide it completely. Okay, fine, and here I'm just going to have here view vertical icon, and the width and height I'm just setting it to 5, and then the text I'm just going to give as toggle menu. Okay, so that is this thing. Then after this trigger I'm just going to wrap everything inside the sheet contents. For that, first let's have one component. So I'm just going to create one component called mobile link, and let's define the interface for its props. So I'm just going to name this as mobile link props, which extends link props. Okay, so this is going to have on open change, which is going to receive the open boolean variable, and okay, returns void. Fine, and then the children, so which are of type React nodes. So let's, and then the class name. So this is going to be of type string. Fine, so these are the props for the component called the mobile link. So I'm just going to pass this mobile link, and I'm just going to destructure the things I want, the href, then the so here I'm just going to mention here mobile link props. Okay, and on open change, and then the class name, and then the children and rest props. I'm just going to spread in this way. Okay, fine, and now here let's first get the router. So use the router. Okay, and here I'm just going to return the link, okay, with the href whatever we receive as the input param for this, and on click I'm just going to go to this router dot push to href dot to string. Okay, and then on open thing I'm just going to pass on this false. Okay, so fine, and here the styling for this. So let's give this class name, and pass in the additional properties, and here I'm just going to wrap the children in this. So this is the component. So now let's use this inside this sheet content. So here let's use the sheet content, and side I just want it to be left, and the class name styling, let's have the padding at the right 0. Okay, fine, and here first let's use the mobile link href. I'm just going to pass in the home page, and styling, let's make this as a flex, and items, let's make this to be centered. So fine, and here on open change I'm just going to pass in the set open. Fine, and in this I'm just going to have here the name of our application. So here let's have this span, and I'm just going to make this as bold, and let's have margin left 6, and here I'm just going to say it has simple forms. Okay, fine, then after this I'm just going to have the scroll area component, and let's have the margin in the y direction 4, and height I'm just going to use the I'm just going to calculate using deducting the whole 100 vertical height minus 8 rems. Okay, fine, and let's have padding bottom 10, and in the left let's have something like 6. Fine, after this, and I'm just going to wrap the routes inside this div. Let's make this as a flex, and the direction let's make it as a column, and in the space between each of them I'm just going to add 3, and use this docs config, and pass through this main nav, and map through them. Okay, and I'm just going to get the each item, and item dot href, then I'm just going to use this mobile link component and pass the key and the href to this. Okay, so item dot href and href also the item dot href and on open change. Let's pass the set open callback function, and this content is going to be item dot title. So this is how we are going to render the routes in this div. Okay, then after this div, we are going to have the div for the sidebar now. So div, let's have styling for this. I mean the same. Let's give flex and direction in the column and the space between each of them. Let's have 2. Fine, and here use the docs config. Now the sidebar now, and here I'm just first going to get the item and then the index. Fine, and here the div, I mean key is going to be the index, and again the styling for this, let's make this flex, and the column, and let's have space between each of them 3, and padding at the top keep it as 6. Fine, and let's close this div. Now the title I'm just going to wrap inside the h4 tag, and let's make this font type be medium, and here I'm just going to add the wrap the title here. Now we'll use the items in this item, that is item dot items dot length. So if this is not empty, then I'm just going to map through this items. Okay, so item dot items dot map, and get the each item inside them, and then check for if the item title. Okay, so if the item title is matching to the login, then again check for if user not logged, then I'm just going to have this login link. Okay, so here this login link, and pass in this key, which is going to be the item dot title. Okay, so same we'll have to do it for the register and logout. Okay, and here else we are just going to return null. So after this, else if item dot title is equals to register, I just again have to check for if its user is not logged, then I'm just going to return the register link. Okay, and here pass in the key as the item dot title, else I'm just going to return the null, and we'll have to do the same thing for the logout thing. So here item dot title is equals to the logout, and if the user is logged, user is logged, I'm just going to return the logout component. So here the item dot title, and then I'm just going to return null. Okay, so this is the thing. Then after this, let's return the fragment. So here let's use the createdAt fragment, and key I'm just going to pass in this item dot href. Here if the item is not disabled, then again check if the item dot href, we are going to render the mobile link component by passing in this href, okay, which is the item dot href, and the on open change callback function, which we are going to pass in the set open. And the styling for this, let's make the text muted foreground. Okay, fine. And here I'm just going to pass in this title. Okay, and here now after this, if not, I'm just going to show the item dot title. Okay, so this is the mobile nav component. Okay, same way we'll create the component for a main nav, that is if you're in the normal desktop screen. Okay, so here for this let's quickly create the component. Okay, so export const main nav, and this is going to have the same user logged as the input for this. So this is of type boolean. Okay, fine. And I'm just going to main now. So this I'm just going to take this div we have already in this app page dot tsx. Okay, so here let me take this div. Okay, so let me take this and go back to main now. So here I'm just going to first wrap everything inside the another div. So let's give margin right, and also let's hide it, and we are going to showcase only if it's a medium. Okay, and then I'm just going to wrap everything this one inside this. Okay, and this should be function, not const. Okay, fine. And let's import this from next link, and do the same for this login link, and also the register link, and then the logout. Do the same for button, and also the GitHub logo icon. Okay, so and also let's make this as use client. Fine. Now both of them we will keep inside one more component called site header, and I'm just going to wrap inside the fragment these two things. Okay, so let's create here the new file called site header dot tsx. Okay, fine. This is going to be simple straightforward function. So export function, and I'm just going to have this site header, and this is going to have the parameter is user log, and this is going to be of type boolean, and here I'm just going to return. Here I'm just going to return those two components inside the fragment. Okay, so first is the main nav. Okay, and I'm just going to pass in this is user logged parameter to this component, and then the mobile nav, and this is I'm just going to pass this is user logged parameter. So fine, so now we will make use of this inside our the page, this page.tsx. so here I'm just going to completely remove this part, and I'm just going to make use of this site header component, and here let's pass in this is user logged props to this component. Okay, so now let's go and have a look at it and see if it has become the responsive or not. Okay, so I'm just going to the home page. So here, okay, let's check for responsiveness. So hopefully now once we try to so now you see it has automatically changed this and became responsive with the main navigation and the sidebar navigation things. Okay, and closing this and hopefully now clicking on this, it's going to take us and open to the respective page. So this is how we make our websites responsive and make it look better on all forms of screens. Fine. So now we did make our website responsive. So next what we are going to do is, we have this form title in the okay, so let me showcase you that. So here I'm just going to edit this. So here this title and also the and also the input, while we are adding the this part, I'm just going to convert create a new components for these two parts, custom components, so as a better way of editing them. So let's go ahead and here inside this components thing, I'm just going to create here I'm just going to create a new file, and I'm just going to name this as editable form title, okay, dot tsx. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this use client, and the function name, I'm just going to name it as an editable form title. Okay, so title, and this the params for this value, it's going to be of type string, and then the form title debounced, and this is the callback function, which is going to receive form id of type string and title of string, and let's return the void, and then the form id. So form id which is of type string. Okay, so here now let's initialize value. So let's rename this to the initial value. Okay, and here form title debounced, and then the form id. Fine. And after this, let's have one state variable to keep track of the value, that is set value and value. I'm just going to use the use state hook, and initially I'm just going to set to the value that we receive here, and the function which is going to handle the input that we are going to type. Okay, so event, this is going to be of type form event, and this is going to be of type div element. Fine. And here first let's get the target. So here e dot target as HTML element, and I'm just going to sanitize get the sanitized HTML. So here I installed this DOM purify and its type, so just install those. Okay, so DOM purify, okay, dot sanitize the target dot inner HTML. Okay, and here let's store this value into variable, so that is sanitized HTML, and I'm just going to pass in this form id along with the sanitized HTML to the callback function. Okay, and now let's focus on the div part. So this div, let's have this tab index 0, and I'm just going to make this content editable, and then the I'm just going to suppress content editable warning, and then styling for this, let's make this as a dynamic. So here if there is no value, okay, then I'm just going to have here before content to be this is going to be of type form title. Okay, so type form title. Okay, and let's make text to be a muted foreground. Okay, and if not, I'm just going to make it as a empty string, and let's have the break words and focus. I'm just going to make this outline to be none, and text size, I'm just going to make it as a 5 times XL, and font type, let's make this as a semi bold, and tracking, let's make this as tight, and transition colors. Okay, so now in the on input callback function, let's pass this function which we have written above, and here it's going to be the initial value. So this is the editable form title component. So we are just going to use this inside inside our forms slug page. Okay, so here the place where we were using the title, so right here I'm just going to use this thing. So let's have this one div. So I'm just going to create one div for this, and let's add here padding in the x direction 20, and it's a medium, and apply margin at the top 20. Okay, and inside this let's have this editable form title, and let's pass in the value which is nothing but the title, and then the form title debounced. I'm just going to pass the form title debounced, and then the form id which is the form id, and now we can remove this, and also this and this div. I'm just going to wrap both inside of this div. Okay, so fine. Now I did change, so let's go back to this and have a look whether we are able to see and edit the title or not. So going here, so you see automatically it has now it has become the editable div, and it's, so let's me remove this. Yep, now you see, I'm just going to type this editable div. Okay, sorry, let's now fine. So this is the div and it's working good, fine, and I'm just going to fine, this is working pretty good. So now let's do the same for our question text also. So for that I'm just going to create in the same way here in the UI itself. Let's create a new file. I'm just going to name this as editable question text. So let's create that component. Okay, so let's name this as same as a file name, that is an editable question text. Okay, so here I'm just going to, this is going to have the value string and the question text and a placeholder debounced function. Okay, so which is going to have the question id as an input param along with the placeholder which is of type string or null, and then the text which is of type string or null. Okay, and here the return type is going to be void. Now the question id which is of type string. So now let's value, so rename this to initial value, and this is going to be a question text and placeholder debounced, and then question id. Okay, so here I'm just going to do the same like we did for the thing. So let's just take from here, I'm just going to take from here and then make necessary changes. So let's import this use state, and then this from DOM purify, and this is going to be, sorry, question text and placeholder debounced, and this is going to be a question id, and this is null. Okay, fine, and now this the styling we are just going to change. I'm just going to make this as cursor to be text, and also let's make the text size to be just large, and also font type we'll change it to the medium, and the tracking let's make this as a wide. Okay, and have this leading 7, and the margin at the bottom I'm just going to add 2, and remaining I'm just going to keep as it is. And let's export this editable question text. So now we'll make use of this in this form.tsx file. So this is, so here we will have to change here, and also here we did not update this, so we'll have to update these things. We'll have to update here to showcase the command question command, because I think, yeah, let's update here, add question, so which is set new element order. I just have to update this, I forgot to update here. So here set open question command to true, and this we no longer need because that question command is going to give us the option to add the multi options as well. Fine, and here now after this is where I'll have to replace this with the component that we did create now. So I'm just going to take this and use this editable question text, and here, and also fine, let's here let's this is going to be the element dot text, and this question I'm just going to pass in here the debounced function, and then the question id, it's going to be the element dot id. Okay, so that's the change here, and also same applies here for many options. Okay, so let's remove this and use this editable question text, and value, it's going to be the element dot text, and the callback function we are going to pass in the debounced, and the question id, it's going to be the element dot id. Okay, so that's the change here. So now mostly going to the output, we should be able to edit this question text as well. So I'm just going to the output, let's go back. Okay, so here let's refresh. Looks like there is some issue. Okay, fine, yeah, I'm able to add it. So here let's try to add a new thing. So fine, so it's looking good. So now we did change the editing of the form title, and editing of the question text to customized components. So and this is how we change and implement. Fine, and now we'll have to do the same thing in the other places as well, in case if you'll have to change. So we will make changes there, and also at the same time let's also focus on making the pages, other pages also bit responsive. So let's go back. So there is a small correction that we should make here in the sanitized HTML. When we are entering the space, it's we are seeing the NBSP on the screen. So what we'll do, I'm just going to replace that let's I'm just going to replace this with the empty space. Okay, and also I'm just going to trim this. Okay, so let's do the same for the question text as well. So here, yep, so that's this small change. And now I'm just going to this forms page here. Let's decrease the time from 500 milliseconds to the 300 milliseconds for updations uh, for the title and the question text respectively. And now I'm just going to add here one more variable for the command question id. So here command question id set command question id. So here with this, initially I'm just going to set this to empty thing, and I'm just going to add in here the delete question parameter. So here let's pass here delete question function, and also the common question id, sorry, command question id. So here I'm just going to, yep, now, and also when we are for the button of adding the question, I'm just going to for now set this command question id to empty string. Later we'll change this, so fine. And also right after this I'm just going to add the before this plus icon, I'm just going to add 3 vertical dots. So here I'm just going to add in here the div, which is going to have the vertical dots, which is going to help us open the question command, and also the increment the element order, and also set command question id. Okay, so first let's make this again as absolute. Top 0, left, let's make 0, and apply the transform. And I'm just going to translate x full and make this as a flex, and if it's a medium I'm just going to hide the display. And let's make the items to be centered. So let's close this div, and here let's have margin at the top 2 and margin at the right, and make this as a flex. Okay, and I'm just going to use the dots vertical icon and give the styling for this height and width to be 4. And here on click I'm just going to set new element order to element dot order +1, and then set new element order, sorry, new set command question id to element dot id, and then set open question command to true. Okay, so let me close this. So this is this thing. So same, let's copy this, and I'm just going to have the same thing before this one as well. So Okay, so now we'll have to go to this command file, this command component, and we'll have to make changes here for the parameters. So here in the command component, in the question command thing, so here in this I'm just going to add in here the delete question. For now let's have this is any, and then the command question id, which is of type any. So I'm just going to delete question and then the command question id. So let's remove this. Okay, so right after this I'm adding the multiple options, and after this command item here, based on if there is a command question id, I'm just going to have this command item. Let's give the medium, just hide this. Okay, and have this cursor pointer, and here on select, let's make this as asynchronous, and here let's delete this question and form, passing in the form id and then the command question id. Okay, and I'm just going to set open to false, and here I'm just going to have this trash icon, and let's have margin right 2, and height and width I'm just going to set it to 4, and here the text, it's going to say remove question. Okay, so here if not, just say null. So that's the change here. And for the pie chart, I'm just going to change some styling to the pie chart here. Let's go to this. So here I'm just going to make this width as 100%, and also the cx I'm just going to change to the 50%, and the legend let's align to the left. Okay, so fine, so that's the change here. So fine, and now what there is some div which we are using again and again in multiple places. So for that I'm just going to create one new file, new file. I'm just naming it as a form container. So here let's create this form container, and this is going to be straightforward simple function with the simple div. So let's have this as a form container, and this is children, and it's going to be of type react node. So react dot react node. Okay, fine, and here I'm just going to return this div, and I'm just going to apply, if it's a medium, the padding to be in the x direction 20, and if it's a medium, padding top, margin at the top, let's have 20, and then rest of the children I'm just going to wrap inside this div. So this I'm just going to make use of this inside our view form and preview thing. So going to the view form page.tsx, so I'm just going to remove this and use this form container. Okay, and here I'm just going to remove this, and even I'm just going to remove this part too, and even this, and this div. Okay, so I'm just going to sorry, so let's do one thing. Sorry, let's undo all of this. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to in place of this, I'm just going to have here the form container and replace this with this. Okay, and rest it's going to remain the same. Okay, so let's have this margin top, and if it's a medium, I'm just going to set margin top to 0. Okay, that's the change here, and I'm just going to have one more layout in this thing. I'm just going to create inside this slug, I'm naming it as something like layout.tsx. Let's export this function dashboard layout, and this is going to have children, which is of type react dot it's going to be of type react dot a react node, and here I'm just going to have this that div which we just removed, that is mx auto and margin y direction 6, and if it's a medium, let's have margin at the top 16, and if it's a small screen, margin y direction I'm just going to have 24. Width, let's make it as a full, and a max width extra small, and if it's a small screen, let's have max width to 4 times XL. Okay, and I'm just going to wrap children in this div. So this is the layout. Okay, and going to the same preview page, the page .tsx. So here I'm just going to replace this, so this I'm just going to wrap all of this inside, so let me minimize this. Okay, so here I'm just going to replace this with form container, and I'm just going to wrap here and remove this div. Okay, fine. So that's a simple change in this, and the same way I'm just going to create the layout here as well. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to copy this inside this form slug. So let's create here the new file layout.tsx, and it's going to be same. Okay, so now going to this form .tsx, so we are going to change this, so let's here I'm just going to remove this div completely. Okay, and inside this, wherever we have this this thing, I'm just going to replace this with the form container. So let me remove this and form container, and I'm just going to add at the end. So let's check this. Okay, so I'm just going to, this is how we change, standardizing the form container like that, rather than using this same div again and again. So this is just the small changes, there's not much to be done. Fine. Fine. Now let's make this response page a little responsive. Okay, so I'm just going to add some styling to this card header, and let's give padding bottom to, and also for this div I'm just going to apply this only if it's medium and bow screens, and for default thing I'm just going to reduce the space in the y direction to 2. Fine. So that's the change, and the same thing even for this, let's add the padding at the bottom too. Okay, so fine. Then after this, inside this component, I'm just going to make even apply this for a medium and above screens, the same thing, and let's add some padding in the x direction 4, and also in the margin bottom I'm just going to add 4. Okay, so these are the changes, and for this responses content I'm just going to remove this scroll part and applying margin to the first thing. Okay, so that's the change. Now let's focus on the core functionality, that is let's add functionality to export the responses to the excel file. Okay, so for that let's first install the excel so here install this file saver and excel sx, and also the types for file saver. I did install this. Okay, so for that first let's create this util function inside our libraries folder. So going to our libraries folder, I'm just going to name this as the export to excel ts. Fine. So here let's name this function as same as the file name. So here export to excel. So this is going to receive the two input param, which is going to be processed data, which is going to be the array of arrays. Okay, so it can be of string or number. Okay, and then the file name. So here this is of type string, so default I'm just going to set it to data, and return type is going to be void. Fine. So first let's get the worksheet. So here I'm just going to import the xlx from the xlsx. Okay, so let's import this from fine. Okay, so here let's get the worksheet, and here I'm just going to use this utils thing and to sheet, and I'm just going to pass in this array of arrays, and then now the workbook. Okay, same this is going to be of type workbook. So here also let's make use of the utils and call the book new function. Okay, and here let's append the sheet to this workbook. Okay, so I'm just going to name this as sheet 1. Fine, and then I'm just going to generate the excel file. So let's name this as excel buffer, and for now let's keep its type as any, and xlx dot write workbook, and I'm just going to mention the type of this to be excel sx, and the type to be array. Okay, fine, and then finally I'm just going to save this to file. So let's get the blob here, create a new blob object. So here pass in this excel buffer, and this type I'm just going to mention here, it's going to be this is going to be application slash vnd dot on open xml formats, office document, and this has to be a spreadsheet ml dot sheet, and let's give the character set. This is going to be 8. Okay, fine. And finally I'm just going to call this save as from file saver, and pass in this blob and the file name. So it's going to be the file name and the extension, so which is the xlsx. Okay, so this is the util function which is going to help us export to the excel. So same way I'm just going to write one function, the actions part, to get the responses from form. Okay, so here before going even there, I'm just going to define one type. I'm just going to name this as answers with question, option and response. Okay, so answers with question, option and the response. So this is going to be Prisma dot answer get payload. So here I'm just going to include the question and the option and the response. Okay, so this is the type. Fine. And also in the getting the responses summary from user, I'm just going to add one more parameter while querying there. So I'm just going to include the user ID too. So let's include that. So here I'm just going to include the user ID, which is nothing but session.user.id. And now let's focus on our new function. So I'm just going to name this as the get responses from form. Okay, and this is going to receive let's make this as asynchronous, and form ID would be the input param for this function. Okay, and as usual, let's first get the session. So okay, so and I'm just going to check if there is ID on this session object or not. So user.id, then we are just going to return the error object with a message not authenticated. Okay, so that's the thing. And now let's first get the answers by querying on the answers table. So let's use the prisma.answer dot find many, and here I'm just going to pass in the form ID, the ID that we are receiving as an input param, and the question. So here let's pass in this user ID, and let's include the question, then the option and also the response. So option along with the response. So this is how we are going to get the answers. And now let's get the questions in the same way. So I'm just going to query for questions, question dot find many, and here I'm just going to query based on the form ID, and let's order by ascending order. Okay, fine. And now let's get the question names alone. So I'm just going to name this as question name. So let's map through each question. Let's map through each question, and here I'm just going to get the text from the question thing. So this is going to have the list of the question names, and here let's calculate the total questions, so which is nothing but the length of the questions. So I'm just going to store in this variable total questions. So here questions dot length. and let's define one type for the grouped responses. So I'm just going to name this as grouped responses. This is going to be object with the key. It's going to be of a type string, and the values, it's going to be answers with the question, option and response array. And let's define the function for that. So I'm just going to name this as grouped by responses, and also here the answer thing. Okay, so this is going to be so this is going to be a grouped responses type, and I'm just going to call this reduce, and here the accumulator, it's going to be the grouped responses, and answer is going to be of type answer with question, option and response. And here I'm just going to get the response id first, so which is the answer dot response id. And here if this accumulator of response id is not found, we are just going to set the empty array for this id. Okay, else I'm just going to push answer to this id. So okay, so finally I'm just going to return this thing. And initially let's set the empty object. Okay, so that is this. And next have one function which is going to format the responses the way we want it. So I'm just going to name this as formatted responses. So this is going to be array of arrays. Okay, so object dot values grouped by responses, and I'm just going to map through each of them. And here answers response. Okay, this is going to be this type array. Okay, and I'm just going to get the sorted answers. So here nothing but answers for response. Okay, just rename this. And I'm just going to sort based on this question order. So b dot question dot order. Okay, fine. And here then I'm just going to get the answers array. This is going to be a string array, and let's create a new array out of the total questions that we did create one variable. And initially let's set it to empty string. Now let's use this sorted answers and iterate through each of them. And let's get the answer. And first let's calculate the index. So index is going to be answer dot question dot order -1, and I'm just going to put into this answers array index value. So this is going to be answer dot question dot type is equals to many options. I'm just going to get the answer dot option, else I'm just going to get the answer dot option dot option text. Okay, and finally the answer dot answer text. So this is the how we are going to set into this answers array index. And after this I'm just going to return this answers array. Okay, so straight away here I'm just going to return the question names, and I'm just going to concat this formatted response. Okay, so this is the function, and this is the way that we need the responses. Now function is ready, and inside this responses slug. I'm just going to quickly create one button for the Excel. So let's create one component. So I'm just going to name this as export Excel button dot tsx. Okay, let's mention this as a client component, and here let's have the type for the formatted response. So this is going to be key of type string, and also value is also going to be of type string. Let's have the function. So I'm just going to name this as export to Excel button. So here let's get the processed data. So this is going to be of type string or number array. Okay, and here I'm just going to return this button. So on click, I'm just going to call this export to Excel utility function we did create, and I'm just going to pass in the processed data, and the name I'm just going to pass it as my data for now, and the text we are going to say it as export to Excel. So this is the component export Excel button. So going to this page now, here I'm just going to first get the result here. So let's get the processed data. So here, and also I'm just going to pass in here the let's store that into separate variable, because we'll be needing in this get responses from form as well. So I'm just going to params.slug. So and then I'm just going to replace this with the form ID. Okay, and this is going to be the processed data. So I'm just going to get the await get responses from form, and here I'm just going to pass in the form ID. Okay, so if processed data is equals to null, or error in processed data, I'm just going to call this not found thing. Okay, fine. And this Excel button right after this responses, I'm just going to add a div. So let's have some margin at the top, and here I'm just going to use this component export to Excel button, and process the data. I'm just going to pass in this processed data. Fine. So this is how we had the Excel functionality. So let's go and have a look now. So hopefully we should see the button in the responses. So I'm just going to check the responses. Okay, yeah, so this is the export to Excel button. Okay, fine. Now clicking on this, yep, you see we are able to save this into Excel file, and so I'm just opening this thing. So now you see here, this is the things, two responses we have, and this is how we are exporting. So that is how we do export it to the Excel. And now let's focus on adding the improving the success page and adding some image in our landing page and all. So let's add go to the code and add that. So for now I just added this image here for the just one of the examples. We will add this into our landing page, but not now. Eventually I will add. First let's focus on the improving the success page. Okay, so I'm just going to the here to this page. So here I'm going to make this as, let's make this as asynchronous, and also here I'm just going to add here the params for this. This is going to receive the slug param, So param, so this is going to be slug, which is of type string. Okay, fine. And after this, let's get first the form id. So form id is nothing but the params.slug, and I'm just going to get the form by calling here our get form function, and then I'm just going to pass in this form id, and let's get the title. This is going to be form dot title. Okay, so once we get this, I'm just going to change the this completely styling for this div. Let's make this margin in the x direction 4, and top I'm just going to add a 12, and if it's a medium, let's have margin x 32, and if it's extra large, let's add a margin in the x direction 96. Fine. And same for the margin top. Okay, I'm just going to add 24. Fine. After this, I'm just going to have a header for adding the showcasing the title. So here let's add the margin at the bottom 10, and I'm going to add the border at the bottom, and padding at the bottom. Let's have under text size, I'm just going to make this as a 3 times XL, and font type, let's make it a semi bold, and so tracking tight. Okay, and transition, I'm just going to add the colors. Okay, and this is going to be the title text. Okay, so and after this alert, I'm just going to add one more div to send another response. So here let's add some margin at the top, and also I mean, if it's a medium, let's add more margin at the top. Okay, so here I'm just going to use this link, and let's redirect this to view forms page again. So here view form, and pass in this form id, and here we are going to wrap the button, and the button let's add a padding in the x direction, and variant I'm just going to add it as a link, and the text, it's going to be send another response. Okay, so this is the change in the success page. Okay, so let's go and have a look at it. So here I'm just going to enter something. Okay, let's submit it. So here so this is the thing, we added this title of the form, and also now clicking on this, it's going to take back to this thing. So that's the change in the success page. And now let's focus on removing the preview route. Okay, so here in this forms page. Okay, so here we have this preview option. So let's go here, this one. So I'm just going to wrap this inside this link. Okay, so to the view form, so I'm just going to remove this preview completely. So view form, and pass in this form id. Okay, and target, I'm just going to make it open in the new tab. Okay, and let's wrap this button inside this. So I'm just going to remove this button and wrap it in this thing. So now I'm just going to remove this on click completely. Okay, so that's the thing. So we can remove this preview page. Okay, so but I'm just going to keep it as it is. Okay, and also in the actions part, I'm just going to rename the one of the function names to make it more sensible. Okay, so here going to this actions, I'm just going to first let's the function that I'm going to change is get questions from published form. So here I'm just going to rename this to or from author. Okay, so it will make more sense. Okay, so from author. Okay, and also here I'm just going to add in here, let's get the session here, session await get session, and I'm just going to have here the variable which is saying is it the author. Okay, for now default I'm just setting it as a false, and here no, let's change this to just no form, and I'm just going to change this to form. And now here if from dot form dot user id is equals to the session dot user dot id, I'm just going to set the is author thing is the author to true. Okay, fine. And here what's the issue? Sorry, it has to be form. Okay, fine. And now after this so that it's going to be same, so which is if this not the author, and also it's not published, so just small changes. Okay, so and we are going to return the error with the same message, which is the form is not published. Okay, so fine. And here it's going to be just the form.id. so that's the change in this action part. Okay, and now we'll have to change this in our view form pages. Okay, so here that's the reason we're receiving error. So now it is going to be or from thing, so I'm just going to remove this. Okay, so yeah, that's the pretty much change. We just changed this the preview to the view form thing, okay, inside our form, and also just made some modification to the getting the questions from published form to renamed it to from author, and just a slight modification in that. Okay, so here on the same thing, I'm just going to do the same thing for the form as well. So I just we're making it as a more detailed and refactoring kind of thing. Okay, so I'm just going to now change this form function, so get form. Okay, so here so this one I'm just going to rename this to get form if the published or is author. Okay, so I'm just going to rename this to is author. Okay, so here I'm just going to get the first session await a get session, and same thing is the author. I'm just going to have one a boolean variable. For default I'm just going to set it to false. Okay, and here I'm just going to change this to form so that it will make more sense. So here let's change this to form. Okay, and also here I'm just going to check here if the form dot user id is equals to session dot user dot id. Okay, so I'm just going to add this. Fine. So if it's equal, then I'm just going to set this is the author to true. Okay, fine. And here now this is going to be form, and here I'm just going to add the additional thing, which is the author, and this thing, and the remaining is going to remain the same, and I'm just going to here return the form. So here just the slight changes in this thing, just confirming it, and also now we'll have to make changes in the view form page again. So here we are using the get form, so it's going to change now. So here let's do one thing. I'm just going to create one variable to store the form id, which is nothing but param.slug, and I'm just going to change this to form id, because I'm going to pass in here as well. So here it is now get form if published is author, and pass in this form id. So let me remove this. Okay, so and and also in this I'm just going to change this form to form id. So now I'm just going to pass in this id. Okay, so I will change this in this form thing. So going to the form thing, let's change this. I'm just going to change this to form id, and this is going to be a form id which is of type string. Okay, and now in the while I'm submitting the form, here it's going to be now just the form id. Okay, so that's the change here in this thing, and also in the success page. Okay, there we are referring the form, so I just have to rename this get form if published and remove this get form thing. Okay, and let's make the title more bigger, so I'm just changing it to 5 times excel. So that's the small change here. We just renamed this get form to make it more sensible. Get form if published or is author thing. Okay, and also now in the columns thing, so going to the form table columns thing, in the components forms table and columns, I'm just going to add this name for this thing. So here let's add the header for this, and this is going to be for the last thing. Okay, so here I'm just going to add the column and pass in the title as actions, so that it makes more sense. Okay, and also I'm just going to add this the enable sorting to false, along with the enable hiding to false. So that's the change now. So if we go back and see to this forms, so let me go to forms. Yeah, so we are seeing now it as a action. So that's the change here, and now we will focus on making changes in the forms slug, where we have hard coded the link. So now we are going to get the host url and make changes to that. So let's go back. So to get the host URL, so let's go to this page.tsx, and here I'm just going to get the headers list first. So let's get the headers list now using the headers from the next header. So I'm just going to import this headers from next headers. Okay, fine. And I'm just going to get from this, and here let's get the host is going to be the headers list dot get host, or let's pass in the empty string. Okay, fine. And I'm just going to pass in this to this question form. So let's pass this host, and going to the form page now. So let's include this param. Okay, so this is going to be host, and host it's going to be of type string, and let's make use of this here in this link here. I'm just going to make use of that the host here. So here first let's make some change here to if form.published, then I'm just going to thing, and if not, let's have this link. Okay, and here I'm just going to now use this host thing. Okay, so let's change that. I'm just going to change this to host value that we did receive. So okay, fine. So now it's going to be dynamic with whatever we change. So that's the thing. And also I'm just going to change this just better the buttons UI in our the form page. Okay, so here we have the add question thing. So fine, let's be it as it is, not a big problem. So fine, and now the core thing is let's focus on adding the multiple checkbox options to our feature. So first, I'm always going to come from changes in the database schema, and then the actions to get the data from the DB, and then move up to the components. Okay, so here the small change here, I'm just going to for the schema part. So it's a small change that so let's in the Prisma thing, for the answer I'm just going to remove this thing and establish the relationship in this way. So option array. Okay, so this is the small change. Okay, so I'm just going to run here let's migrate this. So let's run migrate dev, and I'm just going to name this as answers schema changed. Okay, so let's for now go with the okay, fine. Now all data will be erased. That's fine. So that's cool. Now going to the action. So here let's again let's little bit refactor here. So I'm just going to create here one more I'm just going to create in here one more folder inside this actions for the options separately. So let's create here the options For that, I'm just going to create a new file, want to create option and want to delete the option. So delete and create. So I'm just going to copy the create option from this thing. So let's take create option. So I'm just going to take this function. Okay, so let's take this and I'm just going to use this here. Okay, so let's take the imports as well. So let's take this import and I'm just going to use it here. This it's going to be okay, and I'm just changing the imports thing. Okay, so this is the create option, and fine. So let's do the same thing for the deleting as well. So I'm just going to take here the delete option as well. So and then I'm just going to move this to delete a file. So I'm just going to take the same imports here. So let's copy this imports. So I'm just going to use this. Fine, and that's the change here. Now in the questions thing, in the creating, I'm just going to have one more function which is going to say create multiple option question. So first I'm just going to write that function here. So export const create multiple option question. So let's make this as asynchronous, and this is going to receive the form ID along with the question order. Okay, and I'm just going to mention their type. So form ID is of type string, and then the question order which is of type number. So here now, so let's get the session thing, and quickly let's do the validation for the ID. Okay, if user ID is not found, I'm just going to return with the error object it has not authenticated. Okay, so after this let's get the form. So form await prisma.form dot find first or through, and I'm just going to query based on the ID, which is nothing but the form ID along with the user ID, so which is the session dot user dot ID, and then I'm just going to include the whatever the things I want, which is the questions. So here I'm just going to order by uh, ascending order. Fine, and after that I'm just going to destructure the questions part questions part from the above form. It's the questions. Okay, questions from form. Okay, and then let's have the function to update operations. So update operations, and I'm just going to iterate through this question. So question and get the each question, and the same like we did for the other thing. So get the new order. So new order is going to be a question dot order plus 1, and then I'm just going to update this thing. So question dot update, where the ID is going to be the question dot ID, and pass in this form ID, and the data it's going to be order, it's going to be now the new order. So this is how we update operations for all of the questions, and this is the create question function. so which is prisma dot question dot create, and here the data I'm just going to pass in this user ID, which is the session dot user dot ID, and then the form ID, and then order, which is going to be a question order. And now the type is going to be changed, okay, which is the select multiple options, okay. So and then the options, so options, and I'm just going to create here the order, so order 1, and then option text, it's going to be the option 1, okay, fine. And then right after this, I'm just going to push this to this update operations, which is the create question function, okay. So then I'm just going to perform the transaction, okay. So transaction and pass in this update operations, and then we're just going to revalidate revalidate this form ID page, okay. And I'm just going to return. So this is the function which is going to help us create multiple option question, okay. And also here in the create option question, okay, so I'm just going to change the type now to not just many options, so it is like select one option, so that it will be more sensible and meaningful as well. So select one option, so that's the change in this thing, okay. So and we just moved this to and also here in the actions part I'm going to make some changes. So types, I'm just going to include now the options here, and we did move this delete form and sorry, delete option and create option to the options folder. So and before that I'm just going to create an interface for the input value type and the output value type for our transform function. So I'm just going to go to this transform function that we did, right, okay. So here let's define the interfaces. So interface input value type, so this type now it can be short response, or it can be of select one option, it can be of select multiple options, okay. And the text which can be of type or string or null, and so here I'm just text, and then after this option ID, so this also can be of type, this also can be of type string or null, and then the option IDs, which is the string, array or null, okay, fine. So that is the input value type, and let's have the same interface for the output type. So output type, okay, so here the answer text, which is the of type string or null, and then the question ID, which is the string, then type. So I'm just going to take this so let's take this thing, so here, and I'm just going to remove this text, okay. So this is the output type. So now I'm just going to use this here object, it is record of a string and input value type, okay. So I'm just going to close this, okay, and this is going to be output type array. And now here we'll have to add in here the option the IDs, which is the null, And now here we'll have to select and change this to select one option, not many option anymore. Okay, and here I'll just have to push this this is going to be type now the select one option. Okay, and here, and I'm just going to add the option IDs which is of type null. So that's the change here, and we'll have one more thing for now selecting the multiple options. So that is object key dot type is equals to select multiple options. So I'm just going to push into the result with the type multiple options. So let's take the same thing, and we are just going to change other things. So answer text let's this should be wrapped here inside this object. Okay, answer text is null, and this is going to be the IDs now. Okay, option IDs. Okay, so option IDs, and here this option ID is going to be null. Okay, and here this is going to change to select multiple options. Okay, so that's the change here. And now going to this submit form. So here submit form also will have to change these things. So basically I'm just going to here in this create answer operation, so we'll have to change these things. So basically here I'm just going to make this as not null, and here now I'll have to change this to select one option. So select one option. Okay, so now here the complete thing it's going to be now this answer text. It's going to be the answer dot question ID. So sorry, this answer text, it's going to it's going to remain this empty string. Okay, and just we'll have to change this option ID thing. So basically this is going to be now we are going to have this option. So here inside this connect. Okay, and here we'll have to pass in this option ID. Okay, so fine, so that's the thing. And after this I'll have to add one more thing for multiple things. So here if answer dot type is select multiple thing. So here first let's get the connect answers. Answer dot option IDs, and map through them, and get the option which is of type string. Okay, and here I'm just going to return the object with ID option. Then after this let's use the same this thing. So let me copy this. Here the change thing is the options the options. I'm just going to change this to now. This is going to be the whatever we have in this connect answers. Okay, so that's the change here. And also in the get responses from user, now it's going to include, it's going to be the options. Fine. And even get responses from form, here also it's going to be now the options, because we did change to options. Okay. And also here the type, now it's going to change to the select one option. Okay. And now it's going to be options answer dot options. And also here I'll have one more condition check, which is the answer dot options dot length is equals to 1. Then we are going to get this option text. Okay, so that's the overall change inside this actions files. Okay, so hopefully now the thing that we wanted, it's going to work. So going back now to showcase like we did showcase the select one option, the pie chart. For multiple options, I'm going to display the bar chart. So for that, let me first create one component. So let me name that component as something like a response bar chart. Okay, so quickly let's and first let's make this as a client component. So okay, so I'm just going to now function, so export a default function. So let's make this component name as response bar chart, and this is going to have the data as input param. So this is going to be data, it's going to have the name string, and then the count, so which is going to be a number, and this is going to be array. Okay, so here now let's focus on returning this container. So I'm just going to use this responsive container from recharge. Okay, and let's set a width for this 70%, and then the height I'm just going to set it to 200. Fine. And let's wrap the bar chart in this container. So I'm just going to import this bar chart and set the width to 300, and also height I'm just going to set it to 300, and data, let's pass in the data that we receive as the input param for this component. And after this the Cartesian grid. Okay, so here I'm just going to pass this stroke to dashed array to be on this thing to cross to, and the x-axis we'll have to pass in the data key, which is the name thing, and then the y-axis, and here I am just going to allow decimals. I'm just going to set this to false. Okay, and then the tooltip. After this we'll have this bar thing, and the data key here it's going to be the count. Okay, and fill, let's give some color for this. So for this I'm just going to give some random color. Okay, fine. And then this is the bar chart component, and also now we'll have to make changes in the command question as well. So going to this command component, I'll have to add in this multiple option question. So here this thing, so I have just added this. Okay, so create multiple option question, and here now below this multiple so here below this I'll have to multiple option question, I'll have to add one more command item. So for that I'm just going to copy this command item. Okay, so here let's use this, and here I'm just going to use this create multiple option question, and I'm just going to pass in this question order and the form ID. So here let's find, and this previous thing I'm just going to change this to choice question. Okay, and this icon also I'm just going to change it to checkbox icon. Okay, so fine, and this text it's going to be add checkboxes question. Okay, so that's the change in this command component. So now whenever we're trying to create an option, we are going to see now 3 options. Okay, so that's how we had in this command thing. So now let's go to this the main form page. Okay, so here I'm just going to start adding this option. Okay, so here after this host, let's add now this create multiple option question. Okay, so which is going to be, I'm just going to keep for now any, and this fine. So for this we'll have to make a lot of changes here, and also for this I'm just going to add this parameter. So I will change that. So quickly let's make change to that page. Okay, so here create multiple question. So I'm just going to import this create multiple option question. Okay, fine, and also this create option and delete option will have to change this imports. Okay, so here same for delete as well. Okay, so that's the change here. So fine, now let's go back to this form.tsx. Okay, so here after adding this, so this is where after this many options. Okay, so let's go here to the first thing. I'll have to change here the I'll have to change this to the type to select one option. So let's change this select one option. Okay, so after this let's close this div, and everything is going to remain the same. Okay, so right after this we are going to have this type for here, if the element dot type is equals to select multiple options. So for this we are going to have the rendering the div of the checkboxes component. So for this like we did for question radio group, similar way we'll have the same component for checkboxes. So let's create this component. So then I'm going back here, I'm coming back to this part. Okay, then we'll cover this part. So first here question checkbox, I'm just going to name this as question checkboxes, and this is going to have the options, that's the input param, okay, which is the option array, and the form id, which is of type string, and then the question id, which is again of type string, okay, and then the create option, which is for now I'm just going to set it to any, and then the delete option, for now I'm just going to set it to any. So here let's quickly get those options, and then the form id, question id, then the create option, and then the delete option. Okay, so I'm just going to now first have the same like we did for the thing. So basically we can take this thing, except that I'm just going to change the checkbox thing. So what I'm going to do for now, I'm just going to take here completely this part. So let's take this. So here I'm just going to use this, and I'm going to make changes accordingly. Okay, so fine. So this is going to remain the same. We'll have the same previous options length, and debounced is going to, and input ref. Okay, and updating this input ref, that's fine, and debounced create option, it's going to remain same. So now the change that we are going to see is this. So completely we can remove this. I am just going to wrap everything inside this div. Okay, and let's iterate through the options. Okay, and get the option along with the index. Okay, and here let's return this div, and key is going to be the option dot id, and the styling, let's make this as display to be flex, and items center, and space, let's have the between them two in the x direction, and let's make it as relative, and group. Okay, so here let's, and also I added the checkbox component from the shadcn. So here let's make use of this checkbox from shadcn. Okay, and after this we are going to have this input. So mostly I'm just going to take this input now we have here. So let's take this after this thing. So mostly it's going to remain the same. Okay, and also even this trash icon too, I'm just going to take this div. So let's just reuse this. Okay, so after this I'm just going to use this thing. So fine, to delete this thing. Okay, then right after this I'm just going to have here the schema to add new options. Okay, so for that, this div. So basically I'm just going to make use of the same thing we have here as well. So let's take this, except that I'll have to change this radio group item to the checkbox thing. Okay, so here, okay, and here I'm just going to change this to checkbox. Okay, checkbox and value, I'm just going to for now put it to input, and ID also let's okay. And and here I'll have to on click for this, sorry, on change. I just have to update this debounced create option, pass in this options dot length +1. okay, so yeah, mostly that's the change needed in our thing. And yeah, and also did I miss this option? Sorry, here even for this should be there, hopefully. Okay, maybe, yeah, even for this we should call this. Fine, so that's the component. So now let's go to the here so here going to this section where we'll have to make the change. So I'm just going to return the div for this part. Okay, so when user is selecting question of type, select multiple options. Okay, so let's wrap everything inside the div and provide the key for this. It's the question dot id, so sorry, element dot id, and the styling, let's have margin at the bottom 5, group, and make this as relative. Fine, and now here we'll use this editable question text. Okay, so I'm just going to use this, and value, it's going to be the element dot text, and then the question text and placeholder, it's going to be the so here I'm debounced. Okay, and then the question id, it's going to be the element dot id. Okay, so then after this we'll have this question checkboxes component. So checkboxes component, and for the options I'm just going to receive the element dot options, and then the form id. So here it's going to be the form id that will be passing, and then the question id, it's going to be the element dot id, and the create option, it's going to be the create option, and then the delete option, we are just going to pass in the delete option. So this is the question checkboxes. So then after this we are just going to, after this I'm just going to have the div with the vertical icon and the and the plus and the trash icon, so which I can take it from here. So let's take this complete this both the divs. Okay, so I'm just going to take this and reuse them here. Okay, so fine, and yeah, this is the change, I mean these are the changes in this form. And now let's go to the responses as well, where we'll have to showcase the bar chart for the multiple option questions. So we'll have to include that here. First thing is the types. I'm just going to change here to this first, the options. Okay, and also now let's try to include this the bar chart, and we have this many options. So I'm just going to change this to select one option like we did in other places. Select one option, and then this is going to be options of 0. Fine. And then after this, in the transform thing here, I will just have to after this, here I'll have to check for the after this card. I'm just going to check here else if so basically, so after this else part, I'm just going to now add the same thing for the multiple options. Okay, so here if the question dot type is equals to select multiple options. Okay, and now first let's restructure the options and answers from the question thing. Okay, and here let's maintain the options counter. So options counter and this is going to be of type a record of string comma this object with the name property along with the count. So count, which is of type number again, and then the order. So I'm just going to initially set it to empty object. Okay, fine. And here let's iterate through this for const option of options, and I'm just going to use this options counter. Set this option for this id the object. So name is going to be the option dot option text, and the count I'm just going to set it to 0. Then order is going to be option dot order. Okay, fine. And after this we are going to do the same thing for the answers. So here for const answer of answers, let's get the options of the answer. So here options of answer, it's going to be the answer dot options, and for const option of answer, here I'm just going to use this option of answer. So it's going to be options. So fine, and let's get the new count. So new count we are going to get here using this options counter by passing in this id and increment this count by 1. Okay, and then this options counter of this id we are going to update this accordingly. So this is going to have whatever we have in the options counter of this option answer id comma and account we are going to update with the new count. Okay, fine. And after this let's get the data for bar chart. So here bar chart data, this is going to be object dot entries, and use this options counter and sort this based on the order. So that is return a1 of order minus base b1 dot order. Fine, and then I'm just going to map this to this index. Let's leave, and this is the value. Okay, so here I'm just going to return the name with the value dot name and then the count. Okay, so these are the things needed for x and y axis respectively. Okay, fine. And this is how we prepare the data for our bar chart. So once we have this, I'm just going to return this div. So here let's use the card. Okay, and let's have the call span 3. Okay, and then margin top, let's have the 8, and the header, card header. So here the styling for this, padding bottom 2, and the title for this, I'm just going to uh, have the same question dot text, and here card description. So basically it's going to be the same. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to take so it's going to be the same. So I'm just going to take this part completely. So let me take this card part. Okay, so and let's use this. Okay, so here now after this card content, I just have to show this response bar chart. Okay, so I'm just going to your div class name. Let's have the space in the y direction, let's say 8, and here we're going to wrap this bar chart inside this div, margin top 12, and I'm just going to use this response bar chart. Okay, and then pass in this bar chart data. So this is how we make use of the bar chart here. Okay, so that's the change in this response page. Okay, so now going to the so here we do have some issue. Question. Okay, okay, I'll come back here. Okay, then going to the view form. So here we'll have to make changes in the view form too, while we are trying to showcase. So first let's change the types here. No, for this this I'm just have to add this option IDs, which is going to be null. Okay, and here now we'll have to change this completely. I'm just going to change this as a one option answer, one option answer, and here I'm just going to mention the type as select one option. Okay, and here even this it's going to have the option IDs to set to null, and we'll have one more type for the selecting the multiple options answer. Okay, so select multiple options answer, and here it's going to have the type which is the select multiple options, and then the option IDs. So option IDs, it's going to be a string array, and then the option ID which is the null, and then the text which is of type string. Fine. Now the accumulator, it's going to be value can be of type short response answer and one option answer, or the select multiple option answer. Okay, fine. And now wherever we have this thing, I'll just have to add here the option ID set to null, and now we'll have to change this many options to select one option, and now even here. So I'm just going to copy this, let's paste here, and also I'll have to set this option IDs to null, and we'll have to add one more here for multiple options. Okay, else if question dot type is equals to select multiple options. So I'm just going to here question dot id, it's going to have the type the select multiple options. Okay, and then the option id, it's going to be null, and option id to null, and then the text, which is the empty string, and then option ids, we are going to set it to empty array. Fine, and now going here, we'll have to set here the option IDs to be also to null. Okay, and now there we have to change this from here we'll have to check for the element. Okay, so here element dot type, if it's equals to select one option, then we are going to showcase this. Okay, fine, and here after this else if the element dot type is equals to select multiple options, this I'm just going to take these same written, except that when we are going to change here I'm going to change this one to the question. So let's go to our form. Here we have created the component here, so I'm just going to copy this and go to our view form. So okay, so here let's paste this. Okay, so let's import this. Let's import this, and fine, and even this I'm just going to import this. Fine, and so these things will have to import. Same here, even this use ref and use effect. Okay, fine, and so here now in place of this question radio group, we are going to use this question checkboxes. Okay, so here I'm just going to pass in the, so if you see now so no, this is going to be different. So now I'm going to change this to the question checkbox component, so that we'll have to write this. So here I'm just going to below this question radio group, I'm just going to write that component. So, and also meanwhile let's change this to select one option. Select one option, and then the option IDs, and we are just going to set it to null. Okay, fine. So here, right here, we are going to create a new component. So I'm just going to name this as question checkbox. Okay, so this is going to have the options. Okay, so options list. Okay, and then the set answers, which is going to be of type set answers, and then the question ID, which is of type string. So let's quickly have these values here, set answers, and then the question ID. Okay, So fine, and I'm just going to wrap everything inside this div and iterate through this options. So options dot map, let's get the option, and let's return this div, and here key it's going to be the option dot id, and styling, let's make this as a flex, items center space have 2, okay, and relative and group, okay, make this as group, fine, and I'm just going to close this div. So first thing, here in this div we will have this checkbox component. So check box thing, and here value it's going to be the option dot id, and then on check the change. So first let's get the thing here, and here if checked, I'm just going to update the answers, okay. So here previous answers, and here I'm just going to get the existing option IDs here. So that is existing option IDs using this previous answers by passing in this question ID, and getting this option IDs, or it can be the empty array, fine, and then I'm just going to return this previous answers and update for this question ID. So here question ID text, it's going to be empty string, and option ID we are going to set it to null. Then type, we are going to change this to select multiple options. Then option IDs, it is the existing option IDs along with the new option dot id, okay. So fine, and I'm just going to close this checkbox component, and after this we'll have the input. So I'm just going to take the same from here. So yep, so this is the checkbox question checkbox component. So now I'm just going to use this here. So in place of this, let's I'm just going to question checkbox, okay, and remainings are going to remain the same. So that's the change, and now hopefully going to the output we should see the option to have the checkboxes. So let's go and have a look at our output. So going back, so here I'm just going to this thing. So let's first here I'm just going to first clear the cookie, okay. So let's refresh, and let's first create new user, okay. So test and test, so let's register, fine, and I'm just going to create a new form. So now let's try to add a question. So we have this add checkbox question, so I will just change the text here, no problem. So let's add this. So you see so here I'm just going to give its question, and this is the option, and here adding this we are able to, and also let's add one more short text question, and here I'm just going to give the title something, let's say title, okay. And after this let's add the multiple choice question, and here for this I'm just going to give its q2, and for this let's mention q3, okay. And okay, fine, so I'm just going to publish this, and now going to the form, yep, now you see we are able to select this, and I'm just going to enter something here, and let's submit this, fine. And now let's go back to the responses and check if you are able to see the bar chart that we did create, okay. Fine. So here we have a problem in this response thing. So let's check this. Okay, so the problem is, we are not including the options here. So I'm just going to include this options to true, and now hopefully we should not see that issue. So going back, let's refresh and go back here, and I'm just going back to the forms page here, and let's try to check now. Okay, fine. And also in here in the actions part, while we are trying to get the responses summary from user, even we here will have to include the options to true, then only we'll be getting the options which we are trying to iterate through. So now hopefully going to the output, we should see that bar chart and responses successfully. So let's go back, and now if I close this, yep, you see here there is a bar chart, okay, for this form wherever we have this check boxes, and pie chart for the single option thing. Okay, so now going to this form, okay, here I'm just going to go to this. Here also you see, fine. So this is how we have added the option for the multi options thing using the checkboxes thing. So this is the main feature. We thought of now adding these three options with the one for the short text and multiple choice, and then the checkbox time. I'm just going to change this text, so no worries. So fine, and now what I'm going to do, I'm just going to add an image to our landing page. Okay, so first let's go to the command component. I'm just going to quickly change the text, add checkboxes question. Okay, and now going to the this page, I'm just going to add going to the main page, to the here. Okay, so here let's add the image thing. So I'm just going to create one section here. So here I'm just going to section, and let's have the margin top 14 and bottom had 8. Okay, fine, and then let's add the div. So let's make this as a flex, and I'm just going to justify the center and use this image component from next image. Okay, and halt, I'm just going to give something like hero image form. Okay, and height, I'm just going to say it as 1000, and width, let's make this as 1000, and the source, it's going to be the in the public thing, so it's going to be home image. Okay, so here I'm just going to give this home image. Okay, so and I'm just going to close this. So let's first have a look and see if the styling isn't good, we'll change it. Okay, so I'm just going to the home page. Hopefully we should see an image now. Yeah, so this is the image. Now let's make changes to this the styling for the above div as well. So here to this I'm just going to make this section let's this I'm going to apply only if it's a medium here, and let's add here the padding in the x direction 4, and let's make margin top 10. Fine, and after this here after this I'm just going to have one div. So let's give this as a flex and also justify center. Okay, and I'm just going to wrap the this header and this both of thing inside I'm just going to wrap this also, these two things inside this div. So let's take this and wrap inside this, and let's have a look now. So okay, so let's go on the change again, and after here I'm just going to add these things also here in this div, that is this part. So here this thing, so let me take this, and also I'm just going to add in here, so that is right after. So let's keep it here, and I'm just going to make this as well the flex, and also justify center. Okay, and now even this thing we are just going to wrap inside this one more div. So I'm just going to give this margin top 8. Okay, and here let's have this div with the flex and justify center, and let's have space in the x direction 3. So this I'm just going to use this inside this thing. Okay, and I'm just going to remove this. Now let's have a look. Yeah, okay, so this we will take care, but at least they are centered, and also this image we can change it later, so for good look. Okay, so here for this I'm just going to change a little bit. Let's change this styling. I'm just going to add some styling change for this. Let's make this fine. Let's do one thing. So I'm just going to completely write again. So margin top, let's have 2, and text it's going to be 4 times XL, and font type let's make this as a bold, and leading I'm just going to give this tight, and tracking also the tighter, and if it's a medium let's have the text size to be 6 times XL, and a large let's have the leading as thing. Okay, fine, and here the main thing I'm just going to center the text. Okay, and here as well let's center the text, and I'm going to apply margin top only if it's a medium, and let's change this text to 4 times XL. Okay, and it's going to be the same. Fine, at least check it out now. Okay, okay, fine, and here let's do one thing. I'm just going to have one div here, and wrap these two inside these things. Okay, fine, and now it looks better, right? Fine, and this is the thing, and now we'll make some changes to the image styling. For now let's keep it that way, and now let's add some FAQs. Okay, so I'm just going to have one footer and also some FAQs that user can ask, just to fill the landing page. So first I'm just going to create one component called footer. So here let's create here the new component site footer.tsx. okay, so let's quickly create this function called site footer, and here I'm just going to wrap everything inside the footer, and let's give styling for this. Padding in the y direction 6 and padding x, let's make it as 40, and if it's a medium, no y padding. Okay, and margin top 32. Fine, and let's wrap this everything inside the div, and let's make this as container flex column direction. Okay, and items, let's make it centered. Justify, I'm just going to have between, and the gap, let's have 4, and if it's a medium, I'm just going to have the height to be set 24, and again a flex row. Okay, if it's a medium. Fine, and here the first the p tag just like built with something like that. To text, I want it to be centered, and let's make this text to be small, and here leading, I'm just going to add this loose, and text muted foreground. Okay, and if it's medium text, I'm just going to add alignment to left, and here I'm just going to say like built with love by something like and after this I'm just going to have this text. Okay, so let's wrap this inside the anchor tag. Okay, so I'm not going to add anything for now. So target, let's open this in the new tab. Okay, and here I'm just going to add this no referrer, and styling for this, let's make this font type medium, and have the underline, and then underline offset, I'm just going to add something like 4, and here I'm just going to add this my name. Okay, fine, and that's the thing, and yeah, fine. For now let's keep it this way, and I'm just going to use this here in the main page. So what I'm going to do, so let's go to the main page. So here I'm just going to add here one more section for FAQ. So here let's add this, and let's have the styling for this, padding 8. Okay, and a medium, let's add again for let's more 48, and margin top I'm just going to have 20, and margin bottom 20. Okay, fine, and just below this I'm just going to add this site footer. Okay, so let's have a look at the footer. So hopefully we should have the footer. Okay, so here this thing, so maybe I'll have to add one more div, so that it will be seeing each other next to each other. Fine, I'm just going to add this do one thing to the footer. Where is this footer? Okay, and let's have this here. Okay, so let me comment this, maybe we can add the one more text, but this is fine. Okay, this is fine, and now let's go to the FAQ. So in the page thing, I know it looks ugly, but it's not. The main focus is on how to create a product. Fine, and here let's have the div, and I'm just going to have this padding x, let's have 48. Okay, and here the div for the text, let's wrap inside this h3 tag. So I'm just going to for now give some random text. Okay, So let's add the border bottom, and let's have padding at the bottom, and let's make the size to be 3 times XL. And font type I'm just going to set to be semi bold, and tracking let's make is tight, and transition have colors. Okay, and this is going to be like, and if it's a first character, I'm just going to have margin top. Okay, and the text here I'm just going to say like something like, it's simpler and lighter application, something like this. So here I'm just going to why is this issue? Let's check this now. How is it looking? Okay, fine. And so let's add some more text like this, just to make it look better. So inside the p tag I'm just going to add here leading 8, and let's add the text size to be large. And here let's add this styling, not if it's not first child, and I'm just going to add margin top to this 6. Okay, and text color let's make it a slate, something like 500, and this is going to be of type normal. And here it's I'm just going to say that simple forms is new application to create quickly forms and collect enough data for your survey, something like this, whatever, or your needs, or for your needs, just some text. Okay, so here let me see this. Okay, fine. So let's do the same. Like this, we are just going to add the divs like this. So let's copy this, and I'm just going to use this thing. So now if we have a look, yeah, so let's just change the text thing. Okay, so here I'm just going to leave this as it is. So it's just the addition of some text, so whatever we want we can add and make changes accordingly. So after this, I'm just going to in the let's add. So if you see there was some not much gap between the multiple divs, so let's add the space margin for each of this thing. So I'm just going to add margins, and fine. So now let's have a look. Yep, so now there is enough space. Okay, fine. And after this, in the last div I'm just going to have the multiple p tags with some questions. Okay, so here same it's the same thing. So let's just say here I'm just going to have kind of question. So but here I'm just going to mention some points here, so kind of highlighting the things our features. Okay, so I'm just going to change this here to something like quick form creation in very less time, just to highlight some points. Okay, so here I can just say something like easy publication of forms and viewing of responses with charts. So charts, and here this third point I can just say, like, data export to Excel files. Okay, and I can just say here support for the short answer, multiple choice, and single choice questions. Okay, so now let's have a look. Yeah, fine, it's looking good now. Okay, so it's just that the image, this is the way I took. So if we take it properly and add some shadow and add some z index, it's going to look good. So this is the application now. So mostly, yep, this is the application, and you have seen these are the features that this is the application that I wanted to share with you guys, and hopefully you guys like it and subscribe. Thank you so much. And so this is the application, and this is what I wanted to talk about in this application building. Thank you so much, and in the next videos I'm going to come up with new applications. Hopefully if you guys liked it and it did help you in some or other way, please like and subscribe. For image, just I have added a border and also the shadow effect. So now if we just see, it is kind of looks like this. Like this, if we just do style the way we want it, it's going to look good. So this is the homepage now, so it's looking quite decent, not that good, but decent enough. Okay, so yeah, thank you, and please like and subscribe if this did help you in some or other way. Thank you so much.